Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to TopstepTV, the most watched, the most trusted, the most honest, the most revered futures trading stream out there. This is the opening call for Wednesday, April 2nd. Welcome to the Liberation. It is Tariff Day. We've got Hoag. John the Goat Hoagland is back from vacation. And we got Coach Vince. head coach of the Market Makers Topstep VIP. Hoag, how are you, my man? It's great to have you back. People have been asking about you all week. How was your trip? Did you get some
Welcome back,
rest?
Hoag.
Tell us something good.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was very nice. Just a lot of time. The wife and I cruising around, checking out things. Went a few different places. Had a lot of fun. Just got back last night. Just getting back into the market, and I missed everybody. I did not look at the markets. Well, maybe a couple of times, but I was very kind of just kind of apart from it and spending time with my wife. 29 years of marriage, and
Wow.
we had a nice time. But it's great to be back with everybody. And if you missed me, I appreciate that. But know that I missed all of you. Missed you, JD. Missed you, Vince. Missed everybody. It's always great to get away. And it's always great to get back.
For sure. Happy anniversary, by the way, Hoag. 29 years.
Happy anniversary, Hoag. That's amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing. Well done, Hoag. All right, folks, we were just I had some stops to enter the market for the opening range trade in gold. We just got hit on a long. House count is long. One gold contract, 3156.40 right now. Got an overnight VWAP right here at 3157.40. I'm sorry, where was that at? Yeah, 3157.40. Just kissed it. Pulling off just a little bit. But house account long one, 3156.40 at the moment. At about an 18 tick opening range, we're taking 25 ticks of heat on this trade. So we'll let this play out for a little bit. We'll also be looking at the opening range trade in crude oil at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Coach Vince, how are you doing this morning? What's happening in your world?
I'm doing good, JD. I'm feeling liberated this morning. We'll see what happens.
The liberation will be televised today. 3 o'clock. We're expecting tariff news coming out at right around 3 o'clock Central Time this afternoon. But honestly, I'm expecting some leaks throughout the day. So be on your toes. Headline risk is on today, folks. Keep an eye on the headlines all day long. You never know. Something might hit the tape concerning these tariffs, and it could send the market in either direction. So keep that in the back of your head today. All right, guys. We had a number coming out just a few minutes ago, Hoag.
Yeah, GDP employment.
Yes, it would be corporate employment or private jobs number. Doesn't include all jobs, but what was that number saying to us this morning?
Came out stronger than expected. They were looking for 120,000, up from 77,000. It came out 155,000 new jobs.
Very nice.
Not
Consensus?
bad. Not bad. With all this talk of stagflation, with higher pricing and suffering employment, that's actually, I think, a pretty good number.
I think that's a huge number. Prior 77,000, prior revised up 7,000 to 84,000. Consensus range of 60,000 to 125,000. That's a pretty wide consensus range. We just knocked it out of the park. Private payrolls, 155,000 new private payrolls expected. That's a pretty decent number. Checking out on this gold trade, we're up a couple of tickies so far. No 730 numbers out this morning, so nothing to worry about at the bottom of the hour. So we'll maintain this position until it's no longer viable. Just kissed that overnight VWAP once again, 3157.40. I did come in with a sort of a small bias to the short side in gold today. We had our first down day in 4 trading days yesterday. Looking for, that nice five up days in a row before a solid pullback, but we started getting some selling pressure in yesterday. I was kind of anticipating a little follow through today, and we got triggered into this long position. So, analyze with one hand, want with the other, trade with the other. Whatever you got to do, right? Long story short, we're in the market on the long side in gold right now on this opening range trade. How do you guys feel about the long side in gold right now? Anything catch your eye?
Honestly, it's pretty much in the middle of the range from yesterday, almost in kind of repair area. Overnight inventory is pretty much a mess. I don't think that there's
Mm-hmm.
really any overnight inventory. If I was going to pick one side, it would probably be the long side because, as we've been saying for 3 months, I think gold is a great buy, and I think it's going to continue to push to the upside over time. Of course, that never happens in a straight line. But if I have to be in one, I'm glad I'm long.
Perfect. Twice this week, Hoag, Monday and Tuesday this week. We were in on the opening trade in gold for 2 lots, both on the long side of the market. Profit target, first profit target hit both days, so we took one off, peeled one off, held a runner, free trade, free runner, and both times it came back to hit our initial
Gotcha.
stop. So basically 2 scratches, hit profit target 1 that came back and hit our stop, our original stop below the low of opening range.
2 scratches, I'll
So it's
take
been
it.
it's been kind of tricky. We're at 1
Yeah.
to 1 R on this right now.
Nice.
So decent
like
movement so far. I like it too. I didn't like it to begin with.
We got the
Maybe
overnight
that's why
high
it's
there
doing
at
so well.
31.67 is the overnight high, right? Maybe we could take that out, or at least gun
Let me
for it.
switch over to a 15-minute.
Nice little move. It's $8 from here.
Yeah, 31.67.
You
All-time high.
You got TPO point of control from yesterday, 31.60. 31.60.
We got a case for new all-time highs today?
I do not have
You
a
see
case
one?
for it. I haven't been able to keep track of the volume and the open interest and watching all those studies while I've been gone. I know, Vince, you've been keeping a pretty good eye on that. I think probably
Yeah.
in the equities, or are you checking that out in the gold as well?
No, I have gold. So gold, we had a decrease in volume yesterday, and we lost 6,750 in open interest in gold yesterday. So we had lower volume, decrease in open interest, and we had a down day. Looks like.
Long liquidation.
Yeah, yesterday was the first down day in 4 trading sessions for gold.
Yeah.
Long
Probably just covering
liquidation.
their longs, getting out.
Selling power away from the marketplace. We had negative delta
today.
Well, 3,300 in the regular trading hour session.
Mm-hmm.
For everyone keeping track of that April open interest, there were 100,000 open contracts. There was a lot of chatter out there about someone taking delivery of close to $5 billion worth of gold the other day, but that has paired off. Open interest is now sitting at right around 16,000 contracts in gold. Again, the April contract goes off the board on the 28th, so there's still time to roll out of those positions. But it doesn't look like a huge player. Yeah. It doesn't look like a huge player is looking to take delivery. There was a lot of chatter about that the other day.
We have a technical pattern here. If you want to just go over my charts real quick, this is so I've been watching this since last night. So I had my session last night. We were talking about how gold is kind of starting to consolidate in this pennant formation, and we kind of busted out of it today. And right now we kind of have a little bit of a reversal pattern. It's a very, very short time frame, right? So it doesn't probably mean too much. But we broke structure here on this short time pullback. And now we tested the backside of the line right as settlement. Will we continue up? We got to see. Or are we going to rotate back here to settlement? So, value low is right where settlement is pretty much. And the point of control, Hoag says 60, right? 31.60 in TPO. Volume profile is at 58.20.
Yeah, 60.20, yes.
60.20. All right, so we're above it. So if we can hang above that, I kind of like this long, JD. We're
at 2 to 1 R.
Broke. So
we're at 2 to 1 R on this trade right now.
I just reread Best Loser Wins by Tom Hoag. That's the only really kind of trading thing that I was kind of looking at. I feel like I have to be careful because he is such an advocate of holding on to and adding on to winners. I've got that kind of mindset right now. Like, I think we should be buying more here, but I got to be careful with that. I don't really like the position as far as where it is in relation to yesterday's range and value.
Right.
So I think we're good just holding on to this one lot for now.
Yeah.
And when I read that book the first time, I tried to hold on to everything for a home run. It just,
Yep.
you got to be careful with it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm kind of on the other side of the bell curve there, Hoag. I kind of want to take this 2-to-1 R and then hold on and get back in better trade locations. The way we're stalling out here, I feel like a minor little pullback is imminent. We hit
All right.
yesterday's volume point and control up at 3162.40,
Mm-hmm.
which is exactly our 2-to-1 R. Top ticked it
Mm-hmm.
right there. We're right there right now.
2-to-1 is a great risk reward ratio there, JD. So
All
so
right.
good. I mean,
Hey.
me personally, I like below value here around settlement. If we could hold this line below settlement, right at that's kind of where I'm looking right now. And if we
So
break down, then we're going somewhere else.
you take it, JD, but I might yell at you
Or-
for touching it later.
I know, right? We worked so hard trying not to touch these trades while you were gone, Hoag. We were thinking about you the entire time. Like, don't touch the trade, don't touch the trade, don't touch the trade.
Don't
All right,
Lenny
we
it.
just got out. We just Lenny'd it. I touched it.
Okay.
I put
All
the
right.
offer in.
We'll look for a
We're up.
pullback.
We got a $527 profit to play with.
Beautiful.
Looking for a minor.
It's a great
pullback.
start, JD.
All right.
520 in 13 minutes. Not bad.
Beautiful.
I was counting up 527. All right.
Made almost $1, $10 a minute there. Oh no, more than $10 a minute, right? 13 minutes.
$100 a minute.
We're 3 ticks above
About
our
50.
exit price. Jonathan Pape wants to know why we're on mute. We are not on mute. Check your volume, Pape. All right, so now we'll look for a pullback and a re-entry. Still looking at a 1-minute chart. Oh, I'm looking at a 15-minute. Here we are. Here's our 1-minute chart.
I would
So
say
we
the odds
bounced
of that
off.
say the odds of that are pretty good, JD. I mean, look at the overnight. It was
Look at-
just chop. Put in a high, new low, new high, low, back up to the high. I like the trade, JD. Nice job.
We bounced
Look
off
at the 10
of.
shoulders we had here the other day.
Oh yeah, look at that textbook.
Not bad.
Well, we got that pullback. We kissed yesterday's volume point and control,
mhm.
3162.40 twice, and we're taking a move back right now. I've got an overnight VWAP at 3154.30, which is at the low of the opening range, right at the low of the opening range. So, see what kind of pullback we can get here. I'm kind of leaning towards the long side now. My initial bias was to the short side in gold earlier this morning, but that nice long, it's kind of changed my mind. We'll see what kind of pullback we get here. And we'll try and re-enter on the long side. Again, we're going to be looking at the opening range trade in crude oil. We'll look at the 1-minute opening range in just about 25 minutes. Until then, Mr. Hoagland. Oh, let's go over the rest of the economic calendar for the day real quick, and then we'll dive into some charts. Nothing else out until 9 o'clock this morning. We have factory orders coming out at 9 a.m. Central Time. Crude inventories, the EIA natural gas report or petroleum status report at 9:30 Central Time, and then Treasury buyback statement and a talking Fed later this afternoon should be a non-event. But tariff news will be the news for the day. Again, we're expecting those announcements to come out at about 3 o'clock Central Time. But me, personally, I'm expecting a few leaks throughout the day. So I'll be on my toes. I'll be watching the news all day, and I'll try and keep you guys as informed as possible. All right, Mr. Hoagland. You want to dive into some charts?
Sir.
It's been a couple days. You ready to do this?
Yeah, of course.
All right,
I
go.
would be remiss if I did not get my homework done early this morning. I was up at 4:30 this morning, grabbing some coffee, taking a look at the charts, thinking about what's been going on. I'm glad to see that the markets are still here after vacation. That's always a plus. So as always, starting with the weekly in the S&Ps, we had a few tough weeks there. Seems as though we're starting to kind of put in a little bit of a base here, a little bit of ranging here, perhaps beginning here in the S&Ps. I do see a measured move of continuation, potential down to 53.45. 53.45. You know, we've kind of settled into an area of slight balance here, or maybe the daily will kind of show this a little bit better. So, last week's high, last week's low, really the upper and lower extremes for the last two weeks, maybe 3 weeks of trading days. We've got the 10% off the all-time high in the March contract sitting down here at 56.11 even. Now, that was pretty close to last week's low. We looked below it and rejected that on Monday back into the area of balance, back to a potential kind of resistance area. I know everybody has been looking at this about 5,700 area for potential resistance. But again, we're still in a downtrend here in the weekly time frame, the daily time frame. We've got a pullback and a potential measured move down to, again, 53.45. The 10% off the March all-time high, that 56.11, is getting some attention as we speak and in the overnight session. So we'll take a look at that here in just a minute on the 30-minute chart. And then we've got that 15% off the all-time high in March, which is down at 52.9975 for all intents and purposes. Let's just call that 5,300. Look at what we've got going on here in the daily chart. We have the 200 session moving average. 59.2061. We have the 50 session moving average. 49.42. So we're about 20 points away from a potential death cross where the 50 session moving average rolls underneath the 200 session moving average. Dun, dun, dun. Nice ominous sound. Who knows what's going to happen? A lot of uncertainties, a lot of things out there, a lot of worries about tariffs. This too shall pass, but we're going to try and find ways to take advantage of that. Vince, did you have something you wanted to mention here on this 30 daily chart? I know you were probably looking at that death cross as well.
Yeah, I'm watching that, Hoag. Actually, in the Russell, we actually, if you look at the Russell, somebody asked me yesterday, like, "Oh, can you look at the Russell?" And I looked at it, and the Russell, it's already crossed over. Not yet in the other equities, though. So not in the Nasdaq, I don't think, S&Ps or the Dow yet. But I'm pretty sure in the Russell, it has crossed.
I'm hoping that the Russell is not the canary in the coal mine for the rest of them.
I don't think so. Does anybody trade the Russell, or?
I know Eddie's been watching it. I know a few people that have been watching it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Maybe that's the true leader of the pack.
The leader of the pack.
Yeah, it's the hush market.
Yeah. All right. Well, here's the 30-minute chart. We've got a lot of overnight inventory to the short side. Where do we open? We open right about here last night. We're trading down here. So that's a lot of overnight inventory to the short side. We're, again, testing that 10% off the all-time high, 56.11 area. We tested down to it. Let me remove this. Remove that. Tested down to it. Weren't able to go below it. Last week's low is in that area. There was also an afternoon pullback low from yesterday. So the market, opened the range, put in the high. Well, this is as far as the market was able to pull back yesterday. And then, in short time frame, you can make a trend out of any time frame. We know in the longer time frames, the trend is to the downside. But if you were just to look at this, we've got a higher high, we've got a higher low, we've got a higher low, we've got a higher high. Market seems to be in a short time frame trend to the upside. Is there's going to be a bear flag? Well, I would say there's pretty decent probability of that, but we're holding that 10% off the all-time high in March. We're not the only ones looking at this, gentlemen. Almost every trader and every time is well aware of those percentages off the all-time highs, particularly in the equities. The one thing I don't like about the buyers in this area is the exactness of the levels where they are responding to the marketplace. Yesterday's low was directly at the TPO point of control from Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, from Monday. That exactness indicates shorter time frame buyer. The exactness down here at 10% off the March all-time high could be telling us the exact same thing. So we may be getting short time frame traders looking for levels to buy this. I see some cautious buying here, probably shorter time frame. And when that shorter time frame traders don't get what they're looking for, they bail. We do have some overnight short inventory here, so a little bit of conflicting information there. Maybe cognitive dissonance in your trading today. We're in range. We're below value. Just try and stay patient today and look for the better trade locations as the day goes on. We really ignored this afternoon pullback low, which would be indicative of something other than shorter time frame traders coming down through that level. But holding that 10% off the all-time high in March, which 56.11 area, looks suspect to me. Vince, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I'm also saying overnight inventory is short, even though we're inside of range and value. Since we opened last night, they've just been selling and selling and selling, right? Now, we did have, in regards to volume and open interest, we had a decrease in volume, and we had a build in open interest yesterday.
Yes.
So let me go back here to the 30.
New long.
So we had a build in open interest.
Weaker hands longs because of the exactness of where they were buying.
Exactly. Yep. So we did add that open interest, and now it's peeling off. So it's kind of interesting. Did they buy it up yesterday, and then now they're just getting out, waiting to see what's going to happen today? I do like the excess down here at 56.14 to 5600. All right. If we have an inside day today, there might be long opportunities there. But if we can hold 5600, I do like a test down to 56.45, like you said, Hoag. 55.45. Sorry about that. I do like down there 55.45. There's an excess tail from back on March 31st. So, maybe we have a bigger range. But this overnight inventory has me kind of thinking, will we come up here and test element at 56.74.50? Will we unravel this and get back up there and then maybe, trade? We have overnight high at 56.95.75. So it's 4 ticks above yesterday's high, intraday high. Are we going to trade range to range today? We have a lot going on, but we have settlement at 56.74.50. We have the overnight high. I'd like to take that out, and then right up there around 5,700, maybe a failure gets short, or if we get down here to 55.45, maybe there's a long. Maybe that's going to be our range. That's kind of what my hypothesis is today. Is if we can't hold 5,600, let's look for a test down to 55.45. The upside, if we fail above 5,700, maybe there's a short, and then maybe just range in this area until we get whatever we're looking for today from this Liberation Wednesday. It's a tough call today, though. We don't know. This is uncharted territories with what's going on today.
Yeah,
so it's going to be an interesting trading day, to say the least. It might be a dud of a day too. Maybe.
I'm seeing what you're seeing here, Vince. The excess low yesterday in the profile, below, yes. Let's call it 56.15. Excess low, excess high above 56.85 to 5,700. We're in the middle of it. So I get, try and stay patient. Better trade locations may actually come as the day goes on. We opened below value from yesterday. Value low on this platform, I'm seeing at 56.35. Could take us back up to that area where Vince is looking to potentially look for longs against that excess high from yesterday, up around 56.80 to 5,700. Interesting day. Again, a lot of cognitive dissonance, a lot of things and information conflicting in anything that you're trying to put together. One of the most important things Vince just said is that everything is a hypothesis. The main hypothesis have a secondary and a third hypothesis if that hypothesis does not work out. Let's take a look at NASI now, huh? The NASDAQ. All right.
Everybody's favorite market.
This market is beaten down. Although on the weekly chart, doesn't look that bad, does it? Just looks like a little pullback, but 1, 2, 3, 4 straight weeks lower, an inside week, another week to the downside, and an overlapping to lower week so far. So the trend in the longer time frame in the Nasdaq continues to the downside. Here's the daily chart. So the S&Ps are dancing with the 10% off the March all-time high. Nasdaq down 15% off the all-time high. Whatever your definition of a bear market is, maybe you're starting to look at at Nasdaq particularly as a market that is in a bear market. Anytime you get around that 15% level, that's where that starts making me think, all right, we're in a bear market. We have the move to the downside, the bear flag, a continuation move. The first step to it would be down to weekly kickoff low here, 18,630. We've got the 20% off the all-time high down here at 18,137. So, we're just kind of seeing if we're going to see any kind of continuation below last week's low. We rejected below the 15% on Monday. Here, take a look at the 30-minute chart now. All right. So again, overnight inventory to the short side. The market opened right around here last night, and it is now trading lower. So that would indicate possibly some shorts in this market, or possibly some long liquidation from shorter time frame traders who are buying into this over the past couple of days. Settlement up at 19,604.5. We added 4,100 in open interest yesterday. We had that same afternoon pullback low, which was largely ignored. Not going to be ignored. 19,385 on the way down. Will it be resistant? Will it become support again on the way back up? Last week's low is in that area. We've got the previous day low. There's a lot of references in this area and just a lot of questions as far as the market is concerned. Because again, ACH, nobody knows what the heck is going to happen, especially in the current political situation. Vince, what are your thoughts on all of this?
Yeah, so it's very, very similar to the ES Hoag. We have excess down here at 19,260. This whole area, this 300 to 19,260. There's excess on the 30-minute here.
Yes.
Market came down. We got a springboard off, and we got a close, and then we rallied for the rest of the day. So I do like seeing how we trade in that area, right? If we could build structure down there, maybe there's a cheap entry for a long attempt. We do have the overnight inventory to the short side, and we have settlement way up here at 19,604. We have excess down here at the lows at 19,020s to 18,976-ish. So there's another excess low down here. So same thing like the ES. If we can hold here, maybe there's longs. If not, be patient. We do have a naked point of control on the volume profile sitting at 19,230.75. So that's unchecked. So I could see us potentially maybe checking that at some point today. And then if we get down here around this 19,000 level, maybe there's a long opportunity against this excess low. But this overnight inventory is short right now, Hoag. I think, I don't know. Settlement is right up here. I mean, we're talking 240 point move. I mean, yesterday we got the settlement play, right? So yesterday I was looking at this market. I think it was yesterday, and we got that settlement play. It might have been 2 days ago. So there's a big opportunity here. If this overnight inventory can unravel itself, that's a pretty nice size move. We're talking 250 points. So on the long side, though, we do have an overnight high that's outstanding, right? Markets tend to not like to leave overnight highs. JD doesn't like them, right, JD?
I can't stand overnight highs.
There you go.
Take them out.
Well,
Take them out.
JD's going to be buying the market all the way up to take out that high. So, we do have that outstanding up there. So very, very similar picture, I feel, to the S&Ps. If we take out this overnight high and we get a rejection, I might look for sure. We have a lot of excess up here, okay, on the 30. Okay, open range. I don't know if it was a high of the session, but you know, up around the 19,850 level. Like this whole selling candle is excess here. So I think if we poke the bear up here, they're going to come back to life. I could be totally
Yeah.
wrong, right? We could eat all these TPOs all the way up too. You know, we do have a settlement price. We do have a settlement price up here at 19,990.25. I don't think that's checked. We're back on March 27th. So, you know, it's going to be an interesting trading day. It's hard for me to call this day because of what we have going on with the Liberation Wednesday. So it's going to be a tough day. But ultimately, I do like excess here at 19, 280s, 290s, somewhere in that area. And then all the way down here at the 19,000 level.
271's that 50% off the all-time high. That puts you right in that excess area.
Does it?
Yeah.
What was that price code?
19,271. Puts you right in that lower excess.
Oh yeah, right there. Look at that.
Yep.
Right there. So
and that's where
that's going to be an interesting level today.
Yeah.
And then in regards to like volume and open interest in the Nasdaq, we have a decrease in volume yesterday, and we had a build in open interest of about 4,100. So, you know, new money came in yesterday, but on low volume, right? So it's kind of, what would you put the auction at that, Hoag? Like a B minus?
How
would you grade that?
I like the way you talk.
How would you put that, Hoag? Like grading it, the auction on that? So we have a decreasing volume with a build in open interest. Yeah. Decreasing volume, build in open interest.
A C. A bouncy C. Yeah.
Okay.
We lost volume, gained open interest. The fact that we had an overlapping to higher range and higher value on lower value in a downtrend indicates to me that's just softening buyers. Maybe getting too long to continue to rally, and another move down is likely. But try and predict what's going to happen after, with all of this Liberation Day. It could all, everybody could say, you know what, the heck with it. We're just not gonna have tariffs anymore. What happens then?
To the moon.
Right.
Look at this, Hoag. So over the last week, so you've been out, right? And you haven't been really watching the markets too much. But look at the Nasdaq here. Back on March 26th, we have increasing volume, build in open interest. We move lower. We have increasing volume, build in open interest. We move lower. We have increasing volume. We build in open interest. We move lower. Increase in volume, but build in open interest. Now we start to move a little bit higher, right?
Yes.
So there's a lot of shorts in this market. There could be fireworks, right? If these shorts unravel, I mean, who knows where we're going, right? Maybe up here to 20,000. But there is a lot of shorts in this market. Maybe they're hedging. Maybe they're hedging their stock portfolios, right? And they're selling futures into it to, try to hedge what's going to happen today. Who knows? Who knows what's going on? But there is money coming into the short side in this market.
I love it, Vince. I'm so glad that you keep track of that, because I have not kept track of that for the last week. And yeah, you see all that open interest coming in one direction on lower volume. You're running out of steam. Love the way you just put that. It's a real testament to doing your homework and keeping track of that information, because Vince, you know as well as I do, a lot of the time it's not going to mean much, but when it means something, it means something. Great job.
Yeah. What that's telling us is we have a ton of shorts in this market. Ton of shorts.
Love it. Let's run them out.
I learned from a wise man.
Squeeze them. All right. This is crude oil. Nothing's changed in the longest of time frames. We're still very, very range bound. And we're still really centrally located in that longer time frame area of balance. Let's look at the daily now. This market's a nightmare lately to me.
Yeah.
So we got weekly kickoff high here at 70.25, 70.75. We looked kind of to it, we're right on it right here before the open here. So what the market does in ranges, it goes from high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low. Are we going low to high now? I don't know. I don't know, but that is the tendency of range bound markets, and it is kind of closing in on itself, right? The balance is tightening, and this is a very long time frame balance, long term balance. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Let's see what we're looking at here for the open range trade. All right. Okay. Overnight inventory. Where do we open? We open here. We're trading here. Overnight inventory a little bit short, right? Up against an important, possibly important inflection level of the weekly kickoff high, which we broke right through. This is probably longer time frame. I don't have the information as far as open interest on this. Maybe Vince, you can help us with that. On Monday, Tuesday, range bound. Today, Wednesday, back to this important inflection level, which did show a degree of support prior to the open. We looked below it. We're back above it. Coming into the open. Taking the opening range trade, I think, is probably a good idea because we're opening with a gap and we're opening outside of range and value at an important inflection. So this could be a good one. No guarantees. Remember, this is a low probability opportunity, low probability trade. Good thing we got out of that trade gold because it ain't moving now. But we'll take a look and see here. Again, overnight inventory to the short side, important inflection level, support overnight, ran right through it, indicating longer time frame buyers. And whenever it runs through an important level like that, levels don't seem to matter when really market's really moving. And we're back to that level for potential support. Vince, we lost 7,200. 2,700 in open interest yesterday. A lot of high excess on that high yesterday. A lot of high excess on that high. Like to see this market open, fail to close the gap, give back the weekly kickoff high, and then look for lower levels. I don't know about you, Vince. What do you think?
Where's your weekly kickoff high, Hope?
70.75.
70.75. Okay, so we're hanging out right around it. Yeah. Yes. So on my chart here, Hope. So we have a similar outlook on this here. You have this pennant formation. We're going to open crude. Are we taking the open range? JD?
I'm watching it right now, so keep going. Okay. I will let you know when we're in a trade. I'm watching the 1 minute opening range bar, guys.
All right. So similar here on the daily, Hoag, we have this pennant formation. Okay, but we also, I have put this line in here from the September high, September 27th high in 23. Okay, we have a high up here of 88.55. Okay, then we have the high in January of 25. So this year's high up at 79.20. So I put another line in here, and we just broke out of this pennant formation. I have a lot going on my charts. I apologize. I don't want to lose it. Clear it. But we broke structure here, and we just tested the backside of this trend line. All right, so we tested the north side of this trend line. There is a very good chance that if we do not get back below and continue this consolidation, we can rally all the way up here and test this 77.50-ish level. Somewhere up here around 77. Okay, so there is a big potential here if we can maintain structure above this area of 70.50, 70.75, your weekly kickoff level. We might rally up here over the next, who knows, coming weeks. But if we can get back underneath this, I do like a still staying consolidation. With consolidation levels of 70 down to 66, right? So that would be the consolidation level. But right now on the daily, we are above this area, and might set us up for a potential bullish momentum.
Full rotation back to the high of the area.
Yep. So we're going to see. We'll have to see how that plays out. But going to the 30. So we did have a decreasing volume as well in crude.
Heads up, guys. We did trigger a long in crude oil. We're long one crude oil contract at 70.92 right here. Long one crude oil, 70.92. 20 ticks of heat we're taking on this trade right now. CYA 70.72.
70.72. All right. Nice.
JD? All right.
Nice cheap trick. All right. So going here to the 30. So we did have a decreasing volume in crude oil, and we did have a reduction in open interest of, like Hoag said, 2,700. So, decreasing volume, decrease in open interest, money's coming out of the market. It's just a slow drip, removing money from the market. Okay, so let's see. This is yesterday's profile here, and lots of X's at the high here. I'm liking that actually. It looks like we're getting ready to test settlement. So we're long crude. I like it. 71.15 would be a nice spot. If we can gain acceptance above that, I'd like to test this point of control at 71.31. And then maybe to get all the way up here to value high into this excess tail, JD. So maybe we have a trade up here to 71.70. That would be a beautiful trade for us today. If
yes,
we
it
can
would.
get that. Almost a buck move. So we're gonna have to see how that plays out. But
you're reading my mind, Vince. Get value area special situation play above, right down.
Oh, it's like the Matrix, right? With a direct wire in there. Plug it in, but yeah, that's what I'm looking at today. So I'm hoping this open range can hold. It's been a little bit choppy this past week, Hoag. So you've been out.
Yes, it has.
We did have a long in crude the other day. I think it was crude. Was it crude? Yeah. And then it chopped around. We got stuck down, and then we had a $2 rally. Oh man, that was terrible. JD, I know.
Yeah, that was Monday morning. Monday morning at Megaphone. Monday morning at Megaphone on us right after the open. Wouldn't have mattered where we placed our stop. We got in on the long side Monday morning. Wouldn't have mattered where we placed our stop. It would have taken us out anyway, even if we put it, extremely below the low of the opening range. It still would have come and tagged us. Tested.
I will say though,
tested the low of the opening range. He had 3 times before ripping to the upside.
Yeah, Coach J had a beautiful. I give him a shout out. He had a beautiful stop. We survived it by one tick at that time, by one tick, and then it went up into some profit. But then we ended up getting stopped out later on. But yeah, that was
and then it came back again, put in another new low after that before it ripped $2 higher.
Yeah.
So it was a tricky trade.
Yeah. So downside in crude, if you want to just flip back over to my charts real quick. So I like the long, hoping that we get the value area play today. That would be wonderful. But if we gain acceptance back below the 70.50 level, this downward trend line, okay, which we had on the daily, we do have an unchecked point of control at 69.39 and settlement at 69.36 from back on March 30th. So if we can get momentum to the downside, I could see us potentially targeting those areas. So that's my downside look on the market. We'll have to see. I'm hoping our long plays out though.
Good. Overnight VWAP at 70.96 right now. That seems
70.96.
A little point of contention.
Yeah, right there. So we're bumping heads with it.
Yep.
VWAP.
Well, why don't we?
I will say, I've never watched VWAP so much. The past 6 months, I've been really, really keeping an eye on that VWAP.
Yep. Well, should we run through gold real quick here?
We'll yes, let's take a look.
On here.
Let's go back to gold. Where are we at? So our exit still looks pretty good right now. We had a pullback. I was looking for a bit of a deeper pullback to get back in on this gold long. Haven't really gotten it. Tested that yesterday's volume point of control, 31.6240, 3 times on this 5-minute chart. Found rejection off that level 3 times so far. So we might get a move back to overnight VWAP. What do you think? 31.5460, which is right at the bottom of the opening range. Retest the low of the opening range, and then possibly some more continuation. What do you think, Hoag? What are your charts telling you? What are the tea leaves saying?
Well, this is the weekly. Obviously, obviously the rally continues. The daily chart also shows, hey, the rally is continuing. It seems to be stalling a little bit. We lost 6,700 in open interest on that pullback that we had yesterday. But it was still overlapping to higher as far as range is concerned. Here's the 30-minute chart. So value was actually overlapping to higher as well. So, but this is a double distribution trend day, JD and Vince. And, if we can't hold the opening range or VWAP here, I think it's going to probably kind of
Prepare.
take out some of these single TPOs in the double distribution trend day and check a volume point of control from the lower distribution. Now, on my TPO chart, I've got the volume point of control, which is only until 12:30. It's 7:20 to 7:30. 7:20 to 12:30. The volume point of control is down at 3140. 3140. So a little bit of a difference in the platform and the way they're collecting the information there. So if we cannot hold that opening range, then I think we fall into to repair. We take out all of these single TPOs right here, like Pac-Man, and we come back down to this level. Overnight inventory has been kind of nil, but we're going to hold up here. I still like the long because we're rejecting the low volume area here so far. Anything can happen. Any other thoughts in gold? Let me know.
We're megaphoning on the 5-minute chart right now. Let me widen this out just a bit.
Gold, I might try it long.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it a couple more minutes. Yeah, I may try to take a long on a pullback here. We do have a unchecked volume point control Hoag up at 3164.30. So we're going to have to keep our eye on that. And I think once we get up to that 72 to 75 level, we're going to bump into sellers. But I do like a potential long, just not yet, but maybe around 59.5. And then I'm looking to target probably this overnight high. Or just
4,000.
I mean, it's a cheap trade. I'm looking at if I do take it, it's probably going to be only like.
Did you say 4,000, Hoag?
Yes.
Yeah. How about 10? Oh man, I wish I held my gold from 280 an ounce.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So we got a little 5-minute megaphone pattern forming here in gold. Maybe if we got to move to the lower extreme of this pattern. We got a case for a cheap long there.
I'm Hoagard saying, add to winners. Add to winners.
Add to winners. Add to winners.
Oh yeah. But the thing I don't like with that is, you bring your average up, and I don't know. Maybe in a nice trending market it works great, right? What do you think about like adding to winners in a range bound market?
But how do you know it's a trending market? How do you know it's a trend day?
I guess you really don't.
You don't know until it's over, right?
Right.
I mean, you can take a good guesstimate about it, but
the Yogi Berra ain't over till it's over.
But so far, opening range low will likely be initial balance low, holding as the low of the day so far, regular trading hours in gold. We're right on top of our initial exit price, so we can still get back in. No harm, no foul type of scenario here. Keep our CA.
This crude open range has been a dud the past week. Look at this thing.
Almost like we need to see what it looks like at the overnight high. Fails to hold the overnight high, then not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see the megaphone. I got a drone on my chart too here.
I believe I'm saying short, talking about gold.
Jonathan Pape in the chat got his sound issue fixed. We're so happy for you, Jonathan. Way to go.
It's good to see everybody again. It's good to be back, man. It's good to get away, but it's so good to be back. I missed everybody. Everybody in chat, everybody here, everybody on screen, everybody. Nothing but love for y'all. It's good to be back.
Yeah, it's so nice to step away from this and just clear your head and not even think about it for 10 days or so. I did the same exact thing. I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
I left and I didn't think about it for quite a few days. It felt great.
You find it hard to do though?
It's extremely hard
I
to
find
do.
it easier as I get older.
I literally
you
have
feel
to
like
go
you're,
off the grid. My wife and I
yeah.
have a place in western Minnesota that we go to. It's deep down in the river valley, so there's we never had internet access hardwired in. We opted out of it, and it's so deep down that we don't get cell phone reception either. So like, you walk in the house, I throw my phone in the drawer, and that's it until we go into town. But we usually stock up on supplies for a few days, so like, I'm off the grid for 4 days before we go into town, and I love it. I can't even look at my
Nice.
phone. It's perfect.
Nice. Beautiful.
We should all do that. I think we should have to do that. Where like we don't have our cell phones for like 7 days straight. Just like
It's therapeutic.
Yeah, for sure.
like it's attached to my hand after.
Yeah.
Like it's like the alien. It like wraps its fingers around your face.
You know what? I'm going to work along here. I usually, I'll work along. I'm going to get along at 31.59.40. And I'm only going to risk like, I don't know, 11, 12 ticks or something. Very cheap trade. I don't know what's
Bottom of
happen
that, near the bottom of that megaphone there, right?
I mean, the megaphone bottom is a little lower than that, Hoag, I think. I think it's more, it might be where my stop is. Maybe I should put my long where my stop is, but we're going to give it a shot here. And let's see what happens.
It's $2 away. Low of the megaphone's right around 31.58 on my 5 minute. I'm looking at a 5 minute. Yeah.
Megaphone patterns are so ripe for getting a better trade location where you're stopping.
Definitely hear you there.
Would you agree?
Thinking about it. All right, so we're filled, and we're going to immediately.
Where are you in, Vince?
I'm probably going to get stopped real quick on this, but we'll see. I'm in at 31.59.40. I'm long one. Okay. And I want to put my stop just below this here. So we're going to risk $150. Just below the megaphone. And let's see, it's probably going to be short-lived trade, but we'll give it a shot. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. I'm seeing the lower extreme of this megaphone
pattern right at for everybody.
Yeah.
There you go.
31.58 I'm seeing as a low. Vince, we're going to use your stop for an entry. Sorry, bud.
Go ahead. Nah, it's all good.
It's all good. Harsh.
So we are right on the lower extreme.
Hey, maybe we'll use it as a learning experience, right?
This crude oil trade really dragging on. We are still sitting right on top of our entry price. We're long one crude oil, 70.92. 70.92 was the last trade in crude oil.
The crude oil trade is going, oh, you're nice and happy and relaxed coming back from vacation. Hold my beer.
There we go. I'm out. All right, so a little nick.
Little nick.
What do you think, Hoag? Do we tackle a gold long here?
It's low of value.
We're busting below
the day, but it's very range bound. Couldn't even get to the overnight high.
Yeah, too late.
And we're megaphoning, so that's probably the entry right there, honestly. So
that was it. It popped. It kissed that lower extreme and popped right off of it. There it goes.
Yep.
Day ain't over.
Dolby says buy him. I don't disagree.
Yeah, there we go. There's my entry.
Oh, we talked about this. Dolby, Deanna, and I talked about this for a good hour yesterday. Just pulling the trigger. The more scared you are to get into a trade, the better the trade probably is. And yeah, we just missed a good one.
Yeah.
Hesitation.
Yeah. Should have gotten in my stop.
Take a trade unless it makes me
nervous. Get in?
Yeah.
Why didn't you take it? Should have taken
it. Took us out of that one. There's really no reason not to take that trade, right?
Where we at in crude right now?
Scratching
And
through
I need
so
to bounce
far.
right off that trend line too. I should have go back to my chart for a second. So I drew this line in. I mean, it went right to the bottom of the megaphone, right to the trend line, and then I should have just worked in order there. Really, that's what I should have done. It's all good. We learn. A little more patient. Yep.
All right, guys.
There.
We got about 1 minute left. Anything else you want to talk about before we get our fast market compatriots in here, getting ready for the equity open?
Well, sure, as always. I always like to remind people to take a deep breath and keep breathing throughout the day. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading, and always pray for peace.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Hoag.
Ditto that, Hoag. Ditto that. Yes, world peace is what we really need. Seriously, we need some world peace here. But we did keep an eye on that level here in the ES. We got down to 56.12 into that excess low. And, we had a little bit of a bounce. So let's see if we can hold that area. That might be interesting on this open here. So let's see what we do.
Thank you, Vince. 3 times over on world peace. All right. Keep an eye out on the news today. Headline risk is on. We got those tariff announcements coming out, scheduled for about 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time. I'm anticipating a couple leaks throughout the day, though. That's just me, my personal opinion. But make sure you are staying aware of those headlines as they come out today, folks. All right, we're going to roll into fast markets in just a minute. We're going to take a short break. We got Coach Jay and Coach Hoop coming in. Coach Jay, big shout out to the man. Held down the fort for us while everybody was on vacation last week. Did a great job. He's coming back to reclaim his spot in fast markets. And Coach Hoop, we had some Coach Hoop on for some time yesterday. Also, we were talking hogs, we were talking cattle, we were talking everything. Head coach of the Pit Raiders on the Topstep VIP experience. He's going to be here. Coming off a little loss in the markets yesterday. Nothing too heavy, but we'll see if we can rate the ship for Coach Hoop. All right, folks, that's it for the opening call. Thanks for joining us. Housecount is currently long one crude oil contract at 70.92. We've got a realized P&L of $525 right now off of a gold long on the opening range. So decent trade to start the day and long a crude going into fast markets. We'll keep you apprised of that position as it goes forward. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break and bring that fast markets crew in here. We'll be back in just a few minutes. TopstepTV, let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
What up, TopstepTV? Alex Ferrer here. Just took home the Crystal Globe. It's a little better than gold. Let's go, baby. Ciao.
I'll drop it next.
Team USA, Alex Ferreira. Presenting the globe to Alex Ferreira.
In front of you is the daily bar charts for the ES. When you look from left to right for multiple days, what is important in there is that there's no indication of what I call adults in the room. When I use that statement, that means that I don't see any indication of any dominance by large institutional traders or those investment managers that hold for extended periods of time.
Click like, click subscribe. This is TopstepTV.
bugle.
Hit the bugle.
Bugle. Yes. Everyone in the gate, get your Liberation Day in the gate. Welcome everybody to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets, the man in the middle, keys to the house account, Jack in the house. To the right of him on the screen, coach of the Pit Raiders, VIP, Coach Hoop in the house. Saw Hoag in the opening call as well. Jay will be joining us shortly. We got about 20 seconds coming into the open. Hoop, thoughts on the day?
Well, just when I got trained out of being a perma bear, now I got to be putting my hat back on again, right?
Bears. Okay, we got 10 seconds here. Jack, thoughts coming into the open?
Well, we're tickling the lows of the session.
You're open.
There's that old bell. Pushing to the lows in the ES right now. Tariff day. I think the press conference is later this afternoon in the Rose Garden. That's going to be lit. Besides that, bond yields have been falling. We're almost out of that purple range that I discussed the other day. I'll see if I can pull that up in a little bit. But for now, let's enjoy the cash open.
Excellent. Yes. In the Rose Garden. Did not know. It's going to be ceremonial. I like it.
A little information for you, Andre. The low in the S&P is the overnight low, and so far the low of the session so far is 56.11 quarter. 56.11 is 10% off the March all-time high. Right on it.
Okay, good to know. 10%.
We're not the only ones watching it.
Good to have
56 even yesterday, still a target too. We didn't stay there long yesterday.
We did not. What did MP get ticked out at yesterday?
161.
161.
I'm gonna get the tattoo on my neck. That was
brutal.
Incredible work. And he must have, I'm going to have to be a truther and ask him exactly what his stop was, because I didn't even see that price trading. Now, it is possible it came within a quarter point of that it somehow tripped his stop, and that he got, I don't know. But either way, it was perfection.
That was something else. MP might be joining us here in a little bit. Anyways, let's get into the markets right now. See a little bit of selling off the bell here in the NASDAQ. Again, overnight lows, 19,316. I see a little bit of pop here in the ES. About 8 points off the recent lows. Just put in 56.18. Hoag, we're about 2 minutes into the open. What do you think about this opening range, my man?
The opening range traded below in first in the S&Ps, now is above. It traded right back down to that 56.11 area, that same spot. And opening range in the NASDAQ traded below is now traded above. Opening range trades would have not been very successful, but I do like the idea of limiting risk down against that 56.11 area in the S&Ps. We don't have any kind of similar level of that magnitude in the NASDAQ, because we've got the 15% off the all-time high down at 19,271. Just kind of looking at that excess from yesterday's lows, as Vince was talking about in the opening call, in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps as potential areas for trying longs. And so far, the longs would be paying.
Crude looking good.
Crude is cooking.
Yes, we are still long crude at 70.92, and finally we're getting a little price action to the upside on that. So that's good.
71.07 last trade there. Gold looking to push higher as well. 31.73. Hoag, while you were out, we made new all-time highs in the gold. I believe it was 31.77 new all-time highs yesterday. That's right. So, let's see if we can make a run for that as well. Like Jack was talking about in Hoop as well. Bonds are cooking. Jack, you talked about the bond yields. Yields going down.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull a little something up
Okay.
for the ladies and the
What?
fellas.
Nice
What?
save.
I said both.
Nice save.
Wrong,
Nice save.
Andre. Exactly. Here, let me switch my
Big
chart.
save. Little pop here in the equities. Go ahead, Jack.
All right, let's go out to the day. Well, on the short term, these are 10-year yields. You can see that we're kind of testing the bottom of this purple box. What is this purple box, you ask? Well, if we go out to the way long term, you can see this is a very important level here. Bouncing off of it back in December of 24, again in March, early March, and then pushing again here. This ends at about 4.1% yield.
Okay. These are some concerns about growth. So, not great for that, but kind of positive for inflation, so I'll take it.
Okay. Seen it pop in. Wow. A lot of green candles on my screen. Gold pushing higher here. New highs there, 31.67. Crude pushing higher as well. Dow, NASDAQ, and the ES all pushing higher. A 100-point pop in the NQ. Last trade, 19,411. We've been seeing 19,400 a lot lately in the NASDAQ. Not on the tilt just yet. Oh, 56.11 in the ES. 10% off all-time highs. Now trading 56.32.
I am wearing the rally sweater, so there's that too.
Like riding a bike for you, Hoag, huh? Away from the market for what, 5 days? And look at you, just getting right back in the swing of things.
The good old Russell looks like it shot out of a cannon this morning.
Really? Yeah. Well, I like the rates.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
We're about 10 points away from 5,600 in the SPX. Something to keep an eye on. We had a real, look at my chart after I was off, those option levels were really kind of important. You see where we topped out twice here. This would be the 56.50 level, kind of tested above and got rejected. Did it again in the overnight. Something I'll be keeping an eye on.
Excellent, excellent. Okay. Man, a leg higher here on the 5 minutes. 19,000. Overnight VWAP in the NASDAQ, 19,475. Overnight VWAP in ES, 56.42. About 9 points to go there. And in the NASDAQ, about 40 points. 30 points now, cooking to the upside. Buyers in the house. Gold, ES, NASDAQ, all seeing, wow, we are really going right to overnight VWAP in the NASDAQ. 140 points higher in the last 6 minutes.
Just overnight.
You guys can't hear the rain, right?
I can see it out my window.
No, me too. Can't hear it though.
Gold.
Good. Well, it's loud as hell
we
here.
took out the overnight high in gold.
Yeah,
here comes.
$7 to go. $7
All-time
to go.
high, the overnight session. We're gonna go get it.
Double check.
That
Is it
market
31?
is so resilient. It's crazy.
It really
Yes,
is,
it
man.
is.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
The play with gold lately, hit all-time highs, and then we see a retrace, a sell-off, if you will, a pretty healthy one as well. Something we keep an eye on. If we get back up to 31.77, we'll see. But we've seen that a lot. We make new all-time highs, and the sellers do step in and push it lower. But anyways, keep an eye on the NASDAQ as well. Right up to overnight VWAP in the NASDAQ, 19,477, up about 170 points in the last 7 minutes. ES cooking as well, up 35 points in the last 6 minutes. 56.42 last trade there. Oil pushing higher. Yes, we are moving this morning.
Nothing moving quite like Newsmax stock, man.
How about it? How about it? Tuckman was goofing on it, man. Tuckman. That was the all-time trade, man.
Well, it was up like 175% yesterday, down 40% right now today.
Good old IPO.
Yeah, casino's open, baby.
Yes, it is. All right, 19,500 last trade NASDAQ, up about 190 points in the last 6-7 minutes here. Bottomed out at 19,316. Now trading 19,500. ES finding some buyers as well.
Holy moly.
We
cruised right through 5,600.
NQ just took off.
Yeah, it did, with some volume behind it, Hoop.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it is tariff day. Like Jack said, press conference scheduled for 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. You expect to see a lot of negotiating, posturing throughout the day. Keep an eye on those headlines. Yay, possibly. It looked like Ford from Ontario kind of opened the door to that.
Mm-hmm.
We got 71% long ES right now. Average price, 56.34. 11 points in the money there.
Everybody noticed that the dome, the S&P and the NASDAQ is still very thin. Like,
I was waiting for you to notice that, Hoag. Yeah. There's no, unless it's an algo, there's nothing over 100 lot. It's all 30s, 40s.
It's kind of unsettling. It's like the adults aren't here.
Yeah. Expect the unexpected, Hoag. At 79%
When they show
long.
up, Hoag, they're in the sell side.
50
minus a 5,000 lot tape bomb you missed, or order you got filled.
Oh, really? 5,000 lot, huh?
Is that
Yeah,
they wipe out the bid on that one, or they lift the offers, Hoop? It was a 35.
I think it lifted. I think you have to ask Jack.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 1 second chart right now.
Oh, right here we see that tape bomb?
No, this is a while ago.
Oh, yeah. Listen to this one.
Around 8:37 this morning, we had 1,700 ES contracts trade in 1 second. That's the biggest one I'm seeing so far.
What prices?
Took it from 56.42 up to 56, just like 4 points there. But that's right around that level I was talking about. If we look at our charts, that was right at the 5,600 spot SPX. So my guess is that's rapid hedging of options, sort of cascading.
Mm-hmm.
2005-08. NASDAQ looks like it's got some more gas in the goose here.
Yeah.
YM pushing higher. Crude pushing higher. And house is long. Crude 70.92.
Gas in the goose.
It's our British friend Alfie. That was his saying. I've kind of taken it and ran with it. Shout out to Alfie. If you're watching, Alfie.
It'll be a new industry term.
Gas in the goose. All right, let's get some of the formalities out of the way here. Upper left-hand corner of the screen. Hashtag fast markets. Hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. Let's see some cool trader station setups, as I always ask. Swag, memes. Trader wins. I love seeing all that green on the calendar. Again, hashtag fast markets. Hashtag power hour at TopstepTV on the X. Also, like to see, where is everyone trading from across the globe right now? Let's see that in the chat. Shout out to everyone watching. It is Tariff Day. Keep our eye out on the headlines. Shout out to Estonia as always. Going also
the green candles.
Yep. Pin Dublin. Love it. Pin to the top of the chat. Got Top Step daily levels. You have those open.
Been there, Andre?
What's that?
I've been in Ireland.
I have not been to Ireland. One of these summers, Hoop. One of these summers, I'll get out and try to play some golf. You?
I got to kiss the Blarney Stone.
Yes, absolutely.
Nice.
Go see.
You're saying Dublin. My wife lived in Dublin for 7 years.
Wow. I learned
I've
something
been
new
to
about
Dublin
you.
many
That's
times.
cool.
Very
Very
cool.
Yeah.
Uruguay, Tahoe. Wow. Very cool. Slovakia.
Oh, I thought you said Tau. Like somebody's in Tau right now.
Tahoe, Jack. Now everything
Limelight.
revolves around Tahoe.
Oh, okay.
Everything revolves around Tahoe. Hellhole, Brussels. Oh. I was looking at flights to Brussels.
Been to the
actually.
Southside Irish Parade. Is that like going to Ireland?
Just like it. What's
Very
up,
similar.
Mohammed? Argentina. Algeria in the house. Milano. Very cool. Paulo. Look at that. We are global. Awesome stuff. Hang with us all day long. Bell to bell. What do we have in store?
You guys have a take profit in crude?
No.
Let it go. I like it.
These comments.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scranton.
I was telling everybody during the opening call that I reread Tom Hoagard's Best Loser Wins, so I'm filled with his thoughts and ideas, like add to winners, don't have profit targets.
He's different, man.
Yeah, he is.
I like his stuff, but it'll definitely
the way
make
he
you think.
thinks.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Yep.
It's different.
A little bit of sound coming in here.
I
Is
remember
that
the
just
first time I
overnight
read it, I
short
thought every
term?
trade was going to be a home run, so I got to be careful.
New
Yeah.
Lenox, Illinois. What's up, New Lenox?
New Lennox.
Lennox.
Not too far, right?
That was
Seinka just passed the combine. Very nice.
Awesome. Liverpool.
Well, we're kind of dancing right around that level right now.
yeah.
Yes, at
Yes,
least.
we are. What's up, Liverpool? You'll never walk alone, Liverpool.
We have a long bias. That's a cheap long.
Nothing on the tilt. What do we have on the calendar? Obviously, we have tariff talk all throughout the day. I'll keep an eye on that. But coming up top of the hour, factory orders. Month over month, we got durable goods revision. Crude oil inventories, 9:30 Central. And then 2 p.m. Central, Trump reciprocal tariff announcement. See what happens as we close in on that. Should be a wild power hour. Yeah, number at top of the hour.
There'll be a lot of
Gold-
posturing then, for sure.
Gold struggling against the overnight high now.
Yes, it is. $6 pullback off that. 31.64 last trade there. Oh, still more buying coming in here in the NASDAQ. 19,530.
Big boys.
So-
As a reminder, Coach Jay is on an important call, so we're told. He will
yeah.
be here shortly.
Jay in the house. Head coach of the
Torpedo
Lunatics.
bat conversations.
Love that torpedo bat. Love that thing,
Right?
man. Yeah.
It's like putting tape on the end of your wiffle ball bat when you're a kid.
Man, old school.
Right?
Uh-huh.
All right.
And we're
Looking
cooking.
good right
Back
now.
inside the initial balance now.
Yep.
Trying to find a spot in. Well, I'll tell you one thing: if the tariff news gets kicked can down the road, man, the hogs will take off.
Love that.
They're really scared. They're scared because of Mexico and Canada. We export so much pork to them. So
Arnitas.
yes, very much so.
Iran has stated that they are ready for indirect nuclear talks with the U.S.
Okay.
The indirect talks are always funny to me.
Not directly,
Yeah.
indirectly.
Yeah, let's play telephone through
Yeah, that
third country.
that always works.
Exactly.
Still pushing higher. Whose chart is that, Jack? Look at this pop. Is that the ES or NASDAQ? You
Holy
got out there?
green
Either way.
bars.
Look at
This is
that.
the ES 5-minute candles.
There he is.
Just cooking here. NASDAQ but closing on overnight highs right now. We bottomed out at 19,316. We are up 240 points from there. 19,560 overnight high, 19,592. We are cooking right towards what was
Gold
overnight?
gave up that. Gold gave up that overnight high. It gave up the IB high and tanked.
Look at that. Hoag.
I saw that. Holy cow.
Hey, what do you think of this crude position with this information about Iran?
Should be bullish, right? No, bearish, right? Who knows about crude?
I'd like crude looks pretty good from my side right here. I mean, I don't know if you get a lot of movement up until the number, Hoag. I think you make that decision before the number, but
Number top of the hour. 75% long ES
No.
right now. Last trade 56.55.
Lenny.
Go ahead, Hoop.
no Lenny, as Hoag would say.
No, that's right.
No
Traders
Lenny.
struggle. Yeah, no Lenny.
74% long ES. I'm sorry, NASDAQ. 74% long NASDAQ. That just paired back to 66%. Look at that. Trade
Big Tom
56.
Hoagland says no Lennying 100 times in his book
Hmm.
in so many words, not in different words. But
Jesse. It's crude, man. Right when you look at crude. Oh, there you go.
Right when you
crude.
say that, Hoag, you jinxed it.
yeah,
Pull back. Yeah. Are you seeing something on the profile?
well, the CFDs on WTI they pulled back pretty hard after that came out.
Got you.
Bearish,
I
yes.
think the trade is still legit, but I'm
Yeah.
a little concerned now.
$70.90 in the crude. About a 30-cent drop. Probably coinciding with that headline. Gold selling off here as well, like Hoag was talking, down about $15 after we tapped 31.70. Last trade 31.56.
Only numbers today at 9 o'clock. We got U.S. factory orders, 9:30 crude oil inventories. Should we still be in oil?
EDP came out better than expected. 120,000 expected, actual 155,000. And it is non-farm week. Feels like
It sure
It's a
is.
seasonally bullish time of year for crude too.
Why is that, Hoop? Driving season?
Just as you get into spring, they start to. I mean, that if you remember, Hoag, you remember some of that seasonal more research that this typically the next 3 weeks here is typically more of a long term, not necessarily day trading, but this is seasonally a time where you'll see crude rally.
Yeah. They also were about that time where they kind of have to reformulate gasoline for summer driving.
Yep.
Never knew about that. You said you brought that to my attention. Gold is not done selling off here, and yes, Nasdaq not done getting bought up here. Nasdaq looking to have those overnight highs.
What do you guys think of that? I mean, with the buoyancy that the equities are showing right now, the only thing that came out before the open was the ADP employment change, and it came out pretty strong. They were looking for 120,000. After a $77,000 release, came out 155,000. You hear a lot of people talking about stagflation, which is kind of inflation with stagnating employment. I think that's probably a good sign, but of course, lots more information on that coming out this week with non-farm payrolls and the unemployment rate on Friday. We'll have to wait and see on that. Here goes gold.
Yeah,
just below the balance opening range. That I think is probably directly related to this Iran news.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one thing, that market, when it turns, there's not very much consolidation. It just goes.
It's a train. When it goes, it goes.
It is. Yeah.
It's amazing.
Especially downside.
All right, NASDAQ going to give a run for these overnight. Look at those green candles. 19,574, about 18 points from the highs there.
We have our first Mag 7 stock in the green. It is
Apple.
You want to guess?
I'm guessing Apple.
It's Meta, of all things.
Hey, okay.
Apple, Amazon, Google about scratch, as is Microsoft. Nvidia down slightly. Tesla down 2.3%. They had weak delivery orders come in.
Mm-hmm.
But all in all, not the worst pounding that they have taken on a couple of these days.
Ain't that the truth?
That is Tesla.
Hoag said ladder's thin right now. ES and NASDAQ, very thin.
Yeah, it's like the blood never came back in after rollover.
Yeah.
Anything upside? Oh, we're going to make another run here. Wow. Yeah. 8 minutes till the number. Top of the hour.
Won't let me in.
What are you trying to do, Hoop?
I was trying to get a pullback. These things just up and to the, up and to the right.
Yeah.
I know what that looks like.
10 points. 20 points.
Hard to do, isn't it? It's hard to pay higher. Hoover talks a lot about that. It's like against human nature to buy higher. But if you're gonna succeed,
Hoag, you'd be proud of me. I watched some Jim Dalton when I shared it in Discord class a little bit.
Cool.
It's the way he talks about the market is kind of mesmerizing, and it's not super technical.
No.
But he's just the way he looks at, he talked about the floor and how, when volume would increase in the floor of the sound, everything would pick up. And then when floor would start to quiet out, the market's settling out. It's just amazing how that looks like 30 years later, that you see that now, even in the movement of price. It just looks different,
Yeah. I mean, it's something you had to kind of unlearn and relearn when you moved from floor to screen was, how am I going to recognize when the volume dies, when it slows down, when the noise quiets?
Couldn't quite get up there in the NASDAQ. Got close to the overnight highs. Saw some selling come in around 578 half. Back down to 19,000 540.
Still holding this long and crude. We had to talk to my opening range partner, JD, and see if we hold this through the EIA numbers or pitch it.
Okay.
So we're Lennying by committee, I see.
Yes.
Gold nod.
Nobody can Lenny better than a 2. If one can Lenny, 2 can bet Lenny better.
Oh, that's great.
Well, before we get this done, we got 5 minutes on. Oh man, we got some selling coming. Gold not done getting sold here. We were down about $17 after hitting those highs that Hoag was talking about. S&P's selling off. We are moving right now. Again, we got the number at top of the hour. Look at that. Here's your pullback.
So then it gets pushed around. I know.
Is it a
wow? There, that's a 12-handle pullback.
All right, well, let's talk about the tip of the week before this number comes in and get some clarity on these factory orders. Tip of the week, Hoag. It's get that master risk management. Yes. Especially important on a day like today and all week. Use stop loss on every trade. There's 1 to 2% of account max. Your daily loss limit. Plan risk before entering trades. Hoag, pretty damn good tip for a week like this and a day like this, especially.
It's the only thing we can control.
Like that.
It's the only thing we can control is the risk. When we put on a trade, we have no idea the outcome. The only thing we can decide, the only thing we can control is the risk. And, risk management is, to me, more about, the market failing at technical levels than any financial decision. Like, I only want to lose $100 on this trade. Wrong place for risk management. Where does the trade prove wrong? That's where your risk management is. And when you do it that way, like, today in gold, we took that trade. The risk was manageable. We took it off at 2 to 1 reward over risk, which turned out to be maybe a good thing at this point. But, Vince took a trade and he was looking at, at a level in an area that was a megaphone, right? So we said, well, megaphones have a tendency to have better trade location where you would put your stop. Mm-hmm. And that's pretty much just the way it played out too. So when you think about where you want to put your stop, think about using areas related to where your trade is invalid for your trade location. You'll get better trade location. You'll reduce your risk, and you'll create possibly better trade opportunities for yourself. The only thing we can control is risk.
Hell yeah, Hoag. Bringing the heat, man. It's like riding a bike for you.
It's good to get some rest, get away for a little while, come back, things look cleaner, nicer,
Yeah, you look good, refreshed. Came back on the perfect day. Came back on the perfect day, Hoag.
Yeah.
Tariff day.
Yeah. That's not how I vacation.
Liberation Day.
Liberation Day. All right. Maybe it was a little bit of a pullback here in the Nas. Again, number in about 2 minutes. Factory orders and some durable goods revisions. Look at these headlines from Iran.
Gold has traded both sides of the initial balance. The tendency will now be for rotational trade. Range. Consolidation.
Some Mohammed in the chat.
Mo.
50.
Mo, got to turn the smoker on.
Go. $4 pop in gold. We bottomed out 53s, 31.53. Oh, now trading 31.59. Is this
back to the center of the range?
Range. Yes, Dolby. What's up, Dolby? Range. Look at the ladder. Not seeing much on the ladder. This is going to be a wild day. Who we got?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, I know you.
How we doing?
Hey.
How we doing? What's going on?
Man.
Sorry that call took so
They're
long.
talking torpedo tariffs?
We were trying to figure out exactly what Liberation Day was by the end of it, we didn't know, but the markets are going up. So happy to join you guys.
We're all gonna find out together.
Yep.
All right, Jay, we got about 45 seconds until the number here. Factory orders. What are your thoughts coming into the? Obviously, saw a hell of a rally in the last 30 minutes or so. We're up around these 19,545 in the Nasdaq. Quick thoughts before this number hits, Jay.
Quick thoughts on the 30-minute chart. We have the 200 moving average on a bunch of these equity markets. 5702 in the S&Ps. Actually, it's a little bit closer. I changed these two. So actually, right here, 19,585 in the Nasdaq. In the S&P, that level is 5664. Just watching the reaction there. There might be a decent short here in these markets. Doesn't happen without volume to the downside. I preempted this trade a little bit yesterday. So I'm not going to rush it, but in this general area, we might see some rejection on this higher time frame.
Number is out. Factory orders in line. 0.5 expected, actual 0.6. Durable goods revisions in line as well. Nothing really there. Headline: U.S. issues new Russia-related sanctions. This has come from the Treasury Department website. Some headlines coming at us. Popping crude. We're still in this crude trade.
Look at it cook. See, Hoag?
Hopefully.
Nice trade there in crude.
$71.27 a barrel. I believe
We are still in the crude trade. House is still long crude.
Good stuff, JD.
JD pipe in.
Just hear the discussions behind the scenes with the stops. Let's cook this.
Could also just continue this rally up to settlement in both markets. We got about 40 points before settlement. Yeah, that's what we're looking at right now.
Where's your settlement, Jay?
Yes. 19,604 half in the Nasdaq, 74 half in the S&Ps.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So here's that 200 moving average right now. We're testing it. What a move to start the morning.
Look at that.
We were down almost,
Nasdaq.
again, 1.5% down, and we bounced right on the open. So don't want to try to fade this.
Look at this thing go. What a rally.
Should have bought.
New highs, 19,599. See if we go test those 600s. Yes, 56.65. 200 EMA here, or 200-day moving average. Damn, look at this thing.
200 moving average on the 30-minute chart right at 585 right here. And in the S&Ps, we're testing it right now as well.
73% long ES, 71% long NASDAQ right now. 71% long crude. Look at this green thing go. Look at that. New highs. NASDAQ.
It's just cooking right now.
Yeah, it is. 19,606.
The other option is just looking at some micros and maybe taking the next pullback up to 19,700 in the NASDAQ.
700s, okay. Yep. Last trade, 609. S&Ps, nice strong green candle there. 5 points from high of day. Ooh, 1,000 lot upside. ES. What is that? 72s. 56.72. 1,000 offered. We go see if it's real.
Yeah.
Games.
Like
I know.
800 of it's real. 200 were spreads joining.
800.
Eat it up. Caveman it.
Getting close.
I think that's a speculator.
Yeah.
Great question.
Oh, they haven't stayed. A lot of them haven't stayed.
Pull in the last second. So get to fill somewhere else.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
New highs.
Like a rollover, we're just steamroll it. Now it's 1,000.
19,620. New high NASDAQ.
All right, I have a buy order in at 564 in the NASDAQ right now, 3 micros. 564. I might have to move this up. Yeah, just gonna
NASDAQ or
we get a pullback in the NASDAQ. 19,564. Looking for a pullback here.
Why that price, Jay?
So the last 3-minute candle, which was that news candle, right? We just had factory orders come out. The high of that candle is 19,613. The low is 19,513. 50% is 63. So if we get a
Man.
pullback into that candle,
Man.
looking for an entry there, stop would be on the other side.
Right.
See if we actually give us a pullback here, though.
Yeah, that's the. I had my chance.
Tilt 71% long ES. Train 56.68. Let's keep an eye on that 800 lot up at 56.72. And a recent high 56.73. Anything up above that?
Anything or NQ on the ladder? Don't see anything.
You see
Nope.
anything?
Nope. Nothing there.
Pre-market. Thank you, Tyler. Get it. Until
800 lots just waiting.
still there.
Yep. Still there.
Do we caveman it? Buy into it?
Yeah, let's see how the first one plays out. And the second one pops back in,
Yeah.
right? And maybe we can get a feel for what that size is trying to get filled.
They have been running away from them.
They have been. That's
like that.
Yeah, just like that. We still up there? I'll keep an eye. 6,000 lot now.
Yeah, they're still there.
Still up there.
56.66.
And sit there.
And tilt went back, paired off. Anytime tilt's gotten over 70%, we have seen that probably come back into the 60s, if not the 50s. See if they can give another shot here to the upside. The old college try, as MP likes to say.
All right, I put on 1 micro just in case this does just hold up here. So 1 micro 604, and then I'll add the other 3 at those 563s.
1 MNQ 19,604. You said
604. Yep.
Thank you, Duncan. You got it. There it is, Duncan. Yep, 1,000 lot up there.
Mo with a nice short in the chat.
And it's gone.
What
Oh, that's micros. That's
did he short? 619.
Yeah.
Damn, Mo. 620. Crude still cooking. Upside. Crude inventory number at bottom of the hour.
Jay, what was your entry on that?
604.
604 half. 604 half. Hoag. Right. Mo with the Rey Mysterio level 619. For all of our wrestling fans out there.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Greatest character to play in WCW NWO on N64.
Which one?
Rey Mysterio.
Rey Mysterio Jr. So I don't know if we discussed Hoag, but with the oil popping, it might be the U.S. issues new Russia-related sanctions, according to the Treasury website. That came just after the Iran. My apologies.
Turned around.
Yeah.
We've got an adjustment to Trump reciprocal tariff announcement. It has now been pushed back to 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern time.
That was to be expected, right?
Exactly,
Sure what to
Jay.
expect. Jay, it was 7 a.m. a couple days ago. It was 7 a.m. on the calendar today, and then it was noon. Then it was 2 p.m. and now it's 3 p.m. Central. So yes,
and then it's
buy
Thursday.
themselves some. Yep,
It's Thursday.
Buy themselves some time. A little bit of a pullback here. 19,005.
Did we mention yet on the opening call? Did we do our R.I.P. Val Kilmer tribute yet?
Oh man, I saw that.
Iceman.
He was young too. Iceman. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, I'm long 4 micros now. Average price is 74.
574. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Look at ES here at 56 micros. Tip to toe.
Actually,
what's your favorite Val Kilmer role, Andre?
It's Top Gun, right?
Genius.
That'd be Top Gun.
Jim Morrison.
Genius.
What's yours, Jack?
Heat.
Oh,
Heat was
for
good.
Sure. Doc
Yeah.
Holiday.
That's a
There
good-
you go. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Batman. Oh man, look at these coming in. Nice man. Yeah, Heat was awesome. You right.
Star of the Batman, best known for the Seal song.
I'm long 2 micro. Yes.
Price hoop.
57.5.
56.57 hook. All right. I'm your Huckleberry. 50 on
Someone mentioned Ghost in the Darkness. Did you know if you come
That's a good
visit
one.
Chicago and you go to the museum,
That's good.
you can see the actual Ghost in the Darkness. They not recreated them, but the guy that killed them turned them into carpets, which is pretty friggin' metal. But they have since used the skins and made them look more like lions, like they used to be.
Wait, which museum?
Field Museum. Field Museum.
Okay.
Field Museum.
Oh, that museum's got some stuff going on there. Those dead animals.
Sure do. A couple of my trading firm's holiday parties were there too, in which some other stuff happened.
Merck had their.
You told me about
their
that.
Wow. Yeah.
Merck.
I went to that one, Hoag.
Sue the T-Rex is there. Yeah. Well, 1,000 lots, and they moved it up a couple ticks, now up to 73. 72. Knows what they're doing there. 56.52 last trade ES. Eden, the chat just passed my first ever combine. Good stuff, Aiden.
That's awesome. Look at this. Pull back.
Crew number, bottom of the hour. And yes, reciprocal tariff announcement has been pushed back an hour as well. 3 p.m. after closing bell.
All right, I'm out of that one, down 567. That did not hold up at all. So
stopped as well,
reassessed,
plus $70 on that one. Yeah.
We did talk about the. Go
How's
ahead,
long
Jack.
1 ES? I want to see if we hold this 5,600 level here.
Yeah.
House long 1 ES. All right.
Stop is the entry. Don't tell me we're going to play that game this morning.
Man,
No, I would never do that to you guys. I was just waiting for it to.
I
should have done that.
Is a way better entry.
You should have after yesterday, right?
An MP trade. Brutal.
That was painful.
Uh-huh. Gold trying to push higher here. 31.61 about 20 minutes ago. Bottomed out at 31.52. Maybe even a little lower. About 52s. Let's trade 31.60.
This should have been the entry. This is bounced right off that New York session VWAP. So I'll take this trade one more time. I'm in 2 micros. Stop. I'm in 2 at 527. My stop is at 480.
Okay. Let's trade 5. Jack, what price we get in the house? You got it up there?
56.48 half.
56.48 hook. Okay. Thank you. Tilt 50-50.
There you go.
Taking it off. Got up 534.
Nice, Jack.
Damn. That was quick.
That was quick.
Nice bounce there. We're moving.
Jack, you out already?
Bang, bang, sniper.
Yes.
Like Mandy. Pit Raider.
She is the sniper.
Sniper, man.
Well,
God.
Yep.
I a little bit preempted where I wanted to go. It was more than 1-to-1 risk to reward. If I had multiples, that's what I got to do next. Got to build up that confidence.
Yeah. Good trade, though.
Let's do it. Nice stuff. Quick one.
Winner's a winner.
Yep.
We're winning.
So
I think on a day like today, you have to be that way, don't you? Kind of.
Yeah.
Or at
Why do you
least
say that,
trail.
I think you're going to get news that's going to come flying all over the place today.
Agree. Jack, you were saying to at least trail to stop?
Well, because what I want to do is, for instance, I was kicking myself because yesterday, after I got off. The trade I was talking about it happened twice, where it went through the option level, and then the idea is to sell it when it comes back through it again, right?
Yeah.
Worked out huge. Did it again here. But with those trades, like it didn't happen here, but say, okay, you take it off, you're just going to hold it and say, this is my line in the sand. You really could get, I feel like you should always trail it maybe 20, 30 points. There's no reason to risk like 100 points in the moment or something.
Really?
I took that trade off for scratch. Just going to be patient here now. Bounced a little bit, didn't really see it holding, so.
You back in hoop?
56, 53 quarter. 2 micros.
53. Very good.
Paper cuts if I'm wrong.
53 quarter. I like that. 2 MES. Got that 400 lot. And ES right here, 56, 54 quarter. Same. Hoops long from 53 quarter. Moved up to 56, 55, and they got filled. Interesting. They chased a little bit there. On the bid. See if that comes in again. That was interesting. That 800 lot has moved back down a couple points now, I believe. Bottom of the hour, got this crude trade. That house is long. One crude, $70.92. 30 cents in the money right now.
Very nice.
Take it. We'll take it. Jay, you are back in? I'm sorry.
No, I got flat. I got flat.
All right.
I'm looking to get back in, but got flat for now.
Sounds good.
I think there's room up to 700 in this, so.
Oh, man. Tova. All good, man. Tova. All good, Tova. Stay locked in. We got these markets moving today. Don't apologize.
And I missed that.
It's fun. I was laughing. Tova, I think
We're
so.
immune.
Yeah, it's all good. Tova, let's stay locked in. No, don't cool it off, man.
As I mentioned Monday, like I fetishize it.
You like it. 100%.
I
Get him,
love it.
Tova. Get him, Tova.
My favorite part of the day is to come up here and get dunked on YouTube. It excites me.
That's what I wake up for.
Yeah.
Keeps me awake at night. New highs crude, $71.34. Keep pushing here. Morning, Justin Church.
It's the top of the range.
The range, yep.
The range.
4,800 people watching all across the globe. Click like, follow, and subscribe. Other one.
I'm going to peel one off here.
Okay.
Leave one run a little bit.
Jack, if you got a second, I would like you to talk that trade over again real quick. What you saw there buying those 48s.
What was the name?
Bakesh.
Bakesh?
The chat.
Okay.
Yes.
All of the big fat round number option levels in the SPX, I have them transcribed here to what they would be in the ES. We're trading the June contract, so there's a premium of about 40 points built in. So you can think of these as SPX. This one's 550. This one's 5,600. This one's 5,650. When you go through one of those, there's a lot of hedging that has to happen. People that are option market makers, basically, if it's going above that, they have to buy. They have to buy. I always like to be in things where people have to buy or have to sell. So they can provide resistance. So if it doesn't break through, what I was waiting for was, okay, we went through this, see if we retest it. So the idea was to go long a little bit above it and put my risk down just around here. Remember, these are rough. It's not an exact, like to the point, but that was the risk. So it was a cheap long where I knew where I was going to get out. And then I took it off for a little better than 1-to-1 risk because honestly, psychologically, holding on to trades lately has not been no bueno para me.
Yeah. Who's saying? See money, take money. Runt in the chat. New member. What does it say? Welcome aboard, Laurent.
Also, just in general, just like everyone here was looking to buy, we're in an upward trend. So if you find something that you believe could be an important level that you want to get long at, it's worth the shot. If you can manage your risk, which is the tip of the week, Andre, isn't it?
Very smooth there, Jack. Yes, it is. New highs Dow. New highs crude. JD. He's waiting in the wings. We got some bringing JD here when he's ready to go. Liking this crude trade. Push to the upside. What's up, Hoop? What we do? 664. Oh,
Still
JD
long,
says
right?
Yeah, I'm long. I got one left. I just
JD
pulling a break even.
Okay.
Stop.
JD says, I'm ready. JD, come on in. It's Liberation Day Wednesday. We got this crude trade. We're long from $70.92. JD, come on in, man. Still liking this trade? Do we have an upside target? Or what are we doing with this trade?
Welcome to the Liberation, guys.
Hell yeah.
I don't know. Hoag, what do you think? Do we take a 3-to-1 on this? Do we work an offer at 71.52? 3-to-1 sound acceptable to everybody?
71.52. Yeah, I like it. It's the point of control from Friday, from yesterday.
Or do we just time stop it and get out a couple minutes before this inventory number comes out? What do you think?
Or do we just let it go?
That's the Tom Hoagland you're talking, Hoag.
Let's do it.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Sounds like a good time to me. All right, we're holding. Let's take a look at some.
I like it.
Pretty easy to talk me into it. All right. Top 5 live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Here they are, folks. George T got a nice shout out from Mick on the shoulder tap part of Lunchbox Trading yesterday. Locked in $36,000 in profits, trading the NASDAQ and the S&P. About $32,750 from the NQ and close to $3,300 from the ES. Big day for George. Congrats, bud. Nice job. Good job holding on to those profits. I think the risk team, I don't think they were worried, but I know they were reaching out to him to make sure he took a big chunk of that money home yesterday. So big shout out to everyone. King trading the NQ, ES and NQ, $16,968 worth. Raphael also trading the NQ and MNQ, took home $10,547. Matthew trading the NQ, $7,341, and Eugene $5,053, also trading the NASDAQ. Big money getting pulled out of the NASDAQ yesterday in the live markets. Nice job to all these live funded traders.
King the Conqueror.
Yeah, what if they got long
King
down
the Conqueror.
That huge rally.
Here are your payouts numbers too. Payout numbers too.
What are we looking?
Decent money. Nick H 22.2. Daniel B 17 grand. Mitchell 10,000. Francisco almost 5,000, and Sean 4,000. Great way to start the month. New month, fresh cash in your pocket. Excellent. Big shout out to these traders. Well done to all these live funded traders pulling real money out of the live markets.
Just gonna ask. Wow.
Boom.
Well done.
And we're holding on crude. We're gonna hold it.
JD,
do you
want to just put a wishing order in?
What are you thinking?
71.80.
71.80. Working.
71.80.
80's half, 20's crude. What's the numbers?
And
80
not touching
half,
the CYA.
20.
Still haven't touched the CYA either, Hoag. So original stop is still in. Risking 20 ticks on this trade.
All right.
So we're either making 900 or losing 200.
Making 900.
Sound good to everybody?
Yeah. Keep the math Got the math.
4-1 reward over risk.
I'll go straight 4-1. Moving it down to 71.72.
Okay.
That's straight
Value
4-1
high
risk.
from yesterday.
S&P's looking to make new highs. 56.70, about a point and a half from new highs there. We've got that 800 lot up at 56.73 in the orders. We got the crude number in about 5
I
minutes.
don't mean at all. I'm not going to talk you guys out of this. I'm completely fine with it. I have no part in these trades, but it's sort of like the observation that men will do anything to avoid, going to the doctor. Our men here will do anything to avoid holding an opening range trade into the afternoon.
Just hold it.
Just let it work, right?
But Jack, you know what you shouldn't avoid?
Hey, James.
You shouldn't avoid applying for the 5K payout club if you've taken $5,000 worth of payouts from any of your funded accounts here at Topstep. You get a cool hat and a cool pin. You hear it every day. So go ahead and click on the
Andre, you
link,
seeing that
drop it
1,000
into
lot?
that,
Yeah.
Get yours today.
Sorry, James.
Talk about hats.
1,000 lot in the
trade.
We're talking about debts. 1,000 lot in the Nasdaq, 19,615.
Catch today.
I did not. Thank you, James. 615,000. I did not see that.
It's quick.
It's up there.
Yeah.
It is I gotta tell you, it is a thankless job to do the things that are on the list that we are ordained to do during the show, knowing that you have to pop in, and at any moment someone's going to be like,
get cut off.
We appreciate it.
Hell yes. And look at this selling come in. Hit 19,600 and sold off about 40 points there.
We have a list, and we do get chewed out if we don't get through it.
Show sheet.
Does anyone know why the ladder in NQ is smaller than it is in ES? I was always curious about that. In terms of the depth of it. Well, I mean, look how deep you can look at an ES ladder compared to an NQ.
I noticed that.
I was always curious about that.
Like prices above and below?
Yeah. Well, you can only see, you can only see, Andre, you're only looking, you're at 74, you can only see to even. Whereas ES, you can look
way up. I gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is
1,100 now at 73.75 in the S&P.
Yeah, I see that.
Look at gold. Gold low key. Gold low key making a comeback here.
Yeah.
31.64 there. Got the crude number in about 2.5 minutes. Got 1,000 lot in the Nasdaq just chilling way up there. What was that price, Jay? It was 615?
615, yep.
Okay.
Hope somebody comes up with a good conspiracy on why the depth of market is different on the Nasdaq.
Waiting for it. Williamson Dudon. I have one of the longest names here, yet I never get a response from anyone. Oh, well, this is great. What's up, Williamson?
Now.
Yeah, man, that got my attention. That's pretty good.
Will someone answer me?
Yeah, Williamson all day. Oh.
UK Chancellor Reeves saying he does believe in free trade and that the UK does have balanced trade with the US.
See,
is it CYA Day for some other countries?
Might be. Might be like,
Very well could be.
Look at their advisors. Like, are we really going to do this? Are we really going to do this? Last year, 19,586. 589. See if that. Where's that?
Point out to Williamson, we do have a lot of traders that show up from Spain, And Spanish notorious for having very long names, lots of middle names. Did you know that Pablo Picasso, full name, is one of the longest male Spanish names recorded? Are you ready for this?
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
I'm going to try this, and sorry for my pronunciation. His full name is Pablo Diego Jose Francisco de Paulo Juan Neoquino Crispiano Maria Remedios de la Santísima Trinidad Ruiz Picasso.
Holy moly.
That's longer than Pele's real name. That's incredible.
Yeah.
How many names is that, Jack? Just out of curiosity.
Uno, dos, tres.
Oh, in Spanish. He's counting in Spanish now.
So there we go.
I can.
His parents just looked at the alphabet and said yes.
It's like
I took mine out at settlement.
Okay.
Chris
So
Long.
why is that, Jack?
It's a lot of family names that get,
Yeah.
thrown into the mix.
Yeah, so everybody's
Not
family
typical.
name and your
It is like a
lineage
full name.
is part of your name.
Yeah.
Pele. Sorry, the tradesmith, Pele.
All right.
Oh, crude. Crude. Oh,
Crude.
shoot. Crude. Yeah, nothing.
Oh, boy.
Nothing. What was it? What came out? Crude came out.
6.165 million forecast minus $500,000.
Huge
big boost.
Another miss on an inventory. Shocker.
Oh, go figure. All right, let's get back to these
And
markets.
it's going to rally. Watch.
No kidding.
It's going to rally. Big supply always rallies.
Yep.
Get that 1,000 on it. Go. Yeah, they got that 1,000 in the NASDAQ. 19,615. New highs in the Dow. 42,282. New highs ES. 5674. NASDAQ is lagging right now.
Yeah,
Feels
so
like
I
we're
just
gonna go
covered
take out
up
those
there in
orders.
settlement. I'm flat.
It's still there.
600 in the S&Ps.
Yep.
Okay. I was just chilling there.
Hoop, do you know your exit on that trade in the S&Ps?
It was right there at 56.73.75. That was just basically around where Jay and I were talking settlement.
Sure.
That's kind of one of my things Anne-Marie and I've talked a lot about is just that settlement play, like return to settlement. And then a lot of times I'll let it play through, but on a day like today, I'm going to take my, that was a pretty good run on a micro. So I'm going to
Nice trade, Hoop.
take the profit.
We're going to get this. We're going to fill this 1,000 lot?
Yep.
Points to go.
It's sneaking up there. It ain't moving.
No, it isn't. Whoa.
Filled.
They pulled. Did they get pulled or filled?
No, it filled. It filled.
It did. We smoked right through that thing. Holy moly. We're trading 19,625. Did it just lift?
Where'd it get filled?
I don't see it. I see 15s trade, then I see 25s trade.
Yeah.
Something filled
Say
there.
hello to the 1
So they
second
filled.
chart.
They filled part of it. They filled part of it. It looks
Did it
like.
get partial? Yeah, it's kind of
Somewhere up there. No, they moved it up. I see it. They moved. All right, here
They
we go.
pulled it up,
35s
yeah.
now. Offered at 35. Oh, here we go.
spoofers.
It might have. We traded 492 contracts and then 200 more in a 2-second period.
Yeah.
All right, back down to 19,606. Now, what do we make of that? What do you do with something like that? Gapped up to the 25s and then just see right back down to 604s. Move the order up to 635. That's tricky. It means nothing, says Richard Harris. Probably right. You're probably
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Means nothing.
Richard Harris.
You ain't wrong.
Nihilist Lebowski.
Yeah. Believe in nothing. Ooh, this crude big miss on that inventory. And
Yeah.
he's kind of shrugged it. He's kind of shrugged the shoulders.
For now.
$56.80. Did you say that, Jay? $56.80. Half in the S&P's got that 700 lot, 900 lot up there.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
The S&P did fill the 600 that was there before.
That did get filled. Okay. Did get filled. 1,000 lot. We got close. Got close. Still
How much gas we got for the goose?
Gas in the goose. What's up, Alfie? Where's Alfie?
Yes.
Keep an eye on the headlines here. Nothing. Love to know if they're talking about the White House right now. Love to know. What are we going to do?
And then, it was funny yesterday. We were talking about there's 3 tiers to how this could happen. It could just be a blanket 20% across the board, or 20% tiered, or you can get the 20% customized plan. And I'm like, what's customized? You just pick and choose what we're going to tariff? I mean,
sounds like,
right.
All options are on the table, Hoop. That's what it sounds
exactly.
like.
Right.
They are,
So what do you make
they
of
are
that?
lennying. They are lennying the tariffs day by day. And that's why we're bouncing all over the place.
Exactly.
Yes, we are. Man, oh, man. It's a pull, but it's just market. You could just, bounce all over the place is right. Just cannot get conviction.
You have to get real. And there's no buying in the ladder to really promote. You can see that. I mean, it's all sell.
Okay, now, Andre, we're back to only Apple being positive in the Mag 7.
Or shout out Apple. Tim Apple.
Tim Apple.
We got here. CZ in the chat. Big Hoag, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you. Glad to be back.
Definitely look good, Hoag. Refreshed. One of these markets that can't pick a direction. Trying.
Yeah, Lost Trader, I think that you can see in the market action all over the place is that more so than what tariffs will do to the market is the uncertainty if we have no idea what they're going to be or when they're going to be.
Exactly.
So it's hard to know exactly what to make of them until we know what they are.
Yes.
Uncertainty. Market hates it.
Someone brought up in the chat yesterday, if they do go through with the tariffs, obviously it's inflationary, puts pressure on prices, but there is some certainty to it. Tuck would even allude to this. I guess it's kind of a fair point. At least we have some certainty as to what the policy is going to be. And maybe the market can go from there. What are your thoughts on that, Hoop? Hoag, I'd like to hear it.
That's what I think.
Okay.
Whatever it is, just get it out of the way, man. The market won't.
Yeah.
I mean, I think big players don't want that because they're going to get slapped around inside the market. So they just, if it's 20% across the board, whatever, what I just said there before. But Hoag, when you say the same thing, it's just market hates uncertainty.
Yes. Get rid of the uncertainty. Whatever it is, it'll absorb it.
Right. It just makes decision making tough. If the goal is, once again, like the goals are laudable. I talked about this with, they want to get the 10-year down. Fine. That's how you do it. They want to bring jobs or factories or whatever else back to the United States, but those things take a long time to build.
Sure do.
And you need certainty about what it is. So, like, whatever they do, I would just love if they did it.
Get it over with.
Get it over with. Market can handle it. You guys are right. We found the range on the 5-minute here in the NASDAQ. Maybe it's very wiki right now. Down about 80 points off the highs in the NASDAQ. Last trade 566. Lofta in the chat says technical traders don't care about uncertainty.
Okay.
I mean, levels don't work. Levels are meaningless when those tape bombs hit. Respect it. Here we go, crude. Look at crude. Come on, crude. 71.33. Markets are moving around. Just some new highs, crude. What just happened? Oh, here we go. EU plans emergency measures to guard the economy from Trump tariffs.
Oh boy.
EU. All right. This is get ready for this. We're gonna see a lot of this today. Emergency measures to guard the economy from Trump tariffs. How thin it is.
We still in this crude?
Thanks. JD, we still in this thing?
Damn right we're still in it.
That's my guy.
Damn right.
New eyes right now.
That's right, man.
Oh yeah.
What was that? All right, get some headlines. EU starting to EU. All right, it's a redundant headline there. Yeah, again, EU plans emergency measures to guard the economy from Trump tariffs. No specifics, just simply general headline right now. This is gonna be wild. This is gonna be wild.
I mean, is it great that this is going to come out after the market's closed too? That's the other problem.
All right, we got some more stuff coming. Here we go. Mexico's president. I spoke with Canada's PM Carney about a strengthening trade deal. Short-term economic support to complement plans to promote reforms and competitiveness within the EU. All right, from the headlines. That $1,000 lot still up there? They pull that after these headlines start coming out.
They pulled it.
Okay. Yep. Another like higher here. Morgan wants to tiptoe higher until the headline comes. I mean, ES is showing some resilience. Here we go. ES pushing 56.76.
You do anything in gold, Jay?
No, I'm flat in gold. What are you looking at over there, Hoop?
I want to buy a dip, but
buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The new highs. Can we get the new highs in? New highs crude. Look at crude's on the move. 71.45 new highs there. Yes, making a run to the highs as well. 2 points to go. NASDAQ a little bit more
Visual
reluctant.
target 71.56. Crude yesterday's point of control.
71.56. Yes. What was the wishing order that you threw out there, Hoag? 80s, 71, 90s?
Value high. 74. 71, 74 is value high. TPO value high from yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
That would be value area special situation completion right there.
Okay.
You know, you guys are talking about gold. You know, it traded both sides of the initial balance. So, you know, it opened, put in the initial balance, looked above, looked below. The tendency is for it to kind of remain somewhat range bound for the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So would you be looking to fade extremes of that range, Hoag? If you were going to trade it at all?
Yeah.
Or just leave it alone?
You know, it's looked back above the initial balance high. It just gave that back. So here's the IB high, 31.6330. And my initial balance high and low might be a little bit different than some because I start the profiles at 720. So the half hour change is $10, 10 minutes different. There's nothing finite in futures trading. 730 still works.
Sweet. New highs crude, $7.48. Just chugging along here. How about it?
Yep.
Nasdaq found its range for now. ES couldn't quite uptick the highs there.
Jack guilted us
Yes, sir.
guilted us into not lennying this crude oil trade so far. So good thing.
Good.
Now, I will say, Hoag, and once again, whichever used the triggerman, me personally, I would trail it at some point just because I'll put it this way, I would put something trailing in even if you're going to pull it back, just so you don't get absolutely tape bombed out of it, or more news bombed is what I'm talking about.
Okay. So I see a pullback on a very short time frame chart down to 7109, and VWAP is 7103. Do we move the stop to the big fat round number at 71?
JD, if you're with us or in chat, let us know.
Where are you long from, Hoag? What
We're
price are you in
long crude from 70.92.
92. Gotcha. Yeah, I think anything below 71 is.
I moved that up to 7102. It'll give us $100 in case of emergency.
I like that.
All right. That'll buy us a couple of beers.
ES going to try to make another run for the highs. Just trying it. Sellers come in. Of the 600s in the NASDAQ, 19,601.
There is quite a storm going on here.
I saw that. Shout out to
weather
Command.
around
Thank
that.
you. We're talking weather, Command. I love it, man. Thanks for watching. Can't get above these 600s.
They interrupted my golf on either Saturday or
watching that.
Sunday for like 15, 20 minutes of a weatherman being like, oh, 150 miles south of you, there could be some serious storms.
It was right when my boy Gary Woodland eagled, and then they cut the storm side. I was not happy. I know what you're talking about, Jack.
Yeah.
Flirting with these 600s. What can the market do? What can the NASDAQ do with these 600s? 6 is ES. Going to make the move first. Every time. I've seen that 1,000 lot, Jay.
No, it's not there anymore.
Big on. All right, cool.
Usually a little outside the city, but yeah, we get tornadoes.
Yeah, James, ready to go if you are. The market's trying to in a bit of a holding pattern right now. Come on in, James. I know we got some hard-hitting news to cover on this Liberation Day, as well as some announcements. So whichever one you want to do first, dealer's choice, James. Great payout announcement. Payout club announcement as well. A lot of energy.
Thank you. I love payout announcements. My favorite part of the day. I look forward to it every day. I wake up and I think, I can't wait. Talk about the 5K hat. All right. So for news today, we already kind of hit the first story earlier, but I'm going to talk about it again just because it's a sad day in the world. We have lost
5674.
Man.
I'm just kidding. I won't do it anymore, James. Go ahead.
Val Kilmer is rolling in his grave. That's right. We've lost another great one. You guys got already hit on it, so we're not going to hang on this too long. But definitely not the news I was expecting to wake up to. But in keeping with the tradition of losing a real one, pour one out. Guys, Hooters is filing for bankruptcy protection. So, all good things have to end. I know this isn't the end for them, but yeah, thank you, Jack. Very good. You have to.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've never been to a Hooters. They're always in the sketchiest part of town or by the airport.
Sure.
But,
Going by the airport.
I mean, that business model doesn't work anymore.
I was going to say, Hoop, how it took so long. I'm surprised they let, yeah.
This is why Eddie took the week off.
So pour one out for all the single moms out there trying to make their way through. A next story, homegrown. OnlyFans, they're being sued by two guys realizing they may not be actually talking to the models.
No.
They say homegrown because
No
this
way.
lawsuit comes out of Illinois. And Hoag, you want to talk about I don't believe it. From the lawyers, Plaintiff Fry created an account primarily in order to engage in friendly conversation with models and share photographs of his cooking creations. Bullshit. Absolutely not.
What's wrong?
No. Well, I'm just trying to have a nice chat with the. I'm not gonna name names. I'm not gonna
Keep going, James.
information.
Keep going.
Me and Lena Paul are just trying to talk and have a nice chat about my day. I want to
Then we
share
buy
my cooking
Playboy
creations.
for the articles.
They hire some really good journalists over there. Hard hitting news. But yeah, these two guys claim that they're seeing chat discrepancies between them. There's misinformation, and as it turns out, yeah, models on OnlyFans will typically outsource their chat and their video responses. So all of you guys in chat who are saying not me, go look at your account and see if you're really chatting with the person you think you are. But yeah, we'll see how this.
I appreciate the chutzpah it takes to go to a lawyer and put your born name on a document suing OnlyFans.
Yup.
Like that. They're bigger men than I.
Yup. Sometimes you gotta
so
take
follow that.
Take the L. Just take the L, guys.
If OnlyFans ever goes public, I'm buying shares.
I'm buying a webcam.
Hey.
Going viral. And because we touched on Val Kilmer, I didn't want to spend too long on it, so you guys get a bonus story. As always, it's a really weird one, so it was sent to us by our director of media, Danielle. And did you guys know the CIA has confirmed the Ark of the Covenant's existence using remote viewing? Declassified documents have said. Now, what is remote viewing, you may be asking yourself.
Yeah.
Remote viewing, also known as ESP. Psychics, Andre. They sit you down in a room with another guy in a separate room, and the guy in the other room is holding a sheet that tells you what you're looking for. You don't want to tell the person who's psychic what it is, right? Then you might just give it away. So you say small clues such as you're seeking an object that has been long lost to history. It contains religious paraphernalia.
Ooh.
Hidden, dark. It's kind of like that scene in Severance. You're outie, a really good person.
I like this.
But yeah, Ark of the Covenant, the thing that melted all those Nazi faces, and not Temple of Doom. That's embarrassing. And Raiders of the Lost
Ark of the Covenant.
Covenant. There you go. But there it is. He said the title. Yeah, I don't know if this thing is real. It's apparently hidden deep underground. I don't know why the CIA even put money and research and time into this.
That's the real question.
Right now,
yeah.
I mean, I see it. It's far away. You can't get it. Oh, it's real. So
top man.
CIA's on it.
If anybody wants to go out and get their face melt off and report back what it feels like, we'll be here. So chat, you let us know.
Thank you.
And Andre, those are the stories I have brought for you today.
Oh man.
Back to these markets.
What would I do without you? Hold on. Do we have something? Yeah. Come. When you're ready, come back.
Sorry, I get on such a roll with these things. I forget my actual job. Let's talk about the new Topstep dashboard. That's right. You've heard us talk about it all last week. We're gonna keep talking about it because we are so excited for it. We are opening up more slots every single day. If you haven't gotten a chance to take a peek at the new Topstep dashboard, click on the link we're dropping in chat. Get your email address in there because you got a lot of great features that you're missing out on if you haven't used it yet. All right, you can bank resets for future use. You get real-time stats, instant express funded account activation, instant payout deductions, and more. And that's only the beginning. We are looking to improve this thing tenfold. It's going to change the way you trade at Topstep. And yeah, if this is your first time getting in on it, you get a 25% discount on up to 5 trading combines, any size. and that discount is only good for the first month. It does not reoccur month to month. I want to clarify that a 25% discount is only good towards the first month of those accounts. They also do not come with a practice account at this point, so you're looking around how to find it. You're not going to find it. We apologize. We are working on getting that up and coming. As Michael said earlier in the stream, it's a nice to have, not a need to have, but we are working on it. So click the link we're dropping in chat. Be sure to get your name in there, your opportunity at using the new Topstep dashboard. I got one other announcement for you guys before I throw it back to you. We throw around a lot of words here. You might hear us say CYA, OODA loop, pulled pork, shanked. They all have different meanings. If you want to know what any of them are, we do have a handy dandy guide, the Trader Lingo Glossary. It's on our website. It's constantly being updated, and it's got all the information that you'll hear on Topstep TV, which can then reinforce your subject matter expertise. Keep this page bookmarked so you can reference it often. And like I said earlier, we're updating it all the time. So take a look. You might learn something, and you won't have to ask us every day what CYA is, but we'll still tell you because we love you. Anyway, that's all the announcements I have. Andre, go ahead and throw it back your way.
Thank you, James. Missed the window there. I was supposed to, 42,300. So, yeah. Wake up, Dre. All right, we are in this range. Jay, holding pattern now.
Yep.
One way or another.
Yeah, holding pattern for now. We're seeing the volume decrease here, and prices kind of just in this range. So there is a move coming out of this consolidation. To which side? I don't really care which way. I'll wait for the market to decide and then trade in that direction. We did have a similar pattern yesterday where when the volume came in, it was sell side, and then we saw 200-point sell off. So there's a move coming. I don't see much of a reason to put on a trade in this tight of a range. But if you're a range bound trader, this is exactly what you want to see. Since we had that news at 9:00, we have not left that candle. 19,513 at the low, 19,611 at the high. So you could trade that range until it breaks. But I could imagine whatever move is coming out of this range is going to be a big one.
Ooh, new highs, ES. Looks like some stops went off there. Small ones, but new highs of 56.81. 81.5, I should say. Will the NASDAQ follow? New highs Dow, 42,331. So nothing really showing. What's this? Mexico president, we will not impose tit for tat tariffs.
Okay.
Like they're walking it ever so slightly, opening the door, cracking the door open, possibly for kick the can. Sure, the discussions are ongoing throughout, but this kind of sounds like they're leaking. Willing to negotiate again. All right, new uptick in the highs here in the ES.
The ES looks a lot stronger than the NASDAQ right now.
It is, Jay.
It's definitely leading us up. Yep. 5,700. No, we're only 20 points away.
Got the NQ.
What's up, Hoag?
Crude trade basically right to that naked point of control from yesterday. It was 71.56. Went one tick above it and saw a pretty decent pullback off of that. Still long, still holding it.
Oh yeah, we are. I love it. New highs ES. Oh, we're cooking now. 56.85. Here we go. Something woke up. You know what this is? So they walking back the tariff talk ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. New highs NASDAQ. 2006.32. New highs ES. We're cooking. About a 10-point pop in the ES off that headline.
Okay, my ideal setup here is that we take out the stops above this high from the overnight in the ES. This is right around the 56.50, and then take a cheap short if it comes back through. If it supports long and strong.
Okay.
Down to get the friction on.
What's your next gamma level, Jack? No, half 56.50.
Well, yeah, 56.50 SPX. It's not a huge one, but it's bounced off of it. I mean, like, that's why if it goes, it goes. I could also see getting long through it because
Just
it feels
blow right
like it's
through it.
going to try and test higher.
New highs. Market woke up. 56.87.
Well, Jay, it looks like maybe the move out of this area in the NASDAQ is going to be to the
It's
upside.
to the long side. Yes, it is, Hoag. 19,700 is still a potential target up here. I wouldn't mind buying a pullback to 610s, 611s.
Six 611 pullback. Okay. 610, 611.
IB high, Jay, is
Something's in here.
620.
What's in here? That's 100 lot
620.
upsides. 45s. 100 lot.
Not much in there.
800 at 89, 89 in the orders in the S&P.
Oh, man. Yes, it is. And a little bit of a pullback here. Choppy market is twitchy right now, I'd say. It's in here. Yep. A lot of upside. Look at that. About a 9-point pullback in the ES. Made new highs. 9-point pullback. Now 10-point pullback. New highs in the NASDAQ. 19,639. Saw a 40-point pullback beneath those 600s. Can't pick a direction. Can't sustain the move, I should say. 60% long. Tilt can't figure it out either. Jay, we got back those 610, 611s. Anything?
Yeah, we did. Not yet. Not yet. We blew by that level by 20 points. So nothing yet here.
Okay. So this crude trade topped out at 71.57. 30 cents lower, 71.27. What? Last trader? That's not real. With some LFA numbers. Whoa. LF, hello. Life funded account
Somebody caught that
traders.
long?
Yeah, sure did. Ramey, oh my goodness. Ramey, one of our life funded traders, 8 a.m. Central. It's up $79,000. As of 10 a.m. Central, now up almost $60,000. Gave back it's all relative. Gave back some, but still up significant, up $60,000. Was up $79,000 at 8 a.m. Central. 2 hours later, up $60,000. Live funded trading, real profits, real execution. We'll keep an eye on that story throughout. Maybe we'll ask Risk. They're coming on with us. Yes, they are. Keep an eye on that story throughout the day. But yes, Randy putting up a really, really big day right now. Hold on to those gains. Big numbers. Man, oh, man. Yeah.
Jay, do you keep a yearly VWAP on yours, like on a daily? Do you keep that on there?
I don't Hoop. I'll look at it every once in a while if I look at it like a daily chart, but I don't keep it on the charts. Where do you have yours?
No, it's just, once again, I hear Hoag, I think as old timers, we always try and incorporate different things. And after watching a lot with Brian Shannon and stuff, he just, that yearly number, like where volume kind of comes in, goes in and above, it just seems like it's always a very good point of interest. And I've started to watch it more now. And it's just literally tagged to January 2nd or whatever. And it's kind of interesting to see what happens below it and above it.
Just tried to join the bid there at 601s and got missed. So let's see.
Love it.
I do like this long still.
For these headlines. Still nothing on the White House. Seen comments from EU, seen comments from Canada, seen comments from Mexico. Nothing from the White House. They're just going to be quiet all day? So you're telling me? They're just going to...
There's no way.
slosh
No
around.
chance.
There's no way. He's letting everyone else get their comments out first, and then
Kabam.
Show discipline. We're gonna show discipline. Come on. Thoughts on gold? Gold Spires coming back in. $5 off the highs there. 3165.
Hey, what do you know? Bitcoin's positive.
All right, now we have Francis. That's nothing there. Another run here.
missed that entry. Damn it.
Dow very strong. $56.85. Jack, what are you hawking over there? Locked into something.
Locked into a few things. What do they say? Fingers in a few pies. We got, if it goes higher, I knew that would entertain you there.
Oh,
We get him up 56.90. I'm thinking about buying to see it take out the highs, and then there's just this feeling in my mind right now. This is what I'm locked in on, that like the tariffs go kaput.
Seconds.
$56.85.
Yep. On there. I think I saw Remy in the chat. Just holding right here. Just holding right up against these highs.
Yeah, this feels like it's gonna break in a minute.
Yep.
Come on, do it.
Try to see this. Not sure what this is.
What are you locked into?
Slack. Shouldn't be the. All right, we're seeing this bit of roll over. Crude rolling over here. 71.16. Topped out of 71.57. Yeah. Everyone's flat, correct? Here, everyone's flat.
Crude barely has
flat
range.
Right.
We're still long the 1CL.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But Hoag, we've had two other trades so far. Hoag, you had a winner on the oil, right? Oh, Hoag's not here right now.
It's gonna be back. Yep.
Yeah, the winner. It's like 3-1.
Yeah, looks like maybe about 527 on that. House count realized
doing all right.
1062 pending the oil trade.
Nice.
Sorry, yes, the oil trade.
It's not bad on daily today. We're just waiting. Everyone's just waiting. Again, comments out of EU, Mexico, Canada. Nothing out of the White House yet. Your move, basically, sounds like
they're working
your
the
move.
phones.
Oh hell yeah! Basically saying your move, United States. Go from there. Tilt even 50-50. Just very, very waiting. Longer we hang out.
Andre,
Hey, Hoop, the longer. What's up, Hoop?
France's foreign minister. I'm looking at the juice because that's all I mean, that's the world we live in now. If a deal can't be reached with Iran, then a military confrontation seems to be almost inevitable.
That's the one I didn't read. That's the one.
I'm
yeah.
like,
Yeah, that's the one I held off on.
I mean, I'm like, we're such a news-driven market now.
Super twitchy. Yep.
Yeah, that's it.
Something's going on. I mean, crude off 50 cents. Not
Yeah.
necessarily off that headline, but yeah, that's the one that. Let me for a second there. Yeah. Aaron Hines, I can't read all that. Aaron Hines, I can't read all that.
I get it.
Point of control, good target in that crude trade. See if we can
Still
hold it
solid.
here. It's back to VWAP.
Hoag, break it down first. Yeah, it is.
I got stopped out.
So
Everything.
let me see here.
Yeah.
Crude.
Yeah, let's break this down.
Start with 30. So, all right, I have TPO profiles, and so the TPO point of control and the volume point of control can sometimes be vastly different. So on the TPO profile, the point of control, which is the widest line of TPOs closest to the center of the range, it's considered the fairest price of the day through time, was right up at 71.57. 71.57. So that becomes here. I'm gonna put this here so that we can see it. 57. That becomes a visual target. It's a comfort level. Traders were comfortable trading there, and they will go back and revisit those levels. So it took one look at it, one tick above it, and then the buyers just kind of backed off, and we're starting to see some rotation. I think we probably just got stopped out on that.
I think might have been low tick.
Just got stopped out on that. So that was $100 winner. We were looking for a little bit more out of it. We were looking for the value area special situation play to play out, which would have taken us up to 71.74 on TPO charts, 74, but it didn't quite finish. So now the market is just like semi-rotational. We've got the IB high here, 71.20. We're back inside of that. We haven't taken out the IB low. If we do that, then we fall into rotation. So right now, it's just the market is just kind of digesting information and looking for whatever it's going to do next. The opening range does remain the low of the session, so it's still a valid long down there as long as we don't take out the low of that opening range. The low of the opening range is the IB low, 70.79. So you can just keep an eye on that. This thing could just,
what did we
could just whirl around
out
and
of that
continue to
trade?
push higher. Yep.
$100.
So that trailing that stop was, at this point, we don't know if it was a good idea, but they tend to go looking for those trailed stops, don't they?
Yep.
All right. Well, now we're all flat. Level of indecision here.
We've been hanging out here for a while. Kind of just channeling upwards, but
And I was locked in because I was just waiting for it to get a little bit higher would be a go for me.
Right above yesterday's highs. Yeah, I see that, Jack.
Third time's the charm.
Yeah. Euro close. 17 minutes. Anything else? Has anything changed with the schedule? See if this announcement has. Nope. Still scheduled for 3 p.m. Central Time. Closing bell. Interesting.
Anyone looking at anything in the NASDAQ? I know our Nazi folk are getting a little restless.
Getting itchy over there.
I am, Jack. Yeah, I'm looking to buy the next failed selling move, which we might be getting right here. Let's see if these 580s hold. The only problem is this news candle that we had at 9 a.m. If I attach a VWAP to that, it's still in the range, right? Where price is trying to leave it, volume isn't. So it's not, this is probably like a B minus trade at best to the long side.
Why do you say B minus?
If volume was leaving that range, then I would just go with them. But so far, they haven't shown that, and we've had a couple pushes up, and this 19650, which is right above us.
Sure.
Not trading it at all. So I'm thinking, how convinced are buyers actually up here? Not very much so, right? There's a lot of indecision here, and
Made of wood.
Could be a really
Wooden
quick sell
buyers.
move if they don't get what they're looking for.
Chris Long, come on. What's the VIX? VIX gotta be under 20 these at this point, right? Nope, 21.86. 21.86.
Couldn't get it up there with Liberation Day.
We haven't what is in store this afternoon?
That was crazy, that stat Jack had that on that break that we could only get to 30 on the VIX. That's crazy.
Most chill sell-off ever.
Ever.
Well, all options.
Hey, tell Hoag that
gamble
stat.
now.
Tell Hoag that stat,
Yeah,
Jack.
Hoag.
Check
So
this out,
is
man.
the only time.
It's
This is
wild.
the largest drawdown we've had in history of the ES, where the VIX has never gone above 30. So we've sold off 10%, but the VIX never went above 30.
Huh.
Ever.
What's that?
Never.
What does that mean?
Well, I was
Does that mean we're
discussing
just-
yesterday. There's just general. It's people are hedging their uncertainty, but there's no singular event that's happened. It's just been like death by 1,000 cuts. As I
Uncertainty.
mentioned, right? We spiked to 60 in August on the carry trade day because that was an event you could point to. This has just been a tweet there, a news story there. Maybe today the markets will be closed, but we'll get something resembling certainty, but probably not.
No capitulation events, right? Like we had in the summer.
Right. Right. And you expect that's part of a lot of the technical folks we're talking about on the way down. Let me zoom out to the 1 hour here. We can still get the whole, such like, look at this. That's beautiful.
Pretty orderly.
So orderly. And I mean, you can see what's happening with this constant back and forth of this channel. And, making a second attempt here to try and take out these lows is that, you would expect the VIX to spike much higher before this was done. That there would be a capitulation event, that there'd be some actual fear. Whereas what I see all over is kind of like mild annoyance and agitation. If we, if I go to my SPX and we take it out to like a day chart here, I'll share this tab instead. 5,500 only takes us back to September of 24, right? No one should be losing their house right now. And if you are, you're definitely over leveraged. But, let's zoom out further. Like, all right, whatever. Hell, let's go to the weekly.
If you alt-I that thing, I mean, it's just like buy the pullback.
I mean, what are we doing here?
Just to pull
Isn't
back.
it 2 years of going up too, guys? I mean, I hate to say it. You get used to, 2 years of just up and to the right, 20% moves. It just, this move feels like, I don't know. It's like sometimes you see it feels like it's worse than it is, but feels like we haven't got there yet. I don't know, to me.
Well, because it strips everybody's gears.
Yep.
Everybody's used to buying the dips. And when it doesn't work anymore, what do you do? But do you think maybe, I mean, we've all been discussing the idea that there have been very few adults in the room in the equities, if you will. Do you think some of those adults are kind of maybe picking up some bargains along the way down here and supporting price a little bit? I think there could be another capitulation move to the downside, but
Well, who knows the truth? I mean, the narrative has kind of been that there's been a lot of, I forget what the exact number is. There's been a lot of inflow of retail buying the dip and institutions selling right now. But let me remind you, especially when it comes to picking tops and bottoms, the institutions suck too. I mean, Goldman just revised their year S&P target for the third time, and it's April 2nd.
Is that right? I love those.
I believe the first one was like 6,500. I think now they're down to like, that's 5,300 or something, but it doesn't mean anything.
We'll see. I'll tell you what. You better tune in at the buzzer today after that announcement in the Rose Garden. You better tune in at the buzzer. Good luck, Coach Jay, Coach Paul, at the buzzer right after Power Hour. We'll see.
Do we have permission? Is it going to be live? Do we know? Do we have permission to pipe it in? To just bring in the video.
Let's look into that. Let's look into that. That's a good call. We should definitely do that if we can. We'll see why. It's in the Rose Garden. I mean, you want to close to the press, you wouldn't do it in the Rose Garden, but hey.
Right. There was those
you get in there, Jay?
50 points. I did not hoop. Yeah, I am hesitating today for some reason. 580s though, right call. Anybody catch that long? I think this is the push now. We get to 700s.
This right here, right now. This is the one.
Yep.
What changed? Why? Is just the gut feeling here? Or volume?
No, there was some volume that came in the S&P at 75. On that pullback, there was a buyer that came in. About 1,500 contracts traded in a second in the S&Ps, right at 75s. Yep, this is it.
Beautiful, Jay. Great breakdown. Talk to us, Jay. New highs. Great.
I mean, we're just going to push to 700s now. 5,700 in the S&Ps, 19,700 in the NASDAQ. Let's see. If there is an entry in the NASDAQ right now, it is 19,622.
Fantastic read, Jay.
You guys ever want to see Jay frustrated that you're about to get the closest to it? Because this is a 100-point trade in fucking 6 minutes. Excuse my language.
Oh, he finally did it.
There we go, Jay.
It, man.
That a boy.
Potty mouth. I love it. All right, let's see. New highs here. ES. New highs Dow. New highs NASDAQ. Jay read it. This is the one. He said, yep. He read the volume. He's excellent at reading volume.
So, Jay, you're looking at.
I'm gonna hit the lockout button for an hour. Yep, I am Hoag.
Yeah, I like that. So, what was it? Was it the high volume on that last red bar that kind of said, "All right, that's the liquidity to the downside. Now look to the long side."
Yeah. So right before that move, right, we were talking about looking for that next failed selling move. And if we look at on the S&P, I was talking about that news candle. Volume in the S&P left that news candle range. So wherever sellers were willing to take this, as soon as they stop, that's where you buy. And in the NASDAQ, it came down. And if we look at, we got headlines coming out in the NASDAQ, where we came down to was that VWAP from the news, right? So sellers failed there.
Musk.
As soon as they give it up.
Get a load of this one.
Musk is stepping back.
Rallying. Trump tells Inner Circle that Musk will leave soon. Yep. Trump said Musk will step back from current role in coming weeks. Market gold selling off on that.
Tesla up. Oh my goodness.
No way.
Wait a second. I get back to my. Yep. Tesla is jumping on that news.
Holy. Up $7 on that news. Up more than that.
But remember, that's just a rumor so far.
Jeez.
Okay. Didn't have what's going on. All right, yeah, new highs here. 56.92. Tesla actually Tesla's pushing higher. Tesla up. Oh boy. $8-9 on that.
Just a rumor.
What just happened to gold? Dante, we're trying to figure that out as well. We're seeing crude. Man.
Or you got bottom one tick.
We got
even
a
was a
wall.
low of that.
We got a wall of offers up here in the ES. If these are all real, we got 2,000 on the offers between 93.5 up to 95 in the orders, and they are gobbling up these offers right now. We got a wall of offers here.
We're long one ES.
Let's cook right through it. Sweet. What price?
Nice check.
93. It's not nice yet. If we don't.
Yeah, hold it. Trump's lead, or Musk is gone. Market likes it.
Come on, you got to take out these highs.
Crude moved higher on that one.
Yep, we touched it.
Damn. Euro close, 5 minutes. A lot of offers in the ES. Starting to see some headlines coming out of the White House now, but not the ones we expected.
No.
And Elon Musk will step back from current role coming weeks, according to Trump's inner circle. Trump told his inner circle, I should say. Down new highs. A lot of offers. Eating all the Pac-Man style here, Hoags. Ooh, wow. Boom. There we go. All those offers. What was that?
Those up.
Yep.
For long
Phil,
2
thanks.
ES. No. Come on. Be good.
Gold is just doing what gold does when it takes out both sides of the IB, rotating.
Range.
Range.
Yep.
If this really wants to get going, I'm going to just keep giving analysis here. If this really wants to keep going, 5,700 obviously is going to be a bit of a level to get through, but there's potential up to 5740s if this market really wants to run. Right? If we look at where settlement is, we're only up 0.4% right now in the S&P and about 0.5% in the NASDAQ. And
there goes the overnight
this move is going to go.
Yesterday's high.
These markets come from such lows. These rallies feel like they're so much bigger, and then all of a sudden you look, we're unchanged because we're coming from 200-300 lower. You know,
yeah,
that's what's just kind of
Damn, Booker's still going. Booker's been on one.
He stopped yesterday, didn't he?
Oh, did he stop? Okay, I was all right. Let's keep it out here. 5,700s. There you go, Jay. And we are cooking now. 9,700. Jay read it like a. Good job, Jay. I know you didn't take the trade, but
yeah,
great read. Great read. If that's any consolation. Sorry, man.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Hey, we've missed better trades this night.
You could have been empty yesterday, right?
You got
that was brutal. Absolutely brutal.
That was brutal.
Jack still long from 93.5. House account long from 93.5.
I added another one, so from like 95.
All right, 95.
I'll take one off quickly. Come on, let's get a little bit more of a convincing push. We're higher than we were in those last 2 attempts. Third time's the charm. Let's do it.
I'm with you. Buyers mean business here.
Dick, I'm proud of you. It's the harder trade to take. You're buying the high.
Well,
leaning into it.
Let's not all slap our backs yet.
Well, just the fact that you took it, you acted. You took it. It's good.
Decision.
We're buying coming here ES. We're buying coming NASDAQ. NASDAQ. Now NASDAQ leading the way, Jay. How about that?
Yeah, it is.
Go figure.
750. Just every 50 point level from this point.
You know, Jay, we didn't take out that 5,600 level in ES. I was talking about it this morning. We didn't take that out this morning. That was kind of a sign to say, hey, you know, this would be 3 days in a row of making higher lows, you know.
Yep. Coach Vince, and I know Hoag talked about it as well, that 5611, 5612 area, right? Low of the day so far.
Yep. Also, yes,
10% off the all-time high.
We got it. Hoag.
Okay, we'll see.
Yeah.
We took
We're
one
not the
off
only
for
ones looking at it.
profit. We'll see if we
Very nice.
hold, because this is the trade I talked about where I actually want to sell it if it gets through. You know what?
It's a
Flipping a
reverse
check.
button.
Euro close 60 seconds.
It's a reverse button.
That would be wild.
You know, push higher. Crude woke up to the upside. It's a moving, just little moves here, little moves there, and all these markets, gold, crude. Solid consolidate, then boom, move. It's yeah. You said this is the one. Yeah, we're gonna go. Man, he's popped out of that range, and
We did.
Yeah, and something I was talking to the VIPs about where, 580s is where I was looking to get in, but really, after that 50-point pop, there was enough room in this trade to still take it. So that's where you should go mentally, right? Just, okay, how much room is still available, and do I just get in on the flow? But we'll get to the next one. I like these 95s holding here, Jack.
I mean,
Yeah, that's the thing. If it gets below the 95s, there's always a chance to get back in.
You're long one right now, Jack, right?
Long one took about kind of a free trade right now. We took $300 out. Okay, 95s. We are at 4 points, 56, 54 in the SPX. So let's see if we can hold it.
there's some stops up here. 5702. It's going from big fat round number to big fat round number, or is there more room here? Jay, I know you're talking about, you said 750s in the NASDAQ?
Yeah, 750s would be the next spot I'm looking. We're definitely going to get some, and talking about some options levels. I did start using the Mentor Q options levels, and 19700 is a big one, call resistance that we have here. So not surprised at seeing a little bit of a resistance, but as long as the NASDAQ holds above 670, I would still be looking to hold on to this long.
On tariff
So
day,
just
that's
give a
the
little more
news that
breathing room.
on tariff day, that's the news
Zero
that gets
close.
leaked. Yeah. Interesting.
Jay, let me know how you like that knowledge of those Mentor Q gamma
Yeah,
levels over time. I'm thinking about it.
Mhm.
It's
What I've
definitely
realized,
talked
Hoag,
about. Right?
yeah, what I've realized is it lines up with a lot of levels that I would look at. I think for me, it just helps with the process of identifying those levels a little quicker, right? Where normally I would be looking back on the charts and looking for high volume in the equities, where this just puts the levels out there. I'll mark them up on the charts, and then I start my analysis from that point. But this 19700, it's a whole number level, right? But there are some in between levels that I think are really nice that do show up.
I did that in Discord yesterday, where and guys I've traded, we had to know about options on the floor, enough to be, I would say, dangerous. But we hear gamma and delta a lot. Like, you know what I'm talking about, Hoag, right? We had to know that for the test, or basically if I was, looking to get out synthetically on, some limit up stuff. But gamma and delta is talked about a lot. So once again, the level of trader that we're talking to, I went down the wormhole yesterday and just, CME's got some really good content about talking about a put, talking about a call, talking about gamma and delta, because they're just, those are talked about. Gamma exposure is talked about a ton right now. So
Yeah. And if
You
we
decide
start
to
cooking
fit your
here
plan.
above this,
Yeah,
like this is where the options people
kick in.
There's going to be buying.
Yeah.
Nice read, fellas. Good stuff. We're here 5,700 in the spoos, as Jack's golfing partner said the other day.
As I was once yelled at. Still love you, Nelly. That was bad
Shout
phone
out to
etiquette.
Nelly.
See if I can get Nelly on here. He's a great guy. I think he lives in Florida.
Ready
now.
for Masters Week, Trey?
Oh, you know it. Yeah, I am.
I think I'm gonna throw a party.
Shambo out. I saw not competing, but Scheffler's to win again. That'd be 3 for him. Always Reds. Love that tournament, man.
I'll share some stuff next week in Masters Week.
Yeah,
Same.
it's
I
the
got
start
some,
of nice weather, man. Like I always associate it with like, oh, I can
Fatima.
go outside now.
Yes. Fatima says, "Ew, golf. Why ew golf? What golf ever do to you?" I'm just messing. Yeah.
I say that after every time I play.
My father was killed by a golf ball.
Chubbs Patterson. Come on, Jack. Where? What price exactly in the ES futures? Where's that pain? Where the buying has to start? Just based on your read.
My read is that I love this as long as we hold above about the area of 56.94. And you can see we keep on right now in the micro moves. Just keep on coming back and testing it. If it goes, because it suddenly does not look bullish to me. If we've done it twice already, this line has moved a little bit, but like we went through, tried to do it, went back, went through, did it, and now this is the third time we got a little bit further.
Gold did wake up.
56.54.
Andre, we were talking about. Go ahead, Hoop.
No, go ahead,
bud. We were the other day, Andre. We were talking about the delta for individual candles. The 1024 3-minute candle has positive 3,900 delta in the S&P.
Damn.
Which clearly above that high, we probably saw some stops go off there. But 50% of that candle, this 95 where Jack is looking, if that holds, there's probably some longs getting in there as well. Jack, I think as long as that candle holds, I would even set my CYA below that, right? Just let them give them the space to work. That could just be the beginning of this move.
It could be. I think,
or it could just fail.
This is one of those where we have low risk. Well, it can't fail miserably. Right now, our stop puts us down $300.
Right.
Where if it really holds this, things are cooking right now in the news.
Yeah, starting to pick up. Jay, you're talking about that delta plus 3,900 in that candle.
Yep.
Explain it. Explain it to me like I just started trading yesterday. What does that mean? Just high level. It doesn't.
Gotcha. So in that 3-minute candle, there were 4,000 more contracts market bought than sold, right? So that delta number is going to be the difference between market order buys and sells in the volume. So 4,000 more contracts to the buy side traded in that 3-minute candle. It makes sense where it happened, right? It happened above the high of yesterday. So there were probably some stops above there. So what I would be reading now is, yes, 4,000 more contracts were bought. Are those buyers that were buying to open a position or close a position? If they're buying to close a position, then maybe we don't continue higher. If they're buying to open a position, then they want to defend these prices because they make money if price goes higher, right? If I was just getting out of a short there, I don't care where the market goes at this point. Right, so I may not defend these prices, but if I'm opening a position here, then I may continue to buy because I want to defend that position.
Yeah.
Also, like Hoag's note card examples.
Yep. Yes.
Eventually,
yeah. I mean, if you're liquidating, if you're covering shorts on that pop, that's taking buying power away from the market. And if the market just dies up there, it's probably not going to continue. But if you're putting on new positions at that level, aggressively using buy market orders, you don't know how long that buying is going to sustain.
Right.
So there's a bigger probability of continuation if that's new positions more than if it's short covering. Problem is, you never know.
You never know.
Oh, that coincides.
You guys
with
had a delta squeeze the other day, right?
Oh,
when you were on there, Jay.
Oh, with
Yeah.
Jay? Okay.
Well, yeah, with NQ, didn't you? Remember that? That swing?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
It worked?
It worked for like
50.
2 minutes, but it wasn't
Yeah.
that heavy negative right into the highs. So it was a quick pop. It unraveled
Yep.
and then just kind of settled even.
John Nardi in the chat. Guys, I don't know why you think your gamma and delta info is accurate and important. You can't possibly know how people have hedged their delta. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. It's just something to take note of. That's simply all it is. All it is.
It's a
Accurate,
level.
important. It's important because size came to the market. Volume drives everything. And
John Nardi.
I think it's a
I knew a Mike Nardi. He was in the lumber pit with me and Jack Doherty, John Doherty. Mike Nardi was a broker in the lumber pit. I don't think you're related. Maybe you are, but nice to see you, John.
Good crude.
Yeah. About to make new highs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we touched it.
We got about 15 minutes left here in fast markets. Hanging out around the highs. This is a bull flag. John Nardi, is this a bull flag? Maybe it would be. Maybe we're just consolidating. Maybe we're running. Yes, this is around the goose. I don't know, John Nardi. We're all in this together trying to figure this out. Appreciate it. Always looking for more knowledge, more information. That's the beautiful thing about Topstep TV. All these fellows up here, guys and gals, always looking for new perspectives, new set of eyes. With a lot more emphasis last year or so, starting to look at those options levels. Leads to our trading decisions here. Pulling out those size orders on the ladder. Constantly adapting. Appreciate it, John Nardi. We still in this, Jack?
Yeah.
Right on.
But now we're testing the 95 again. 94.
What's going on in Tesla? On there,
up $11.
So Musk is actually stepping down? Was it real headline?
Just the rumor was enough to do it.
Yeah, right.
Whole day is going to be like this, boys.
They leaked that shit on purpose. I mean,
Hey, and the other thing with
Musk-
gamma and all that, by the way, when the professionals are talking about it, and people I'm in the space with like Anne Marie and Dee, I'm gonna look how I use it, right, Dre? I mean, it's gonna look. Yeah,
you gotta look. You gotta be open minded to it.
Yeah.
It's a lot
Just
of good knowledge.
information.
Yeah, absolutely,
Mhm.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Nobody knows everything. That's for darn sure.
Citadel might. They're pretty good at this
Yeah.
stuff.
That might be. You might be right on that.
Citadel, they seem to have this thing
They
figured
might
out. What are we long here in the crude? Crude $70.92. We're up about 50 cents, 60 cents in the crude. Chop around the highs there. 71.49. This crude trade, we've been in for what? 3 hours now?
We got stopped out.
We took off a lot. Yeah.
We got stopped by a tick.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know.
01
this.
was their stop.
Oh.
It's
Yep.
great. Tesla
We touched it.
released dismal numbers. Dismal numbers today. But their boy is back apparently, so off
Yay.
we go.
What's going as long? Jay, are you still locked out? How much? What's the count?
Yeah, I locked out for an hour. I locked out for an
How
hour
much
because I
time
didn't want to try. I got
time
38
left?
minutes left. 38
Damn,
minutes,
that's a long time.
which
is.
gives me enough time to trade whatever craziness is going to happen in the afternoon.
That's true.
We'll just execute on those.
Jay with an F-bomb today. That's your head coach of the Lunatics and co-star of at the buzzer. It's gonna be wild. If this thing goes down to 3 p.m. Central,
yeah,
everyone tuning in at the buzzer. You gotta watch. We'll see if we can get that press conference on the Reuters. I see why not. We're doing it on the Rose Garden, so he wants the whole world to see. But yeah, Jay, great idea. But at the buzzer, Coach Paul, Coach Jay, man, buckle up.
So, Hoag, remember we said that whatever the move was going to be out of that news candle was going to be big. Whatever it was. Just looking at the volume here, look at when it happened. Right, we got significant volume, sustained volume. The problem with this candle here, which was at 10 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central, was it looked above and then didn't sustain. But as soon as we got that sustained volume, and I don't see much of a reason to get out of here. We could see some pullbacks around these major levels, but I don't see them letting it fall back into that range. Jack, you still in, or did you just get out there?
No. I took it off, and I considered even reversing
Flipping
it because, well, this is the initial. This is what I was talking about earlier when I was wish casting, is that we took out this and then maybe sell it on the way down, but it's fine. House account,
ratchet, basically.
Flat. Basically, yes. We let me take a look real quick. House account is up 11.18.
Nice. Take that.
I'm taking a micro long ES right here.
Hoop long run micro. Yeah, the pullback. I see that hoop. What price do you get?
86 and a quarter.
Yep. This works. I like that trade. JD, come on in. Hot streaks. We lost Miguel. Who's risen to the top? We got to do these hot streaks. It's staying hot right now.
We did lose Miguel. Poor Miguel.
We did.
And
pouring out.
That crude oil stop is totally tearing me up inside right now. Just eating me up. If we had put it 3 ticks lower, would it have missed us, do you think? That's the question. Those are the kinds of things I think about. All right. Anyway, here are your fun to trader hot streaks. Christopher F. in there for another day. Made $247 trading the NQ. Now at 41 days, we're at $9,086. Luke hit a little winner. Paired it off a bit, or reined it in a little bit. $22 trading the micro ES. Now at 36 days, we're at $4,026. Stephanie with another nice day. $335 trading the NASDAQ. Now at 34 days, worth $50,385. Amnaj, another big trader, $315 trading the NASDAQ. Now at 33 days, worth $47,714. And then Richard rounding out the top 5, $215 trading the micro ES. Now at 32 days, we're $72.27. We got some big players on this board. Stephanie and Amnaj. 5-digit territory, $50,000, $47,000, almost $48,000. Those are decent hot streaks. Might be passing these names on to the
I love when you do that.
The risk team. These guys, whenever I see guys like this trade, I look at their trade reports, I spend a good amount of time, and then I pass them on to the risk team for a call up. Or I recommend a call up for them. They don't always listen to me, but what we're here for. We need live traders. All right. There you go.
Hell yeah. Got more JD for Lunchbox Trading today. Look at that. It's a David Green Wednesday as well.
It is. David Green will be here. David Green and Dakota,
Mhm.
and then they'll be back again for Power Hour. So we got a lot happening this afternoon. Stick around, folks.
Yep, more rising star. Johnny D, number 70 on the big board, joining JD and Dolby time after Lunchbox Trading. It's 1 p.m. Central. This day, what it has in store. We're starting to see the sell off. Does it really sell off?
Oop. Yeah, man.
1,000 lot S&P's 87 orders.
87 orders. Yep. Touch. I guess we're down 20 points. Gosh.
Take a look. You did it again.
I love micros, man.
Oh yeah.
Can limit the risk.
That cat pounds the chat. Thanks for today's show.
It's one of my guys. VIP.
Yeah. Sweet.
Mhm.
Hit Raider, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Being with us all day today. Bell to bell all day. 6 minutes left.
See what.
Yep, blue boy. What's that price again, Jay? It's up there. Not trading now.
87 in the orders, 1300 now.
Or no. Yep.
These aren't not trading. Sounds like they're just 687 lane. Remember when the caveman trade was so easy? What happened? What happened?
They caught on to us. They were watching the stream.
Yeah.
Week window is just like duh buy. Those it's like no can't. That was fun. That was fun for a minute.
Yes, the chat caught on to it. My dog is snoring, so I keep going on mute because she decided to join me today.
Take a little nap.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's update that P&L, Jack. How are we looking on the house account?
We are up. I'll type it in right now. Plus.
Excellent.
Do we use commas? Let's use a comma.
There's a future song about effing up some commas.
Yeah. Right now, just a member of the Una Comma Club.
F up some commas, yeah.
Today.
What kind of J? All right. We got 5 minutes. He's got that? Yeah. FF's gets it. Hoag back with his first recap in a minute. Morning recap coming at you after this. Hoag, do some prep. We got morning recap coming up after that. And, oh, man. Then we got trade with Topstep, Doherty, myself, and Chad N. How Chad N's been navigating these markets as well. It's so much more in store today. Markets are twitchy right now. Markets are waiting for the next headline to drop. Didn't expect that Musk headline at all. Maybe had a little bit of effect on the market. Starting to see some headlines out of the Middle East as well. It's a tricky day right now. Stop. Man, I like that trade too. Hoop, I saw that shit too.
Yep.
Man.
Just these retracements are. That's why you have. This is what Jay and I have been talking about, and all the coaches. This is why you trade micros so you can manage the risk. These moves. Look at that move from where Jack was talking, 50.07.02 to 676 like that.
Orderly though. I mean, it's just
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Happening in slow motion. The moves are significant, but just happening in slow motion, I guess, is the adjusting. Like Hoag says, grinding, stripping the gears, changing it up. Jack, good job on the house account. Coach Jay still locked up. Locked up for now. Guys, frustration absolutely nailed that call. Hoop, can we update your P&L before we get out of here?
Up $165.
Nice navigating. House account is flat right now. Again, trade with Topstep. Chad N. Looking forward to see how Chad N chops it up in the XFA. Trade micros as well. It's definitely something to that. It's not verified, George. It was just inner circle. You know how it is. Shit gets leaked out of there.
It's from Politico.
I mean, make one feel 1,000 lot upside. 1,000 lot gone. 1,000 lot now up to 57.22. Okay. Games.
What was the 9 a.m. news that we had? Factory orders? We just bounced right off the high of that candle in the NASDAQ.
You're always looking at that, Jay. You're always looking the news, where the candles pop or sell off to, and when you see the retracement, you always look to see the knee jerk, where it stops out the knee jerk movement, and then you always keep that in the back of your mind. You annotate those. You always have those in the back of your head.
Some of them I'll leave on my charts, like the FOMC candle that stays on the quant hour charts that I have, just because that was a significant market moving event. But like this one for the day, I'll leave this on. But after today, I'll take it off. and because there's going to be another news event that we should look at.
All right, Hoop, a couple minutes left here. Head coach of the Pit Raiders. Thanks for joining us on Fast Markets today. Hoop, thoughts? I know we'll see you in the chat as well. Thoughts for the rest of the day. Stay nimble. Micros, what are you thinking, Coach Hoop?
Yeah, I mean, I think as we kind of day progresses, I just, maybe watch the show. I don't participating in this is, as you just saw, 30 handles come pretty quick.
I like that advice, though. Definitely watch the show. Yeah. Stay tuned, bell to bell, TopstepTV. One more time, click like, follow, and subscribe. Closing in on 155,000 subscribers. Great stuff. A lot more in store. Everyone, make sure Coach Jay at the buzzer, head coach of Lunatics, at the buzzer is going to be wild. If this actually goes down, wow.
Should be pretty crazy. Should be a good show.
Slow time. Still very quiet out of the White House in regards to the tariff talk. And we saw Mexico, Canada, the EU all commenting on it, posturing what you have. We'll see. Anyways, a lot more coming out. The White House has been very, very quiet. We'll see if that is the case for the rest of the day. Man, oh man, we got the morning recap coming up next. Stay tuned. Hoag's bringing it hot today. I know he's got a lot to talk about there. We'll talk about this gold as well. Hoop, Jack, Jay, awesome stuff. We are not done today on Topstep TV. A lot more in store. Topstep TV, let's go.
Welcome to the morning recap. It's Hoag back with you. I want to thank Dolby for taking care of everybody for the morning recap for the time I've been gone. It's always a pleasure to get away and a big pleasure to get back. I'm happy to be back here with everybody. So, just going to go over the early trades today, the opening call, the opening range trades that we took. And we had two good ones, actually. One could have been a little bit better, but we took profits in both of them today. So that's definitely a win. The first trade was, of course, the opening range trade in gold. Opening range was left at the low of the session. We took the long. Long one at 31.56.40 on the opening range. So this is a 5-minute chart. I don't think we want to go down to the 1 minute, but opening range was relatively small. We took the long. The stop level was initially put down at 20 ticks of risk. It's a $200 risk per contract, and we ended up taking at just under 3-to-1 reward over risk on this trade. And it's probably a good thing we did. It was looking like gold was really going to run to the upside, but some news came out that just knocked it down. We took out the low of the initial balance after putting in the high of the initial balance. Now the market just seems to be kind of rotating, range bound, whatever word you want to use, consolidating in and around this initial balance high. This situation, I'm well aware, is a situation that will get me chopped up. So have not done anything since that opening range trade in gold. We took the opening range trade in crude oil, and yes, once again, we touched it. Opening range, about, 12 ticks. We got long when it broke out the high of the opening range, got long one at 70.92. Seemed to take forever. This is a 30-minute chart. Look at that range on that 30-minute range. Took forever for the market to actually move, going now to a 5-minute chart. So there's that opening range, taking the breakout above it, the stop level down here at 70.73, 70.72, actually. I think we had 20 ticks of risk on this. And we were looking for this market to continue to push higher. I wasn't real big on this opening range trade because, well, I guess I was. We opened with a gap. Well, there's always the possibility of a value area special situation play. And we talked a little bit about this trade during the fast market segment today. I'm going to talk a little bit now. So our idea for the opening range trade is to take the opening range trade, leave the stop where it is, accept the risk, and let the trade play all day. Now we were, had a nice trade in it. We came all the way back below the initial balance high, and that's when everybody starts to get nervous. We see, look at how twisted all these moving averages are on this 5-minute chart. So there was some discussion. Maybe we should try and trim the risk on this a little bit, and we were looking for this low right here. And at the time, I think on the 30-minute chart, VWAP was right under that as well. So, I was thinking, all right, if we're going to do this, we're probably going to want to put the stop below all of these moving averages in VWAP. We got a little bit too tight on that stop. We got stopped out by about 3 or 4 ticks, and now the market continues to push to the upside. So if we didn't Lenny this trade, we would have been able to withstand this pullback, leaving our original risk as the risk on the trade, and we'd be right up back near the highs in a much better level area, something to look to take this trade. Now, why did I like this area up here to take to look for a potential exit? 71.57 was the TPO point of control from yesterday. TPO point of control from yesterday. It's a comfort level. It's the fairest price of the day. Price will usually go back and revisit those fairest prices of the day, which is pretty much what it did before it came all the way back to catch our stop. Yes, we were the liquidity, and the market is continuing to push higher. That's the way the ball bounces sometimes, folks. It's still a winning trade. So we're going to be happy, and we're going to move on. Currently, the house count is up $1,118. Anything green is good. Take a look at the S&Ps now. What did the S&Ps do yesterday? Here's another example of how the TPO point of control can be targeted. This was the TPO point of control from Monday. This was Tuesday's range. The market opened, targeted the point of control from the previous day. By one tick, it went through there, and that put in the low of the day. So a lot of discussion earlier, today about what we were thinking about in the S&Ps. The one thing that really stood out to me was the excess on the low from yesterday after reaching this naked point of control, and the fact that the market was really having trouble looking at all below this 56.11, 10% off the all-time high, the March all-time high. Got to be clear with that. It's the March contract all-time high. I guess we weren't the only ones looking at it, were we? So the market opens, it looks below and above the opening range. So there was no opening range opportunity there. But once the market started to push higher, then it was pretty much, let's just start looking for longs. And Jack did a very good job of getting the house long up here at 56.48 half. Let's take a shorter time frame look here, and he was basing this off of one of the options levels, one of the gamma levels. He said if we get above that, then we may see this market continue to push higher. You got long one, took a nice $540 profit on that. We had Hoop get long on a pullback off of that, 2 micros at 56.53 and a quarter. And exit those at a overall account level. I think he had a small loss before that, but overall account level up 256. And remember, that's trading micros. We also took longs as we continued to try and push this market higher, which is a difficult thing to do. When you think about it, do you always want to like buy low, right? You always want to buy cheap, but sometimes the right thing to do and the harder thing to do is to go with the market's direction. And Jack did a good job still continuing to look for longs. He took a profit on one of them, small loss on the other one, no loss on that trade. But again, one of the things that we look at, and you'll hear Dalton talk about this a lot, you'll hear me talk about it ad nauseum. The reason that I'm not all that impressed with the upside motion that we're seeing in this market, because we all know that the longer time frame, I would say the medium time frame, we're in a downtrend. This would be our third up day in a downtrend. Where are the lows coming in? Yesterday's low came in at a visual area that short time frame traders would look at. It's also last week's low, right in that neighborhood. What's our low today? Well, the 10% off the all-time high, another level that a lot of traders are looking at, not just shorter time frame traders, but it's the exactness of these levels that makes me feel like these buyers that have come into this market yesterday and today are of the weaker hands variety. We have not been seeing a lot of longer time frame traders. Sometimes we like to call them the adults in the room, and I still feel like most of the activity that we're seeing is based off of short time frame traders just trying to pick each other's pockets. And it's the exactness of this point of control. It's the exactness of this level and the last week's low. The afternoon pullback low yesterday was largely ignored until it came back up to it prior to the open. Once it was left behind, once it was broken through and ignored on the way up, that's another thing that says, you know what, we should probably be looking for longs. Now, we did have Jay take a trade or two in the NASDAQ. He just was looking for the right level, just maybe a little off on the timing. He took a long for just micros, 19,574, looking for some continuation, maybe up through settlement and a continuation higher, which eventually happened. But he got stopped out. He took himself out of the trade at a small loss, $567. And then he locked himself out of the account because he felt as though probably he could have traded better. Well, I think we all feel like we can trade better on any given day, even a good day. We always feel like, hey, you know what? There's something I missed. There's something I could have done better, blah, 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 blah. but don't let yourself get on If find yourself getting upset, take a walk away, have a ham sandwich, have a glass of milk, pet the dog, lock yourself out for a little while, get yourself back in the right mindset. So that is probably about it for our recap this morning. And again, it's a great pleasure to be back here with everybody. And glad to see we're all still at it. We're all still improving a little bit every day. And that's really the goal, is to improve every day. A lot of folks were talking about those gamma levels and stuff today. And there's no chart, there's no indicator, there's nothing that is going to provide you profits every time you take an opportunity near it. There's nothing that works every time. There's nothing that never works. It's all in your ability to use your brain, to use your mind, and to kind of learn from the emotions that we all have in trading. I've found that using the emotional journal can be vastly helpful in that. It helps you just to kind of find out when you're really sure about a trade. Maybe that's not the one you want to take. Maybe if there's a trade that scares you a little bit, but it's in your program, it's in your strategy, it's in your process, maybe those are the trades that you want to focus on. And understanding how your emotions affect those decisions, it takes time, it takes effort. So just try and think about that. You guys have all heard me say a million times, it's if the trade doesn't scare me a little bit, it's probably not a very good trade. And it also will help you kind of be able to, with greater accuracy, determine what your feeling is, an intuition or just an impulse. Just a couple of suggestions for you. Trade well the rest of the day. We're looking forward to seeing Trade with Topstep coming up next. We have Chad N is coming. He's been trading very steadily in his Express funded account, earning $478 yesterday in the market, trading just the MNQ, the micro NASDAQ. What a great product that is. Trade small, trade profitably, build and grow. He's going to be joined, of course, with Andre and Dolby. Looking forward to seeing this. Don't forget, folks, lots left to do today here on Topstep TV. Trade well, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. And it even, quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller, quarter, half, the orders, and even.
Yep, we are back. Trade with Topstep. Man, in the middle, we got Chad in the house with the Gucci shirt on, looking very good. I like the Topstep hat as well. Next to him on the right, we got Dolby Time. Got the keys to the house account. House account's up $1,100, a little bit more than that. Chad, welcome aboard. Thoughts coming into this trade? You're up about $400 in your XFA as well, Chad. Talk to us.
I am ready to go trading for mañana. Love you guys. Been trading with a new dashboard lately too, and loving that too.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, just took a payout for the first time on the new dashboard, and that is a seamless process that is the best. And the best part is when it takes the funds right away, so you don't F that up. I feel like everyone's learned that lesson once or twice. Trading from before they take out the balance. So I'm really happy with the new dashboard. But yeah, just trading micros, some overnight, some in the morning. Been doing pretty well.
Stuff. All right. We'll quick market recap. Then we'll do, hey, gold, moving higher, new highs in gold, 31.73 now. We're about $4 away from new all-time highs in gold. We're seeing oil make new highs here, 71.78. S&P's drifting higher as well. NASDAQ just put in new highs as well, right there. New highs, 19,740. Yep. Dolby Time. Are we just range trend? What are we seeing here, man? What are we seeing?
On our ranges today, something I was looking at was on these large time. I like drawing up, trying to find the largest level that I can find. And then what I was talking about yesterday is like, if like a daily ends up bouncing off of a level, then I want to focus on the daily candlesticks for my levels. So we bounced off of, I would say, like a daily / 4 hour level in like 19,340s. So I'm just looking for really, really ambitious targets. So if it's a daily level bounce, I'm looking for daily levels, and that means stuff way higher. So 19,753, that's the midpoint of the range we had between March 10th and March 21st. So I'm kind of curious to see how that plays out. 700s and in 800s or even 900s today, just because it was a 4 hour bounce off of a big time. So I'm gonna live in their world, which is large time frame, big bulls.
Big bulls, you said. Bulls?
Yeah.
Bulls.
Big bulls.
Bulls.
Big
Gotcha.
bulls.
Okay.
Yes, you.
In the green room, we were talking about those breast balls that you had in your hand there. That
Yes. This is what you do if you're shorting this market right now. You know, take some balls for that. But I'm not quite ready to be short here.
No.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, Chad, taking $40,000 out in payouts in the last month. Talk to us about your strategy. What's led to that? We're seeing new highs here in the NASDAQ as well as the ES. Talk to us about your strategy. Any setups you're seeing here?
The setups for me, I'm usually a range trader, but I will tell you that my Achilles heel is getting stuck short in these types of zombie crawls up, or trying to think too much about fundamentals when, I do think a sell-off is going to happen. Maybe if it's been running up all day, it wouldn't surprise me if it was later in the day that happens. But usually for me, I get stuck in these. That's like where I don't do well, is if I'm get stuck in these crawls up where I just think, I can't keep going, and it does. So I try to stay out of this until I do see a break. Otherwise, I would only go long from here. What I tend to do, my best trades, and if you look at all the trading history, I do better in aftermarkets overnight. But in this particular case, I really love to trade the ES. I trade the M in Qs or NQs, but I trade a lot of times off the action of the ES. So I trade a 1200 SMA that it tends to really on the ES. I'll trade the NQ based on if it's bouncing from that 1200. Also use the 9, and that's on a 5-minute chart. If you go back, if I expand this a bit and you'll see it bouncing quite a few times on the ES. I got to reset this view here, but you'll see it bouncing quite a few times. So I'll only want to be short if it's below, and I'll only want to be long if it's above. The other thing that I tend to do is try to stay away from like the fight, kind of like fighting VWAP. I don't want to be in the fight of where it's at here. So Right now, it's trading above the 1200 SMA on the ES, so I would only be going long. But very few micros to build a position. If I'm in a trend, I'm going really with kind of the best loser win strategy of just adding as it goes up. It's really hard for me to like visually
Okay.
see this and buy it at highs, but I do.
Right here. Yep.
Adding to how do you do that as a range trader? What's kind of your system?
Well, this would not be my typical setup where I would trade. I mean, I will get in on this, but I would probably wait for to see a range. I mean, I was trading in the morning and I did okay in this sort of range. When this broke out, I got out and I hit a stop. I was actually up another 400, and that's also where I've learned, like, gosh, it's so tough to it's your ego, right? You're trying like, well, maybe it's just going to be a fake out. And then later on, you look an hour later and you're like, well, I'm glad I got out.
Ego's
But it's
brutal in trading. It's one of the hardest
yeah,
things to
so
get under control.
yeah, and I don't know. I have a buddy and he's the exact opposite where he has a hard time going short and I have a hard time sometimes going long. Especially if it's at the bottom of a range where I feel like it's falling off a cliff. But you know, I don't know. I tend to do better in after hours. Otherwise, for me, mindset being on tilt. I've been working on an app for a while that takes the log files from all the trades, and it kind of syncs up with all of your vitals from your Apple Watch, and
No
it will then
kidding.
basically alert you once it's done. It will alert you. It says, "Hey, this is when you were clearly on tilt. You were adding too much. You were, you know, doubling down on
Cool.
losers," and then it will just simply send you a signal that says, "Hey, this is where your blood pressure's at now. This is where your stress and your sweat level's at," because we all know what that feeling is. Um, yeah, so I do some of that.
Cool.
Um,
Gold.
Otherwise, during the day, I follow the Dakota moving average, which
Gold coming in
is
new
simply
all-time highs. Gold. New all-time highs. Gold just upticked to
oh,
31.77. Sorry
nice.
about that, Chad. We just
Wow.
made
No,
just upticked the all-time highs. Did not make new ones. Sorry about that. Go to my chart there. And uptick it. There we go. New all-time highs. Pew pew pew. In gold. 31.77, 30 cents. Sorry about that,
oh,
Chad,
that's
but
fine.
it just
That's
pops. Oh,
another
I see
one
your
that where
vitals.
you I would be. That's another one I'd be really tempted to short, and then you just you get stuck in
Definitely.
something later on. You're like, what made me think I should be short in this?
Yeah, that's the thing
But
with
there will be a day for
you know,
gold coming up sometime.
When we make new
someday.
all-time highs in gold, when we make new all-time highs in gold, we've seen recently that we will see a sell-off after we do make new all-time highs. How far they want to take this higher? Do we want to test the 3180s? We'll see, but we have been seeing a pretty decent sell-off after the initial run through all-time highs completes, if you will. But gold on the move now. New all-time highs in the gold.
Yeah, I am gonna get one short micro, or not short, but long on the MNQs here. Just
Nice.
assuming that we're gonna. I also think it's great to get like even single micros because if there's an itch to be in the market, like if you have the FOMO with one micro. Because you can
I
sort of
like
get in,
that.
feel it out, don't feel like that overcommitment. And if it's not going well, you're not overcommitted.
It's like a buffet. You can always go back for seconds or thirds if you're trading a micro.
Right, right.
What's your price, Chad?
Well, my price at the moment is probably going to be around 19,040 somewhere in there.
You'll take the short or the
But
long? I'm sorry.
this could be one. This is a tough call too on this XFA because this is one of those decision times when it comes to a balance, right? I got plenty of MLL. I got 2,500 left. It's 150K XFA. This is my 5th day trading it, and I'm up 200, so I've qualified for that. But this is one of those where I'm not really I don't want to take that payout because it leaves me with very little, right? So I got to have one banger day before I want to take that payout. And it's a hard decision because there's also times where you burn an XFA and you're like, well, crap, I should have taken the payout
Nice.
when I had the chance. But this one, I probably would at least try to have a
Moving.
nice a much nicer day before I start taking a payout on it.
Okay.
Well, I already
You
got the
start to see some
memo
new
that you
highs.
want. Nice job.
I also there's a few quotes I've been living by too. I think I heard them from you guys or with someone. It was like, when you feel like taking screenshots, take your profits.
Oh, Dakota.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And I think about that all the time. And I also think like when there's an intuition that says, is this a time to lock out? It always was the time to lock out.
Mm-hmm. That's how I feel about, should I move my stop break even? It's like, either accept risk or profit, but don't split the difference.
Nothing on
Yeah,
the
this is one where I
charts.
would probably
Long on a
put my
pullback
stop is
here.
down here quite low, but I would probably add one more. I know we don't want to be adding to losers, but with a single micro, I would add down here in this sort of, I guess, small support level. I trade on a 3-minute chart. And then if it didn't
Okay.
hit, that's my stop. So not huge, but the other thing that's been helping me too, especially on my larger XFAs, is setting my DLL and locking it up the night before the trading session.
I like that. So like
And
sometime between
really
like
locking it up.
between 5 and midnight, get your
Yeah,
risk.
like when the market reopens, immediately set it. And then I don't have the option the next day to go on tilt.
Right. You don't want to have those man, look at this thing go.
Look at this thing go. New highs.
Wow.
New highs ES. New highs NASDAQ. Dow almost there as well. Just riding higher. We got some more gas in the goose on this one. 19,776. Chad is long and 1 micro.
Yeah, I may add another if we get up to another, maybe back above the 18 and holding, but we'll see. This is a good example of a single micro. If you're trying to get your $200 a day, this is a single micro in what, 8 minutes that's brought us a quarter of the way there.
Beautiful.
I mean, with this volatility, there's micros are more than enough. I mean, what are we up today from bottom to current? Like 400 points? 300?
I was just looking at that. Yes.
400?
Day low. What's up, Chase? In the NASDAQ, 19,316. We're up 450 points. These current prices being traded. Looking at the ES.
Kind of a lot.
Bottom 56.10 in the orders. We're about 100 points higher. Trading 57.09.
Oh.
Hey, we're cooking, man.
No chill to NASDAQ today.
What is
800's
yes.
20 points away.
Hundreds, man, oh man.
And this is where I have learned over the time to not get involved if I wanted to be short, because like until you see a red candle, like why am I getting in? And in the past, I used to just I used to add too quickly. I used to, and I still do. Everyone, I mean, it's like later on you look at it and you're like, I didn't even see one single red candle. Why was I going short?
Am I short?
Wow. That's
Do you find it's
We're
tricky,
pushing
Chad, as a range trader to kind of quell that bias? Because if you're trading a range and it's in an uptrend and you're taking shorts, you're going to get filled on every single short at top of range. And it's brutal. Is that why you have that moving average on your chart to get you aligned with the market, your range trades?
Not necessarily. I honestly, I don't follow a lot of, if I'm range trading, I tend to be in it for scalping, and I tend to be lined up where, like, let's say I have 3 micros on both sides of the range, and throughout a 30-minute period, I might be long at times, I might be short at times, and it's just like bouncing off of them. Where I get, screwed is when it eventually picks a turn and I don't get out. By the time I've made the money in the range, that's done great. But then the moment it picks a side and I refuse to, my ego gets the best of me and I was like, oh, well, maybe it's going to be a topping tail here. Maybe it's going to, that's when I don't do so hot.
748. Nice long from 748. Last trade 773.
We got a bid in at 747s on a pullback.
Okay.
Might not get filled, but we'll see. Paper handed along at 730s.
I feel you,
Trying to
Jack.
ride this uptrend. Higher highs, higher lows.
That's right.
Zombie
Haven't seen
crawl.
any. It is zombie right now. Very quiet out of the White House. Got that in the back of my head. They not going to get in the way of this market movement, is what I'm guessing. And speak at
I don't think it
after
would
the
happen,
closing.
but what would what it'd be interesting if they came up with some deal. Like, can you imagine the market at that point? I think it would fly. I don't think they would, and I think it would, but I just can't imagine. In the past, when there's been tariffs, it's been like one day later, oh, okay, we've made an agreement. I don't think that's happening this time, but if it did, I can't imagine what the market would respond with.
Well, market's kind of pricing in. The market action might be thinking along those same lines. Chad, it's daily highs. I know
We're
it's
still
the
in
uncertainty.
range. Like, we're still in the range from all the tariff talk. Kind of right in the middle of it.
I think there's also just a little bit of this. I wouldn't say short squeeze at all at this point, but I would say there's the idea that everyone's kind of expecting it, the contrarian view. Like everyone's expecting this to drop because of that. And it's like burning all of these shorts up.
Could be. The market just wants certainty. Just rip the band-aid off. If we're going to do it, do it.
Yeah.
We work in
See if we can get long
747s.
52s.
Did you pull it, Dolby?
I moved it up. We're going to see if we can get long 52s. So it's kind of like the bottom of the 1 minute range within the uptrend. Half that midpoint's right at it's like 750s. So maybe we can get filled on a pullback here. Or maybe we called the top. Who knows? Done worse. We've seen more painful things.
MP's trade yesterday. MP's trade. MP's trade.
Gut wrenching. Absolutely gut wrenching.
All right. Chad, back right back to entry. Yes. Oh, no,
Yeah, I'm just going to hold it here. We'll see. If I started to see I'd almost want to see a topping tail. I mean, like, yeah, the last 3-minute candle still made a new high. So
we
are in 752s. See if
Mike
can hold. We're going to see if we can get 2 to 1 here.
Mini. Excellent. +1 NQ 19,752. Nothing on the tilt.
It's just riding the higher low line right now.
See that. Coupe made a similar play. The pullback was a little deeper.
It was pretty deep pullback. Let's see how much further this goes.
We'll pull back in crude, topped out at $71.91. Now trading $71.77. Gold pulled back about $4 after new all-time highs. $31.77, 70 cents. $4 off of that right now.
Yep.
Take a look at the ladder here. Dolby, we got CYA. I know we do.
37s. We are very close to it. Very, very close to it. What's your average hold time like for you, Chad? Do you like sitting in trades for a while? Yeah.
No, I will in a trend like this where I don't want to add too much, but in a range trading, honestly, I trade only one XFA at a time, and I tend to be in and out of the entire trade within about 20 to 30 minutes.
20 to 30, nice.
But I'll be going in 3s and 5s in that range on both sides, and sometimes I get burned, and sometimes the idea, hopefully, in the range is that I've made enough money, but that by the time I get burned, if I don't choose the right direction when it breaks out, at least I've locked in some gains.
Yeah.
Smart.
Yeah, for sure. Nice.
Back up. Was that a little pullback? Was that the pullback?
Oh no, that got literally within a tick of our stop. I mean, to the tick. We almost got stopped on that one.
How's it going long? Chad Long.
And with an account this size, I would love to be doing, you know, regular NQ contracts, but you can just get burned so quickly on a, and you know, this is a 5-day green XFA that I
Oh, hell
want to
yes.
get to a good payout.
Yeah, that is definitely to think about. Managing those, trying to snag those $200 days.
Yeah, what's worked for me in the past is trading where I get, you know, minimum 250 and then 300, and then if I have the trade get in like the maybe 600 range, I will then push it to the limits of what I can do, but I'll try to keep it at 200. And I get days of 5, 7K, 16K days that start out as $200, but when you have that wiggle room, it's nice.
Definitely. Breathing room.
Lit
5 minute
my
candle.
on this.
Let's hold this thing. That's a 740. I mean, look at the trend. It's
been good. It's been
It
up.
is. No news. Quiet. It
is
coming
quiet
out.
now.
Oh, keep this going.
I tend to think that
5702.
slow is long too.
What's that?
I tend to think that the more slow it's going, the more long it's going too. It's the
Mhm.
it's the
We're out.
staircase up, elevator down, right? Like
Yeah.
volume came
Elevator
in with
down.
one big, yeah. I would possibly consider going on the short, but I'd have to see some topping tails, and this is a small dip in here is probably just a buying opportunity, I would think.
Yeah. I mean, we just got stopped out. This might.
37s.
That would be unfortunate. Yeah, or minus 300.
Don't do it. Back up to think about one of these trading's hard, man.
It feels like it just wanted stops right there. That's pretty rough. We'll see though. How it plays out.
Yes, gonna.
It's a game of ticks, Dre.
Oh, don't be time. Yeah. Right, we got a full day. In store here, Chad's still along. 1 micro.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mine stops.
Chad, you have an upside target. Yeah, what would you be looking for? 800s? Would you take a
Right now, I'm looking for a full rally on like 19. Well, I mean, the target right now is 19,925, but if I see it start to push above new highs, I might add another micro.
Mm-hmm.
5s.
I mean, I'd love to be live going with 3 minis, but I don't want to burn an XFA on live.
Not worth it.
So it's usually too, especially if I have trades on overnight, it's like, how comfortably can I sleep? And in this case, I start to make my mistakes when I'm over leveraged and I start to like, you know, you always know that feeling. It's kind of a feeling of like that's when you shouldn't be doing it.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
liked it. Hey, talk to me about this app. If we do take a trade, so it's what
cool
it's hooked up your vitals. It just coincides
Yeah,
with the.
it's going to be called something like Trader Tilt, and so I'm hoping to do as much as possible with the Apple Watch. So this is actually tracking as much as you can, like all of your vitals in terms of its sweat as well as heart, you know, blood pressure, heart rate. There's they had to update the Apple Watch because of legal reasons in the U.S. There's some stuff it can't measure, but it's actually one of the best things it can measure is like fidgeting, right? Like if you're just like scratching something, or if you're kind of like rubbing, you know, I don't know, scratching something, you know, whatever you're doing, it can pick that up, throw that into the balance of, well, let's say you collect 2 months of that data as you're trading. Then you export. I'd like to see and talk with you guys at some point about getting a live feed of the trades coming through in like an API or something. But it would be nice to do that. But right now, you export your trade logs, import it into a web platform that then really would tell you, all right, here's where you were clearly on tilt, right? You were clearly over trading. You had your worst trades on this time. And then it measures that against your vitals. And it says, you know, the only thing that the only alert you get at that time is actually just like you're on tilt, indicator on your watch that like basically alarms you. It's a small alarm that says maybe the last time you had this same sweating, whatever, that heart rate, you were walking around, you were pacing, you were fidgeting, you didn't go so well for you. So it's an idea of, I think it'd be great at the poker table too.
Yeah.
Definitely.
No
You know,
kidding.
What if I get
I mean,
super hyped,
you-
like when my main man Dolby squeezes out $1,000 banger in the last 60 seconds, and I'm pumped, and I'm not on tilt, and my heart's racing.
Yeah.
Good point.
Well, and you could use it for that purpose too, right? You could say, when am I doing my best? And maybe that is when it is, right? You want to measure when it's not. Maybe when your heart rate's the slowest is when you're not doing the best. You're bored and you're just like, maybe just adding to boredom for the reasons of boredom, right? So, I do think it would be easier to measure, or it's coming out to be easier to measure when you export your trade logs versus if you were in Vegas or something. Because obviously, when you're on tilt in Vegas, you're not going to be logging your, oh, look what happened at my last roulette table. I put down double and started putting money on the field. You know what I mean?
We're all on tilt at the roulette table, though. We're all on tilt at the roulette table.
Yeah. We're loving it.
It would be cool if like I had a heart rate monitor built into TopStep X and just have it.
Yeah,
through there
yeah,
from an Apple Watch,
and I think
right?
not just heart rate, but maybe the other vitals, sweat, fidgeting,
Yeah. The health app built
that
into
kind of stuff,
TopStep X.
pacing. Yeah.
Oh, I have new daily high. What's up, Tova?
Or
Daily
tell you
high.
to go get a ham sandwich.
Oh, yeah, ham sandwich. That's right. What if I
Yes,
start
milk.
sweating during a ham sandwich? Is that just a great ham sandwich, or do I have a
Spicy
problem?
Maybe you
mustard.
put too much spice on the sandwich. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
We might have gotten in that trade a hair early. Didn't quite have the consolidation.
read.
I'm gonna add
We
one
got
more
stopped by
micro.
a
Just
tick.
kind of.
We got MP. You got MP on that one.
Yep.
It happens.
Add one more micro here. Just seeing
Yeah,
a little
like it.
confidence as it goes up.
Let us know your average price when you get in, Chad.
Looks like average price is right at 17.50. Let's see. Average price is 17.54.75.
Nice trade.
What's
Chad
the
and
average
I,
price? I'm sorry.
demonstrating. Good.
What's that?
750. What's the average price? I'm sorry, 755.
754.75. So 755.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Basically.
Sorry about that. What's up, Dolby?
I think Chad and I are just demonstrating the difference between trading an E-mini and trading a micro. Stopped out because of tight stop, the tight risk, but Chad's trading the micro, so he gets to live to fight another day and add to his trading size.
Yeah.
So very, very good example.
Yeah, normally I'm a 3 micro guy, but I don't know. In this action, the last few days, it just can make it adds up quickly with these guys.
It really does. Money with micros, whole lot of money, especially with these ranges and the volatility.
Yes. New highs, yes. Daily highs.
You trying to do
daily
the
highs,
same?
yes. We're cooking.
We got stopped at 650, which was the exact low tick of that candle. That is wild. Game of ticks, Dre.
Yeah, dude.
Game of ticks. It's so frustrating. There can't be like a rounding error that just I don't know, not gold. I mean, that would be ideal. We would have hitting our TP too. So we went from perfectly negative 300 to plus 600, $900 swing right there. From one tick. That's why we love trading. Love it so much.
Yep.
Dad, what puts you on tilt the most?
What goddess
Getting
there?
stopped by a
Unreal.
tick, FOMO. Any
For me?
anything in particular? Yeah, anything in particular that gets you going?
I mean,
Big games.
like when do I go on tilt? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. What gets you going?
Oh my gosh. You know what? Sometimes it can be as simple as like an argument with my spouse, with my husband. Sometimes it can be like, and I don't want to trade that day. I know if there's something going on like that, and it doesn't happen all that common, but I will go lock myself out. I've just kind of trained my mind to go lock myself out for a while, or even a day. Because then the other thing that happens is I then like blame my spouse for the argument and say, "Look what you did to us."
Yeah, right.
It's like, see, if you woke up happy, I would have been nice. So I would say, but intraday, or I would say Maybe trading on a P&L instead of trading for the trade, which I know we all try not to, but it's hard not to do
Yes.
that. And then going negative and saying like, okay, if I was short right now, which I'm definitely much more on the bearish side of trading. I just where if you look at the stats, that's where most of my trades are. Maybe that's why I've done so well this last month. But I would say adding too quickly and then just kind of like almost like getting into this I don't care mode, like, well, crap, I've already
Yeah.
messed this up. I might as well. And then you start to make excuses for it, like, well, I've already gotten a payout on this, or well, I got another combine. You know what I mean? Like whenever I go into that mode, it signals you're doing it to you're on tilt.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at this
I
go.
can't
New
even
I will
highs.
say
see
this too.
NASDAQ on my chart anymore. It's just
The more
skyrocketing.
confident I am, and this is on daily when I trade on another account that's for equities and stuff too. The more confident I tend to be, like if I'm going to bet on a daily chart and I'm like, this thing is dropping tomorrow 100%, that is almost a guarantee that thing's about to fly up. It's like if
Yep.
I'm kind of on the fence, it's like, yeah, okay, I don't know. But if I'm just like this thing's flying up, it's just about
Yeah.
to drop. On Friday, that was such a fake out, right? We're like, oh, it made new highs, this is kind of, and then all of a sudden, boom, one red day just knocked out. Yeah.
I think Hoag and I were talking about that. It's like the
Mhm.
scary trade last ones, and it's like vice versa. The ones that you're like the most conflict, those trades just do not do the best most of the time. Gotta have a little bit of fear involved for it to be a great trade.
Sure is. Man, oh man. Gold is selling off a little bit, pulling back. Call it you want, 31.69. We got new highs in the NASDAQ, new highs in the ES Dow as well. Woof. Nice trade, Chad. Long from 754. 754, now trading 825s.
Yeah, up just on these two micros at 280, and I only added the second micro after I was already kind of in the green, so it's
Hey, good
not
winner.
bad. I may shed one or two. I may close this out if I start to see and just lock it in, get a better position.
Get to
Oh,
join
we're in for
I
MP's
also
club.
think
That's
time
pretty
of
exciting.
day. I wouldn't be surprised with a sell off at the near the end of the day, and if it, just based on the fact it's been rising so much, I could be
Yeah.
wrong, but obviously anything can happen. But
Anything can
I don't know.
happen.
Based on the last 2 hours, it wouldn't surprise me, and I'd want to be out.
Damn, we are in for one hell of an afternoon here. So in the afternoon, a lot of us and people in Europe's evening. Europe, new highs coming into the lunch hour trade. We got Lunchbox Trading coming up next, and the markets have really started to pick up, just pushing higher. There is a headline: Amazon looking at buying TikTok. Not necessarily sure that has something to do with this, but hey, Amazon makes last minute bid to buy TikTok. This deadline looms.
Ooh.
Still very quiet out of the White House.
I
3 hours
thought
to
Mr.
go.
Beast was
Mr. Beast ain't got the money for that.
all that YouTube
I do
money.
think the volatility is just like this is the first step of the White House because all the responses are going to be, all of the other European and Asian responses will be as much volatility as we're waiting on here.
Yeah, what are they going to do? What is the
3
response?
hours
That's a
left.
great question.
3
We got
hours left
close to
till
those 8s. That was the
They
upper
tag
end
us.
of our target here.
They tag us at 37s.
Oh, 650 to the tick. To the
Yeah.
exact tick. I mean, this is Club MP right there, Dre.
Yep.
Population
What's up,
2.
Brunella? It's right to a little bit pull back here. It's 57.20 in the S&Ps. High 57.25. We got 3 hours left. Chad with the Gucci shirt on, long from 754, man. How do you
On
trade?
my
You trail
balls.
the stop? What do you think? You trail the stop?
Yeah.
How do you do this?
Yeah, I may actually just get out here and lock in a few hundred. This is a longer count, and I'm probably would be too early, but sometimes it'll come back down to an entry. I would feel more comfortable getting back in and doing the same thing. So I'm probably going to close this out here. Lock in
That
another
was a great
200 for the day.
Beautiful.
Great trade.
Nice to close green, and $200 at a time is a good way to go.
Chad.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nice
Those
and
base hits
easy,
add up.
Smooth sailing, Chad. All right, we got Lunchbox Trading coming up. It's a David Green Wednesday. Interested to see what David Green's got to say. Got Dakota coming back as well. Then we got JD, Dolby, and Johnny D, rising stars after that. And then
sweet.
Dolby, myself, David Green, and Dakota for the power hour. Of course, at the buzzer, must watch today with the 3 p.m. Central Time reciprocal tariff announcement. 3 hours left to go until the closing bell. Stay tuned. A lot more coming up. We got Lunchbox Trading coming up next. JD, Dakota, David Green in this house. Nice trading, Chad. We got a 500 lot here, 57.20 in the ES. Anyways, Lunchbox Trading coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go. JD has risen to be a key player and leader on the TV team. Stand out on air, both with deep market knowledge and one-of-a-kind sense of humor. When JD talks, traders sit up straight. It's true. And beyond everything you see on air, JD is the brains and brawn behind the weekly kickoff email. Every Sunday, our traders are prepared for the week ahead because of his hard work and dedication. JD, we appreciate you so much. You're a true stand-up. We're very glad to call you colleague and friend, buddy.
All right, James Harden from Topstep TV reporting live from the Las Vegas desert. I'm here with Top Stepper of the Month, JD. JD, how long have you been with Topstep, and what is it that you do here?
I've been with Topstep for 5 years now. I just celebrated my 5th anniversary. Just won Top Stepper of the Month yesterday for the 3rd time in 5 years, if you could believe that.
I didn't know we had a 3-time recipient in our hands. Wow, I didn't think that was allowed.
Yeah, I didn't know that was allowed either, a 3P. Why do we give him the Top Stepper of the Month again? Because I'm so goddamn good at what I do.
Yes, you are, JD.
Not to give me the
Just
award.
ask him.
flat.
You're flat. Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to Lunchbox Trading. It's that time of day where we sit back, relax, we grab a ham sandwich, we talk about the markets, we look for trades, and we see what else is going on. We've got David Green from Wall Street Global Trading Academy, a fan favorite, and Coach Dakota, number 5 on the big board, joining us this afternoon. Fellas, what is going on today? Dakota's in the market right now, long and NQ.
I'm flat.
19805. Oh, you're flat.
I'm flat. I'm flat, man.
You're flat. All right.
I'm ready to get liberated. We're gonna get liberated here this afternoon. I don't know what it for or what from, but we're getting liberated today. The shorts are getting liberated, that's for sure.
Ooh,
I was kind of looking for this move last
today.
night. I got into a long position during my slow markets, and overnight we just sold off. I woke up this morning and here we are up 1% in the NASDAQ after the market sold off overnight. This market is doing some liberation for traders' accounts, that's for sure.
100%. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. David, what's going on? Mr. Green, no trades yet today? Or not in the market presently? How's it been going?
Not in the market pleasantly.
Or the day today?
Did not have a good day today. I want to tell you guys, too, as a cautionary tale. Okay, if you can share my screen. It doesn't matter. I'll just tell you. So early this morning, I put an order out in my Express account, up like 25 points from where we were trading. Did not put a stop order in. Logged out, got into the live trading room, logged back in, and I was down $4,400 because I did not put a stop order in. First of all, I didn't think I'd get in the trade, which was stupid to begin with. But Mr. Green screwed up today. Happens. Gone. Had a couple of good trading
Nobody's
setups.
perfect.
After that,
happens to all of us. Yeah, happens to everybody.
Yeah, but I just got busy with something else. But listen, bottom line is always put a stop order in everything that you do. You guys know I'm all about.
Got to protect the downside. Yeah,
I am all about.
We're not gonna
accountability. So I just wanted to share that with everybody.
Thanks, David. We appreciate the transparency.
I promised my traders. I promised my traders last night, David, that I would have a conversation with you if I took the loss. And as always, when it comes to the YouTube chat, half of them liked the trade, half of them didn't like the trade. Then 80% of them have their own ways of trading from the peanut gallery. So I'm going to walk you through my trade last night, David, and let me know what your thoughts are on this. So over here on this 5-minute chart, we had an absolute rally during the last hour of yesterday's session. And
actually, Coach, I can't see your charts for some reason. Why? Hold on.
Are you looking in the green room?
Are you looking at the VMix green room?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it for some reason.
Okay. I mean, I can explain it to you, and I'm sure you'll understand what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Yeah, the last hour of the New York session, we got a really great rally, and then even after the New York session closed, we continued to rally up to almost 19,700. And before I started my show last night, around 8 p.m. Eastern time, the market pulled back down to around 19,570s. I built a long position in those 570 to 580, and I had my stop loss at like 540s, 550s, and it was a 1-to-1 risk reward. So I was risking 25 points to make 25 points. The market did go up. I was in the money like 14 points, and then it turned around and it stopped me out for my minus 25 points, my $5,000. And so I said, okay, everybody, I'm going to have that conversation with David, because someone was pointing out, David said, never let a loser or a winner turn into a loser. And I think this is a good example where I was up 15 points, $3,000, and then it turned around and it hit my stop loss. So what is your thoughts on that? Because I know a lot of traders like to move their stop to break even really quick, move their stop. And then I'm a firm believer of, if you don't let the trade play out most of the time, or at least let it get to your 1-to-1, then my statistics are all screwed up. if
Yeah.
I'm closing my trade out prior to a 1-to-1.
Yeah, it's two different schools of thought, and I've seen you've been in trades where you make 125 points. So, it's just two different schools of thoughts. I like to, when I have a decent profit in some, at least take some of the trade off. And NQ 10, 15, 20 points is a nice, decent profit. And then what I probably would do is let it go against me by the same amount, so the trade is break even. And it's got to move 30, 30, 40 points for that to happen, right? But again, I've seen you've been in trades that you make 150 points on by letting them trade out. So that's your style. That's what you do. I'm a big believer in give me some money as soon as I can get it, and then trying not to let it turn into a losing trade. That's my philosophy. But I'm not going to hit a 100-point trade either, Dakota. So
I
it
mean,
works both ways.
it does. It does. And I always ask myself that too, because sometimes it's like see money, take money. You're happy with 15 points to close some of it, and then if the market turns around, you feel great and you look great. Like I'm just so happy that I took profits. The market turned around, would have stopped me out anyway. But then if the trade does what you had it planned out to do, then you feel kind of bad. You're like, oh my gosh, I should have never closed half out before it even got to my first take profit. And then it's kind of a very vicious cycle that I went through it before. I see traders go through it before as well, of second guessing yourself, rediscovering your own process. What should you do? What shouldn't you do? How should you manage a winner? How should you manage a loser? And traders go through it more often than I mean, I go through it relatively often sometimes.
Look, if that's what works for you and you're number 3 or 4 on the leaderboard and it's worked for you for a long time, then that you stick to your process. It's that simple.
What would you say to a new trader, though, that's going through that?
I mean,
That's a
my
great
advice to
question.
new trader and the new traders that I teach that are either new or struggling is to put money in a bank. Just keep putting money in a bank, put money in a bank, put money in a bank, and build yourself to a point where you have a cushion to play with, and then it's a different story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I like it.
It's true.
I teach my people, if I have money, give me money. Period. That's it.
We preach
Love it.
that quite a
Yeah,
bit. Build yourself a little cushion, and
Yeah.
it makes sense when
I
you're
mean,
first getting
what
started.
we do is it's easily sizable, right? There's no difference between trading one contract or 10 contracts in your execution, or at least there shouldn't be. So it's sizable. Build yourself a little cushion, and then you just build up from there.
Yeah.
By the way, good cover, Dakota. This market is just relentless.
This market's just going up. I'm surprised. Like I said,
Insane.
I went to bed last night, and then the market was just selling off. I mean, we were down to 19,300s, and when I woke up, I got to sleep in this morning. I'm definitely not trading this New York session with everything that's going on. Woke up and this market's up. I mean, we're up, almost 1.5% here in the Nasdaq. This is just
And not pulling back at all.
just a short
Nothing.
squeeze if we've ever seen one.
Yep.
Look at it.
The last 2 hours, there's been very little opportunity to get in the long side unless you just point, click, and pray kind of.
We haven't even pulled close to pull back
kind of
to a
action.
trend high. If we get up to 57.50, that's my pivot point in the MESs. I will definitely try a short. We get up to 57.50.
57.50. I'm going to switch over to the ES. All right.
Well, I was kind of teasing traders that I could see this market running up towards 20,100 to 20,000. There's a decent zone on the daily chart. And
we are exactly on the pivot point in the NQs right now. So if we rest and go higher than here, we got a lot of room.
That's it. All right. So,
work.
Theoretically speaking, if we get a little pullback here, we're looking at a buying opportunity if we see just a little bit of selling pressure coming in, right?
I'm with you. Yeah. I mean, NQs, the trend is 19,814, which is down 50 points from here. Kind of like that.
Mm-hmm.
Get in on the long side if we can.
I'm going to switch over to the live house account. There we go.
And the ESs.
All right.
Oh, that was a big Big whipsaw right
Yes,
there
it is.
into those. You said 880s?
We just hit the exact. If you put up my chart, check it out. We hit the exact pivot point in the NQs.
Yeah,
It was
I was gonna say, I think you
881.
said, yeah.
881. That's the pivot point. We exactly just hit. I don't know how much of a pullback. It was a little bit.
Hey,
A little bit, yeah. What does it look like? 25 point pullback, maybe.
Again, for a trade, right? We spiked up, we hit the pivot point, you take 15, 20 points, and you move on to the next trade. So I'm going to be out of 57.50 in it. Yes, it's getting.
I'm now in a short here in the NASDAQ.
Short NQ. Where are we at?
Correct. 69. It's my lucky number.
Short
80.
1 NQ, 19869.
I mean, we got room.
That's Eddie's second favorite number, yeah.
We got room down to the 30s or 20s if we do get a decent pullback.
Yeah, the reason why is, everyone wants to know the reason why. It's technical based, right? We have this 30-point sell-off really fast, and we get a little bit of a bounce, and this bounce is really close to where this resistance was when we first touched it. And then we consolidated it for 300-400 ticks. And as soon as we started the breakdown, I got into it. CYA is going to be above that 891. So risking 21 points, looking for this market to get back down to 825. So 21 points to make 48 points. A nice 2-to-1 trade here.
Yeah, 20.
So it's not really a see money, take money type of trade. You're looking for a decent move down here.
Well, I mean, is that a decent move, or is that like a quick scalp? Because this market
at least 30 points. At least 30 points, yeah.
Yeah.
First support is right around that 22 level. So
yeah,
we can get a decent.
I'm going to take the take profit up and close it manually, because if this market gets going violently to the downside, I don't want to limit my take profit. Because we know this market could drop 100 points before we know it.
Yeah, I mean,
it can move anywhere. It could go 100 points anywhere very fast. So.
Yeah, today, yeah.
It seems to me like everybody is expecting some wonderful news at 4 o'clock. So this could be a case where it's buy the rumor, sell the news, and we just get a little bit ridiculous to the upside. Could be.
Or they're just leading sheep to the slaughter, waiting for that.
Yeah. I'm with you.
It's the Pied Piper marching around saying, buy me, buy me, buy me. And then they let the news out a few minutes early. And they tanked this thing right back to where we settled yesterday.
Yeah. There's Market Maker Slayer in the YouTube chat. They seen the downplay during slow markets last night. They were looking for the market to sell off, and it sure did. So great call last night.
Oh, very nice, very nice. We're seeing just a little bit of selling pressure coming in here. Still hovering around the highs. I do like the conversation we're having about accountability, though. Making sure that you are covering your downside on every trade that you put in. Very important.
Yes. Yes. It's the first time it's ever happened to me, and it'll never happen to me again. But it happened. So.
Really? That's the first time it's ever happened to you?
That's impressive.
First time to that extent, yeah.
That is impressive.
That is impressive.
I never turned my machine off either, but for some reason I closed it down because we were busy in the trading room, and that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's the first time.
Yeah, distractions, that'll get you. Speaking of the trading room, we had a trader in the chat a couple hours ago asking, when we mentioned that you were coming on for a Lunchbox Trading, they wanted to know how to get in for a free week of Wall Street Global Trading Academy.
Just pop my email up there. That's for anybody. egreen927@yahoo.com.
There you go. Just shoot David an email.
Yep.
I'll get you in for
Absolutely. It'll be next week, so I'll send you a link over the weekend for anybody.
Awesome. Thank you.
I'm going to fly out to Florida again, and you
Come
do in-person
anytime you
events,
want.
right? You do in-person events?
I don't, no.
Oh, okay. You do online. That's what it was, like, what, a week or two ago?
I'll mentor you one-on-one if you want
You laugh, but I might take you up on that one.
Oh, I'm kidding.
Oh, Dakota, I thought you wanted to go down there and do a little seminar with David Green. The Green Dakota Hour. Get a bunch of people down to Palm Beach or something like that.
Tell you what, like I said, I went on that
We'll
cruise
play
and
golf.
I
We'll
can't
go
talk.
bowling. We'll go to the casino. How about that?
Oh, you're
don't
speaking my
gamble.
language. Come on.
Golf,
I don't
bowling,
think
and
I.
casino.
Yeah,
Mike and
I don't
everybody
do
was
anything.
down here. I'm sorry we couldn't get together when they were here. They were in Boca. This is where I live.
Oh wow, yeah, that's right. They have that conference or something.
Oh, the FIA conference, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They've been doing that down there for years.
So we got to break this 55 to coats on the downside. That's the recent low. We need to break through that now on the downside.
Yeah, I'm watching it. Yeah, that's the level of support right now.
Got a nice series of these little baby bull flags in the NQ. They've been working pretty well.
Buy the dips back. Buy the dips back.
Buy the dips back.
This is one hell of a dip. You got to be brave to buy a 300-point pullback.
Yeah, we could get a little Momo to the downside here. I mean, we're due.
I'm gonna add if we can break 56. Oh, okay. Well, I added. I'm short 2 from 62.75.
We're due.
We've been
Wasn't
hovering.
that you guys watch this? Are you guys Simpsons fans? You watch The Simpsons, or do you remember the old episodes of The Simpsons?
I've seen
When
clips.
Krusty the
JD,
Clown
yeah.
lost all his money. When Krusty the Clown lost all his money betting against the Harlem Globetrotters because he thought the Generals were due.
Yeah, they lost 8,000 games in a row.
The Generals were due.
That's what it feels like selling the top.
Yeah, I mean, we've been sitting close to an 80 RSI for the last 30 minutes too. So
Yeah, we're seeing. Yeah, we broke
the
through
50s
those
now. Break the
5
50s.
There we go.
3-bar reversal, kind of. Not officially until maybe 42.
Get the decreasing downside volume here. See this pattern? Small red candles and decreasing volume. That's a nice bull flag setup right there.
Yeah, we have to break through these 42, 41 right now for.
Yep, for support.
Or this two
28.
staying, yeah.
I have 28s for the first support.
Okay.
First target 28. 19.828.
I'm starting to pick up some steam to the downside now.
There we go. Look at that. Kiss the 40s.
I would trim a little if we get near the 30s to 28s.
It's turned into a nice little trade.
Yep, I'm looking for the upper 20s to take. I'll take one off around, I would say 30 to 29.
How many do you have on again, Dakota?
2 from 62 3/4.
Got it.
27 is the exact 9 EMA, which we have not broken for the last 3 hours. Doesn't mean we can't now. Good spot.
Oh, it's starting to pick up steam.
Look at this. We sure are. Nice trade.
Who said it was hard to call a top?
That was an excellent read. Hoop says that was a nice read. Agreed. That was an excellent read.
Perfecto.
So one more time,
I was
Dakota.
getting ready to close it out. I was going to close the one out right there, and it just bounced right off the 29.
Yep.
Right off those
Look at that.
29s, David.
To the penny.
To the penny.
That was the 9
One more
EMA,
time for
which
the-
we have not broken all day.
One more time for the people in the back, Dakota. What did you see at the top there that you felt compelled to get short on this one?
Yeah, well, it was less of a filling, more of just price action, right? We have a big 30-point rejection, right, after a very extended move. And I was watching price action when we got this pullback. We got a pullback. We got this little rally from that low, and we consolidated there for like 500 ticks. And this was the same level that we seen. There was a little bit of resistance. So usually when we see a big rally like this and a complete rejection, that signals that there could possibly be a little, more to the downside. So I got in one, have my stop loss, above that high, and then I added again once we broke through these 55s, and I was looking for these 30 to 29, and it got down there to the freaking tick. And I was just too slow closing it out, but it's still valid. I want to see if we could hold this as resistance now. Hold these 50, I would dare say 56 as resistance, 55 as resistance. But
okay,
obviously, wish I should have just kept and take profit. That's the debate between having a take profit and not having a take profit. Because if we move down too quick, at least you could close out with the take profit. On the other hand, this is what happens. It moves so fast, you can't react.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm with you now. We want to stay below these 56s, 57s. 5 minute, we got a little green bar again. We want to negate that. Low.
Have you adjusted your CYA on this trade at all, Dakota? Not touching the CYA?
I will. Yeah, I will as
Here we
soon as
go.
we get back. If we get back down there and I close out one, I'll move my CYA to 77.
Okay.
I actually, I might do that now. That's the right thing to do. Because we did.
If we can
through
break
that.
the trend down to the 29s, we got room to the like the 05s.
Yeah, those mid 50s held as resistance.
Yep.
That made a good pivot for a stop loss. If we continue down at the 55, 56 would be a good stop loss.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, David, are you still having trouble seeing Dakota's screen in the VMix screen room?
Yeah, I think I'd probably have to log out and log in.
Go ahead. You
I'll
can do
see.
that real quick.
All right, let me do it
No
real
harm.
fast.
Looking at the tilt, not much happening there. Oh, we got 68% short the ES, 65% short the NQ, 63% long crude, and 54% short gold. A little more selling pressure coming in right here.
I got it now.
All good? Perfect.
Yeah.
Success.
Success.
Now we want to break through those 29s. Next spot is 804s. If we
804 next. All right. We hit the 828s. Next up below there, 804. Selling volume might be dying just a little bit. Oh, it just seems so tough to pick tops in these types of markets. You nailed it, though. No doubt about it.
That was a great call.
Sometimes, man. Sometimes.
Everyone gets a day.
Every time.
You have a lot more good days than bad, Dakota, so that was a great call. Great call.
Some of my best trades are the ones I call and don't trade.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that how it always goes?
Yeah. Yeah, just ask Hoop. Hoop's in the chat. He knows exactly what I mean.
Happened to us in gold this morning during the opening call. We were looking at that megaphone pattern, that expanding triangle pattern in the gold market. Right after the open, we put a nice long trade on in gold. Took a 2-to-1 R on it. Started pulling back a little. We were looking at a megaphone pattern. Kept saying we're buying the lower extreme. We're buying the lower extreme. We talked about it for 10 minutes. We finally hit the lower extreme. We didn't pull the trigger on it. And it kissed that line and shot straight up. Right out of a cannon.
I can't tell you how many times that I miss a trade by a quarter of a point or a point that works for 10 points in 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, tell you what, it
happens all the time.
It's easier to call markets than to actually trade them. It's like they're tough trades. They're tough trades, and It's a human psychology. It's definitely that.
I don't want to follow anyone who doesn't have skin in the game. Calling trades.
Yeah, right.
There's no pressure on you when you're just calling trades and picking levels, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're wrong, you're wrong. But I have skin in the game on every single trade that we do. I think anyone who's teaching you should, so they know what it feels like to actually be in a trade.
I
We got a
agree.
couple hundred lats just started stacking up in the NQ. We got 100 at
Nice.
52,
Yeah.
100 at 50,
Here we go.
49.75. Those just came in.
Yeah, 52, 49.75.
Break these 30s now.
Get a little bit of a pullback before the liberation.
That's what I'm thinking that too. I mean, there's so much freaking euphoria going into it.
Do you think it's short covering? Like, hey, I'm just gonna cover my shorts until after?
Let's talk to 3 o'clock, you saying? Everybody see on?
3 o'clock Central Time. Right after
close.
right after close, 4 o'clock Eastern. Yeah.
Oh, okay, 4 o'clock. Yeah.
All right, I have a question for you, David.
I'm
This
here.
is a big conversation I'm having with some of my traders, and I had it with MP yesterday. And trader, of course, traders have their own opinion, but I'm going to go ahead and close one out right here as we broke down into these 20s. So close out one, moving me at my CYA to basically break even, just above 50. It's at 58 right now. We had that kind of the market show resistance at 54, and I'll let this one roll as we have this conversation. Those 100 contracts are chasing the market down. I think they just got filled.
Did they?
We break 06. We break 06s. I could see in the 19750s if we really get going.
Okay.
Well, go ahead. I'm ready.
Yeah. Anyway, I was talking about whether traders should trade after the market close. You know how there's an hour after the market closes in the futures on whether or not traders should trade that, and that sparked a decent debate. I have a strong opinion. I have strong opinions, but they're loosely held. I was on the opinion saying no. I firmly believe that a prop firm should not allow traders to trade past the close because you have to have all trades closed before 10 minutes after the
15.
close.
Yeah.
The firm, closes the trades out if you don't. So I was really for that. I understand it coming from a coach where I don't want to see traders blow accounts during earnings, during events like today, right? Could you imagine a trader holding a trade after hours and then low liquidity where slippage is huge? And then from the opposite side of the coin, I start to get a good understanding of like, hey, if we're going to do this, I'd rather have traders do that in a safer environment rather than go put money in their own account and then experience it themselves in their own money. That's not a great way to learn the hard way. I'd rather see traders actually practice that or experience that or learn it the hard way in a simulated account rather than their own. So I was kind of on the edge on like, I'm now siding with it possibly being okay to let a firm allow traders to trade during that time frame so they could learn it and learn why you shouldn't be trading that in a safer environment rather than go open up their own personal account and try it out for themselves. What's your thoughts on all that?
Fair points on both sides there.
Yeah, there are. And I tell people who are learning this, I don't want you trading ESs with your own money. There's no reason to when we have Topstep. Why would you want to risk your own money? And first of all, if I want to trade one ES contract on my Interactive Brokers account, I need $23,000 worth of buying power. That's to do one contract, right? And there's no margin on it. So most people, and I'm not generalizing, but most people don't have $25,000 to open up an Interactive Brokers account or a Think or Swim account so that you avoid the PDT rule. And one contract is $23,000. So I don't want anyone risking their own money trading futures. As far as letting it be open till 5 o'clock, I don't have a problem with that trading futures. I'm okay with that because a lot of times what I will see is at 4 o'clock going into the bell, especially after we get the market on close orders and stuff, a gigantic move in one direction or another, which if you get on the same side of is good. And more often than not, that will reverse itself at some point. And sometimes I'll trade the MESs in my own account after that. So I don't mind the futures accounts being open a little longer. I think that's
Yep.
fine.
So I agree.
Gotta have a
I was
plan.
firmly
You
against
still got to have
it.
a plan. You still got to
Yeah.
use your technicals and stuff, but I don't mind that. I just don't recommend anyone trading these in their real account.
Yeah, I was firmly against it, but then I had conversations with some traders and just thought about it. I'm like, you know what? You're right. I am not against it having a firm open because I would rather to see traders learn the hard way in a sim environment or a safer environment than do their own account. I strongly recommend against trading during that time because of the volatility and low liquidity. And maybe there is someone out there that could consistently be profitable at that time. And also, it's the futures market. We trade more than just the Nasdaq. I was kind of looking at this from a very tunnel vision, thinking Nasdaq earnings, this or that. Then there's currency futures. There's gold. There's silver. There's copper, and some traders can definitely find opportunities during that 1 hour. So yeah, I am now for it because that traders can learn in a safer environment than do it themselves and lose their own money.
Mhm.
So
100%.
next question I'm always wondering is how does that process look from transitioning? There's a lot. It's just I would never recommend it as a coach because I
In
don't want to see
fairness,
traders learning the hard way.
we already do that in gold. Gold technically settles at 12:30 p.m. Central Time. Settlement price for gold is established at 12:30 Central Time by the exchange. So traders are technically allowed to trade that market for another 3 hours after settlement has been established in that market. But again, it's trade at your own risk. You see, just like you said, you see the volume, you see the volatility dry up after that 12:30 Central Time mark. We're seeing it right now. Let's switch over to gold.
In gold, yeah.
Talking about liberation, we can liberate the traders from that 1 hour.
I don't see the big deal either. I agree with you. Both make valid points. But yeah, ultimately, traders should be allowed to make their own mistakes and learn from them.
Yep.
If you feel compelled to trade, right up to the closing bell, if that's the way you feel you need to do it, then by all means go and do it and come back and tell us how it went. Or
Yeah, exactly.
whatever.
Just be journaling everything and see what kind of results you get. And if it's working for you, then fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know MP asked me that yesterday, and I was just very passionate. Like, no, that sounds crazy. I don't want to see a trader do that. But then half the day, I messaged MP. I sent him a message. I said, hey, actually, I'm perfectly for it, and here's why. And so I figured I could have that conversation with you. And look at this market selling off 780s.
We just broke the trend for the first time all afternoon. 50s. I have 50s and 40s, which I would be long for a trade. Certainly the 40s.
Yep, I have the 40s as well.
Looking at a 40s, looking at a target of the 40s, possible bounce off of that.
Yeah.
So Dakota, when you're in your VIP room with the rest of the Pop Squad, do you have this conversation with them? Do you have these types of conversations with them? What are good hours to be trading?
Really,
when should you be in the market?
I've been kind of a little more hands off rather than micromanaging and seeing how these traders do, because over the past 6 weeks, basically, I've been kind of trying to chip away with one concept, and that's trade smaller. And I'm still not seeing traders trade smaller. It's just insanity to me for that. And so I always believe that less micromanagement is better. And I mean, I have the Pop Squad statistics right now. If you want me to pull them up, JD.
Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Here we go. Let's see if okay, there they are. There they are. That's everywhere. It's not just Pop Squad; it's the whole VIP, right? And it's interesting. I've been watching this. I like I said, from a coach's perspective, I still don't exactly understand what some of these statistics and how they're calculated, and what they might mean. But some of the things that I am watching is active XFAs. How many traders are in XFA? How many traders are in the active combine? And then the fluctuation. Win or lose, the previous total day, I don't want to see that big. I don't want to see $50,000 of the whole, like, the little amount of fluctuation, the better. I told traders, if you're going to lose, I'm happy seeing traders lose, $200 or $300, and then happy seeing traders make $200 or $300. What I don't want to see is these big swings where it's like minus $10,000, $20,000, plus $10,000, $20,000, because that's not consistent. We've been around this level most of the season. We've been plus 10,000, minus 10,000, and just hovering around there. And I've been watching these other teams have these huge swings where, like, one would be like minus 50, then the next day they're plus 50,000. And so I'm happy with the way that the team overall is performing, looking at it from a longevity standpoint, where it's going to be interesting to see. I'm really interesting to see how many traders are going to be staying in this. The one number that's always disappointing is the lost accounts, on how many lost accounts the team has had. 213. The highest one is 222. And then trying to understand what it means, because the VIP team has access to a free reset, right, every month, or they have access to those benefits. So I'm thinking it's great for a trader to utilize that effectively to maybe trade a little bit more aggressive to pass a combine, because while they are here, they can do that because they have the free account, the free reset, so they can learn. And so I'm still, as a coach, I'm still learning how to figure this process out on how to best effectively coach the team, or coach the individual traders during this VIP. Because if it was up to me, I would just tell everybody, trade one micro for 6 months and follow your process. It doesn't matter about the money right now. But then the goal is actually they don't want to do that, obviously, and no one wants to do that. That's boring. You're not going to make money. But to me, that's the best way to become a better trader. However,
with you,
I think for me in the VIP team, the goal is to get traders to pass and get into an XFA. And so before I was preaching 1 to 3 micros. Now I'm kind of okay with, maybe 5, maybe a little bit more micros, not maxing out 5 minis, 2 minis. It's like, okay, you can trade a little bit bigger than what I typically would suggest, because this is meant for a learning environment. You have the luxury of the VIP. You have the luxury of having that free reset once a month. And it's interesting to watch. It's interesting to watch, like, how many lost accounts versus, how traders are doing. I'm not sure what this total account balance means, JD, whether it's XFAs and combines. I'm not really sure what this total take means. So maybe there's some questions on my end that I could work with these other coaches to come
Total
to a
take just
conclusion.
includes if you add up total account balance plus payouts, that's your total take. And then yes, these would be the P&Ls for all active accounts on the team. So account balance would be so every open active account on the team.
So I think as we do
and
this,
lost accounts are obviously resets.
Right.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
And I think it's my responsibility as a coach to work with these other coaches to see which data points are the most important for traders right now, because this takes the team as a whole. And as much as we want to coach a team as general, I think it's also more important, if not just as important, working on the individual traders, right? Because VIP is going to come and go. But those traders are still going to need to trade and learn how to trade. And I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. I've been enjoying this. I know the traders have been enjoying this. Traders come and go. We've been having conversation about, traders that who's actually showing up for class, who's actually being active and having conversations and trying to improve, versus those that join the VIP and they don't make a single comment. They're just here for the benefits and they don't do anything. And so I've been having conversations like, hey, can't we just have traders, on the bench kind of? So when a trader doesn't show up or he's not active, we get them out, bring someone in, that's willing to put in that work and have it like a real team, right? Hey, this trader's performing well. He's putting in the work. They're there every day. They're learning from their mistakes and they're active. And this other one, they're out on their own. We have no idea what's going on. They're not talking. They're not they're not doing anything. Get them out. Bring someone else willing to be able to put in the work, and things like that. I know we're having conversations on is something I'm excited to see how this VIP team develops. See how these traders perform in these VIP teams, and to see what comes about it as Topstep, has those conversations for the Topstep Trading League.
Yeah.
So a lot's going
Yeah,
on.
this is only season 2, and we're learning a little more every step forward that we take. I think we should actually put together like a program syllabus for some of these traders. Some of these traders came out swinging so hard, they're putting up $17,000 in one day in a 100K trading combine. Like I feel like
Yeah.
some traders got into this program without knowing what the rules are. There's a consistency target that you have to meet. I know, I understand everybody wants to hit a home run once in a while, but you have to play the rules for what they are. 50% of your total profits can't come from a single day. You can't have more than 50% of your profits from a single trading day. So like you come out balls to the wall, put up a $20,000 winning day. Now you got to do your best to shave off half of that just to get into the XFA. It's some people. I don't
tell
think
you
some
what,
people
it's the
fully
same question we
understood.
always ask.
Yeah.
David, how would you feel if a trader passes a combine in 2 days? Would you be happy for the trader because they're now in an XFA? Or are you going to be a little bit nervous because they passed in 2 days and they don't have a solid process or plan? That's the question I've always asked since day one.
I would be absolutely nervous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would be nervous.
And those traders were weeded out pretty early. We had a handful of traders, probably one on each team, close to it, that passed the trading combine in the very first 2 days, got into that XFA, and they were out of the program by the end of the week. Week 1.
Oh, there you go.
This is a 3-month program, This is a 3-month program. April, we're in our final month of season 2 of VIP right now, and a lot of these traders didn't make it past week 1. They were just looking for that free reset. They were looking for that quick payout, get in the XFA, get that quick payout, and boom, just gone. Didn't go to a single trading class, never talked to their coach, didn't meet anybody else on their team, didn't do this, didn't do that. We set up the program as a learning experience, not just a make money for free experience.
100%.
Right.
It's unfortunate that some people abused it the way they did, but a lot of people are taking it very seriously. So those are the kind of people we really do want to attract. What's up, Dakota?
I agree. How about this short?
We just hit the 40s, 50s, I think. Right?
We did, and I'm trailing this thing down. I'm continuing to trail it down. My CYA
Just
is
exactly
75.
hit that pivot point at 47. So
That was your level, huh? 47. Are you still?
Yeah.
How do you feel about the long off 47 right now?
If we did it, it's 10 points up, 15, 12, 13, 14 points up already. So we're taking profits for sure. But that was the exact pivot point. I mean, check that out. Perfect.
Yeah, so about me flying over to Florida and you teaching me that.
47 just paid 15 points, so I'd be out of the trade.
You'd be out, you think? 15 points?
Absolutely.
Done and done?
Yeah. There's 20 points. It's not even that. Look, it's not even. Just look at the technical. That's my point, right? If you share my chart for a minute, I would have definitely taken 20 points.
This market.
We don't have them, David.
Right back down. Boom. That's okay.
Oh, we don't. Oh, when you refresh, David, we lost your charts.
Okay.
Look at this market just go. I'm looking for these 30s.
That's why I would have just taken 20 points out of it. Okay, chart should be up. Yeah,
this is a decent.
We exactly hit the pivot point first time, went up 20 points. Sitting right on the pivot point again, but we got room, Dakota.
Yeah, we got room down to 715, 720s. I'm going
Man,
to
way
take
to
this
pick a
100,
top.
120 points here.
Might have
And
to
I'm
take
out.
it.
That's what I was
Covering.
looking for. Yeah, that's what I was looking
You
for. I was
might
looking
have
for
to
this
take it.
resistance zone.
Just like that,
There we
folks.
go.
You just witnessed a 120-point move. 120-point winning trade for number 5 on the big board. Everyone clap.
Absolutely spectacular.
Do we have an applause soundbite back there?
Please
Yeah,
clap.
Really, that deserves one. That deserves a standing ovation.
Oh man,
Standing O.
this market. Who do you think you are? I am. I don't. You know, that was a great trade, right? But no, you know what? I'm gonna celebrate it. I was gonna say doesn't make sense because I hit my daily loss limit in my live account, and this is just a combine. So it's like, does it mean anything? And you know what? Yes, because it's the process. To me, it's the process. So I gotta celebrate it while I can.
Mm-hmm. Barely an uptick there. Looking at a 5-minute chart, 7 consecutive red candles. Right down.
Well, I will be long. The ES is at 56.89 for a trade.
56.89. Let's switch over to the ES.
That is 65 EMA on my chart. For a trade.
This seems like it's the fear before the liberation.
The liberation. We're going to be talking about the liberation for years to come, aren't we?
I think when we first came on, we said it's probably going to be a buy the rumor, sell the news event, and this is exactly what's happening. All the euphoria is being taken out of the market right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're working on 8 5-minute candles in a row down in the ESs now.
Here we go. Yeah.
I'd love to see
the libation for the liberation.
What are we being liberated from?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's why I still haven't figured that out.
There's a lot of questions about this liberation. Yeah.
We're getting liberated from low volatile markets.
Who's benefiting from this liberation? And
market makers.
Is it going to cost me money in the long run? Who's being liberated?
Right about that. Right.
We just tune in, find out. We're gonna find out. Tonight's gonna be insane. we're gonna see some after hours price movement. That's for sure. My biggest question now, David, is going to be what's going to be the reaction of these other countries? Like, is it going to be retaliation? Is it going to be that? I think is going to be the biggest question mark going into the next few weeks. Is how do the other countries react?
And that's why no matter what he says, there's still going to be a crap load of uncertainty in the market because that's exactly what's going to happen. We think everyone's going to stand by and say, "Okay, Mr. Trump, that's great. We accept." No,
yeah,
we accept retaliation. It's retaliation, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
That's the unknown. That's the uncertainty that I have. It's like no matter what happens this afternoon, I think the reaction is going to be the uncertainty, and who knows? Maybe it's going to be another month or two until we get that clarity that the market wants. That Peter Tuchman has been preaching about. Is where is this clarity? When is it going to get here? How much clarity can we get this afternoon? Like, where is that clarity? It's one-sided, right? Like it
ain't coming today. I can tell you that right.
Yeah, tariffs isn't one-sided. It's not one party says, "Hey, this is how it's going to be," and that's how it stays. No, because you have a counterparty where you're having trade with, and I've been dealing with this with Mexico for a while now, and some of the Border Patrol agents, they have their hands full, and it's the same thing. It's like, great, one country says one thing. It's not a one-sided debate. It's not a one-sided negotiation. A lot of the uncertainties going to be coming out, hopefully.
There's going to be a lot to digest in the coming days, that's for sure. David Green, we've only got a couple minutes left here. Can you tell us a little bit about Wall Street Global Trading Academy, real quick before we get out of here? We'll throw your email in the chat
WSGTA.
again.
I appreciate that. WSGTA.com. That's where we have our courses. 2 courses to choose from. Both include lifetime mentorship. We hang out with everybody every Thursday night, go over trades, talk about problems that anybody has. At this point, the courses are about 150 hours long. We keep adding stuff to it. So check that out. And before you check that out, come hang out in the trading room. Hang out for a week, and then if you're still interested, go look at what we have to offer. I don't want to sell anybody anything at this point. Come hang out in the room, and we'll take it from there. That's it.
Can you repeat that email one more time? It kind of broke up just a little bit.
E as in David. E green, like the color, 927 at yahoo.com.
What time do you have it start?
What the code?
What time does it start?
Oh, that's good. Good question. 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we're there all day, every day, basically. So 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard. Anyone who sends me an email, guys, I will send you a link over the weekend with all the information. You can pop in on Monday morning.
One day, I'll join you one day. I'll join you when I'm.
You're not allowed. You're not allowed to come in and get.
8 a.m. is
too
early for me. It's early.
I usually have the room open by 7:30, and we start our morning meeting.
Okay.
Well, David Green's email is in the chat. Shoot him an email and get yourself a free week at Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Change your life. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break. Coming up next, we got the return of Johnny D. I was just reading this line a few minutes ago. trying to come up with a spin on it. I'm not sure who wrote it. I'm just going to read it exactly as written. Johnny made a cool 4.2K in his live funded account yesterday, trading the NQ. That is no April Fool's prank. So whoever wrote that, thank you. And there you go. All right, stick around, folks. We're going to take a short break. David Green, thanks for joining us. Coach Dakota. These guys are going to both be back for a power hour later today. So make sure you are here for that. All right, guys. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Topstep TV. Let's go. Let me send a Slack out to Gabe.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can
Wait,
hear us.
apparently we're muted and they can only hear the music. Hold on, are we fixed? Yes, we are. Okay, we're good. JD, take it away.
We're good now.
Oh my
We're
god.
good. All right,
Zach
all
is
right.
getting crushed right now. What is going on? Sorry, chat.
Never a dull moment around here, folks. All right, welcome
Nope.
back, friends and traders. Everybody can hear me now, right? Give me a thumbs up or a yes in the chat if you can hear what I'm saying right now.
Should be good.
Richard Harris is bored.
This is not a boring
Go kick
market.
rocks. Grandpa used to say when we got bored, go kick some rocks. All right, here we are. Johnny D, welcome back from the great state of Kansas. I'm going to just repeat everything I said a second ago. Our newest rising star, he's been here before, but welcome back, Johnny D. Thanks for joining us. We got Dolby Time over there on the right with the keys to the house account. All right, Johnny D, number 70 on the big board, coming off a couple big winning days. Almost just over $4,000 yesterday. You're up a little over $4,000 again today. Did you lock it out? Are you still in the market? What's going on today, Johnny D?
I'm still in the market. I did try a short earlier. I was up close to 6K earlier, but ended up getting stopped out on that idea. So we're gonna see if we can catch something here in the PM session.
Love it. What's kind of your main time to trade,
Excellent.
Johnny?
Usually in the morning from 9:30 to 11. That's usually
Central?
when I find most of my setups.
That Central Time? Yeah, it must be right. Kansas.
EST time, New York time.
Oh, EST. Okay. Nice.
Ooh, we got Hoag in the
Yeah, I
chat.
know.
We just saw some movement in the NQ. Hoag's in the chat posting some headlines. Trump 25% automobile tariff due to take effect at 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time, April 3rd. That's according to the Federal Register. So we've got some headlines coming out already. We warned against that this morning. Headline risk is on this afternoon, folks. If you're in the markets, be aware of what is happening in the tariff world. News is already starting to pump out. Thanks, Hoag, for being on top of that.
Where was your last
Johnny
short
D?
from? Yep.
Who, mine?
Yeah.
Yep.
If I remember right, it was around 10:30 this morning.
I already have to know that's probably a little bit early. Knowing that
11:30, sorry, 11, like around 11-ish.
11-ish, okay.
Yeah, I tried shorting the YM with some other accounts that I have with another firm, and all those ideas just ended up getting stopped out.
Yeah. What are you looking at the
It
market
was a
now?
tough morning to short, yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. Is there anything in the market that you're looking at now?
Right now, to be honest, I kind of want more upside. I'm not gonna lie. Right now we are in a 15-minute fair value gap, so I like to see if we can get some lower time frame confirmation out of this point of interest back to the upside. Primarily looking at the ES chart here at the 57.39.75 level, those relative equal highs up there.
Okay, nice. What about
Repeat
you,
that,
JD?
what was that price again?
Oh,
What was
yeah,
that
go
price again, Johnny? 57 what?
57.39.75.
Okay. Looking at that for a target. Looking at the NQ chart, I'm looking at a 15-minute right now. Got a nice reversal off the top. We're coming back into yesterday's range. We got yesterday's high 644. Yesterday's value area high also 644. Settlement price 604. We could be making a run for all of these levels right now, I think. Are they opportunities to get long at? I don't know. We won't know that until we get down there and see a bounce, but they definitely look like target areas moving back into range and value from yesterday. Could be the play right now, especially with this tariff news coming out. We got headlines hitting the tape, and it seems like anytime one of those headlines hits the tape, it's negative for the equities.
I mean, this little 1 minute range here is looking pretty interesting.
What do you see in Dolby?
I just, we rejected off of those 900s. NASDAQ really likes big round numbers. So I'm wondering if we're just in sort of like riding a down wave right now. And we keep on just stair stepping lower. So I'm not super interested in longs until maybe we get back down to like 600s or so. But the momentum just selling off of 900s is very, very strong thus far. But I was looking at that little 1 minute range. It's like a isolated continuation range trade. But I labeled it.
Just this. Okay, got it. Just just the last couple minutes. Sorry, I'm giggling about a comment in the chat that nobody else can see, but
Oh my goodness, Chad, you are funny today. Funny.
they're on it. They're on one.
Yes, they are.
But this downward pressure still looks pretty solid for the moment. We could start looking for some buying opportunities if we get a little lower, but kind of in a. Where's your gap fill at? Your
Yeah,
Johnny, you mentioned a fair value gap. Where's your gap fill at? What's the price level?
That's
if
the,
you're looking at the
12
NQ.
p.m. 15-minute fair value gap.
Okay.
I'm wanting to see. I'm trying to see if this 15-minute closes below it or if it closes within it. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for here. The 1 minute is just kind of stair stepping down still. It's really what I'm waiting for is the closure here. This 15-minute candle.
Yeah, you're looking at that stair step too. What's that? 1 minute chart? 5?
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like chat picked up on the ICT terms. I'm assuming you are a student, a student of.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you guys. You guys like ICT or no?
I don't have any problems with it at
Okay.
all. I mean, we've actually had a couple traders on, I think, who use the concepts and have taken a lot of payouts and have been on TopstepTV. I think, what it really comes down to is just risk management. If you want to roll dice and take trades, you could probably be profitable as long as you have good risk management. So, if there's good systems within ICT and the trader has great discipline, it's probably going to be a disciplined and profitable trader.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so
most of what I know about them,
right-
I've learned from. Most of what I learned
Sorry, go ahead.
about ICT, I've learned from being on this program. I wasn't a follower. I never studied his concepts, so everything I learned about him, I learned here on TopstepTV.
Yeah.
Nice.
That said, do I use this concept?
Okay, so right now we have sort of this what I call this is a change in the state of delivery. So this last down close candle, we did close above the opening price of this candle here. So we're still respecting this 15-minute gap. I am in favor of longs right here. So I'm going to try a long here on the ES with the stop right down here and a TP about right there.
When you say right down here, what's the what's your price on that stop?
56.90.
56.90, and you're in. What's your entry price?
56.96 and 3/4.
Nice.
So I don't want to see this come back below this area here where this blue line is at.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to see this come back down. I want to see it start pushing higher here on this new 15-minute candle.
And so, what's sort of like the logic in this trade? So, how does a 15-minute fair value gap here get you into the long? Because on a short it looks like you're counter trend trading, just based off the screen.
So-
right? It's all downtrends.
Yeah, so the higher time frame, I mean, we're like on the 15-minute, we're bullish, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we have a POI of this displacement range that is in a discount. So I'd like to see that respect. And then using this concept that I'm not sure who popularized it. I'm sure it was one of the ICT students, but it's called time frame alignment. So the 1 minute is aligned to the 15-minute. So we look for a 1 minute break of structure or a 1 minute change in the state of delivery, which is this order block right here. I look for that signature and price, and then that's when I enter.
Okay, cool. And how many setups are you kind of working through? Do you have like a main
Like
one?
throughout the day?
Yeah, like how many different setups will you, or how many different types, I should say?
I have a few. I'm not gonna lie. I have a few.
Mhm.
It's not just this one. There are different scenarios for different things. Every day is a little similar, but it is a little bit different.
Right. Yeah.
Usually, like if I'm looking for continuation entries, I will enter off of like fair value gaps. So if we start displacing higher here and I miss this entry, for example, then I would look for, a gap to form on the lower time frame and enter off that and then attack these, swing highs and swing lows.
Got it. Okay, cool. And then are you normally trading ES or NASDAQ?
No, I'm more of a NASDAQ person, but NASDAQ is a little bit weaker over here, and ES is kind of taking the lead right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so NASDAQ over here on the 15-minute kind of, it still respected the gap, not as much as ES did.
Cool.
And I do like the fact that 2 p.m. is dropping lower first into a 15-minute gap. So that's why I'm taking this setup here.
Nice. I love your just conviction. See setup, take setup. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're coming back into this order block. If we do drop lower, I'll look for another setup maybe. But if we do get stopped out on this, I'll probably look for one of these swing lows on the 15-minute to get taken, and I got stopped out right there.
Okay. Hey, that's okay.
So
See setup, take setup.
I still want to see this 15 minutes still being respected here.
Mm-hmm. And so when you get stopped on a trade like that, are you just immediately looking for a new entry? Do you, press the pause button for a couple minutes?
Yeah, no, I wait for candle closures to see if it still respects it or not.
Nice. Sometimes it can be tricky to hop into a trade again right after a loser, especially if that setup just takes place again, or if you just got stopped by a tick.
Yeah. Even if it's a viable setup, it still kind of feels like revenge trading. As soon as you get out of a trade, jump right back into the market.
Yeah, that's the thing. Then you feel like twice as bad.
Did you do it for the right reason?
Looks like I got stopped out to the tick here.
Yeah, that's a brutal stop. Hey, you can join the club that I'm in with MP, where you get stopped by a tick and then it rallies 150 points.
Happened to me in crude oil today. Did you see my?
Oh, did it, Judge? Nice.
I got stopped out to the tick in crude oil today.
That's
we
awesome.
had 80 points, 80 ticks into a move, so we moved our stop up just to trail it a little bit, and it broke 80 ticks. Took our stop out by 1 tick, and then rallied an entire dollar.
Dude, they might be watching, man. They might be watching at this point. Oh, nice.
Looks like we're going to take out the low of that previous candle, so don't feel bad.
Yeah.
I don't think getting ticked out there, you're not going to... It's going to go through your price. You won't be the low tick. But we're hovering right in between yesterday's high and yesterday's value area high. So we're kind of in a... We're in a zone. Could this be a buy zone? I don't know. We're coming off of some strong red 15-minute candles here. Some decent increasing volume. So there's some selling pressure coming in right now.
Yeah, no kidding. When we touch those 900s, it's been sell side ever since. What is that noise? Was that you, Johnny? Or is someone else like in our VMix? What the hell's going on?
Who's in our green room?
I don't know.
Who's watching
like someone's
TV?
in the kitchen. Yeah, is that?
It might be. Sorry about that.
I don't know if it's you.
You look at ghosts.
Ghosts?
Someone says.
Yeah. Well, what was it? Someone in chat. Devon Scott. Johnny is a good trader and puts out good content. Johnny, I saw you have about like 15, 16,000 YouTube subscribers, and you're putting out some trading content pretty consistently, which is great. Is it normally focused around kind of like trading systems, teaching?
Yeah. It's primarily focused around ICT concepts. So like the way I understand them and the way I trade them.
Yeah.
That's what that's primarily focused around.
So it's like your own little take on it. Like your little edge, whatever it is. So because they're broad too. I mean, it covers a lot of stuff, and it seems like each trader kind of picks like a couple concepts and maybe has a favorite and like a tertiary or secondary one.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, Johnny's put up some big days. Number 70 on the big board. No stranger.
Yeah, you don't get that high.
Green.
You got to be better than lucky every once in a while to get up that high in the big board. That's for sure.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Clearly there is some strong discipline there from Johnny. Johnny, when did you get into trading? How long ago?
I've been into trading for at least a little over 5 years now.
Nice.
So back in the beginning of 2019 is when I started. I started with your typical, how to make money online. Came across
Mhm.
trading, loaded up an options point with 5K, ended up blowing it, and then coming back to it towards the end of that year, and then just been history ever since.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. You journal?
Yep.
You a journaler?
Yes. Yes.
Nice.
Walk us through that. What do you put in your journal? What are you jotting down? What do you go back and look at
If
when
it's
you're
a win
journaling?
or a loss, times that I'm in, time that I'm in the trade, like for example, if I'm in it for 5, 10, 15 minutes, the percentage, feelings during the trade, feelings after the trade, feelings before the
Mhm.
trade. I usually like doing it in video form though. Like I'll go
Oh
in, do
yeah.
recaps. I have a trading group as well, and we do market recaps every day. So that's kind of like my own personal journal as well.
Yeah.
That's
That can
cool.
be a
Very
really
cool.
useful tool. If you're like
Yeah.
recording your own sessions or if you're doing like a vlog or something, it can really help to just
Yeah.
say it out loud versus just writing it down. Is there anything so you've been trading for a while? Is there anything that surprised you from your own journaling?
Um, Trading in between certain times, I don't really do all that well. Like between 11 to 1 is really the times that kind of mess me up if I do trade in between those times.
Mm.
So that's what I've found out through a lot of journaling is like those times right there are not the best times, at least personally for me. And that's not to say that I don't take trades in between those times. Sometimes, there will be a trade to be taken, but for the most
Mhm.
part, I lose more during those times than I win.
Mm.
Markets are usually flat during those. That's what we call the New York lunch hour, 11 to 2 or 11 to
Yeah.
1 Central Time, would be 12 to 2 Eastern Time. And that's when liquidity volume tend to die up, markets go flat going into the close. So it's kind of a dead zone for the market. So that lines up
Yep.
with what a lot of other people believe also, that when everybody else is taking lunch, maybe you should be taking lunch too. But
Yeah.
every once in a while, you do get that move. Is it worth sticking around for every single day? It's debatable. Depends on what kind of trades you're looking for. But yeah, that is sort
Yeah,
of a very quiet time during the day.
it
Exactly.
is.
Yep.
And even like Deanna has talked about it too. It's like the time of day that you trade is just as important as any levels or system that you're using. So it's not shocking for someone like anyone really to go look at their journal and be like, I am not good between 11 and 1, but I crush it between, 8:30 and 10 or between 2 and 3. It's like it
Exactly.
all
Yeah.
matters. It all matters. Like trying to trade
Mm-hmm.
pre-open, like absolute slop nightmare, but I'm sure someone out there really enjoys trading half an hour before the open. Other thing too is like you just don't need that much time to be profitable. And the market will be more than happy to take all the money you're willing to give it in whatever time frame you're willing to trade. Man, Nasdaq's still moving lower here.
Yeah. I
Yeah, it's
don't.
creeping down
This
too.
this little grind lower is pretty. I don't really like it.
We're moving back inside. We got yesterday's value area high in the ES at 56.8375. We're on top of that right now. Settlement price is next 56.74 half, another target. But yeah, we just keep continuing down ticking. Continuing to down tick for the moment.
Yep. Still riding away from 900s. Like, how far is that going to reject down? It was like a daily. I mean, even the daily level got up there. Although I thought we might get to like 936s, but if this is like a daily sort of rejection to 900s, then maybe we get back down to 600s. That would be right about in the middle, I believe, of the entire day, which would kind of make sense. Yep, 600s.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the 50% of the entire day, which might be a nice little settling spot after all this wonkiness that happened today. Just incredible ranges the last couple days.
Yeah.
Have you enjoyed these sort of these markets, Johnny? I mean, every market is good for a different trader. Is this something that you've enjoyed in the Nasdaq, back to these 100-point, 300-point ranges?
Yeah, man. It's the volatility is pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie.
Mhm.
I usually don't like when we start going like super range bound and the ranges are like extremely tight. I hate
Yeah.
range trading. I'm not gonna lie. Range trading kind of
Mhm.
trips me up sometimes
Mhm.
because sometimes like it'll leave like the external highs or lows of a range, and you'll think it's going there, then it doesn't, and it just I don't know. It trips me up.
So we were more of a Momo trader then? Momentum?
Yeah, exactly.
Momentum and breakouts, yeah.
Really, I'm kind of waiting for us to drop down into this low here. It kind of looks like it's drawing down towards that low. We do
Yep.
have
Mhm.
another 1 hour gap here on the NQ, and then right near that low on ES is another 1 hour gap. So I'm thinking we could draw down into there, depending if like this 1 minute gap holds right here on ES. I think we could deliver from here down into that low there.
Yeah, so you're looking for shorts then, or you're just looking for it to move down so you could maybe get long?
Yeah, I'm looking for it to move down to maybe get long. I do like
Nice.
that level up here on the ES 5739.
739. Nice.
Nice equal highs up here.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We're approaching a buy zone in the NQ also, Dolby. We've got that zone between yesterday's high at 44 and settlement price right around, or settlement price right around 604. So there's like a little 40-point buy zone coming up here in the NQ.
Yep. I'm for sure looking at 600s. That's pullback to 660s was pretty interesting too for a potential like stair step continuation short on the 1 minute. Which has been a really clean sort of trade thus far since coming down off of 900s. A lot of nice little 1 minute ranges, which I know Johnny does not like ranges. Well, what about a 1 minute range,
Yeah.
Johnny? Are those bad too, or do you like a 1 minute range? Those are pretty harmless.
Yeah, I don't really the 1 minute's cool. There's a time and a place for it. Like with
Yeah.
the 50-minute POIs, that's usually when I use the 1 minute, but other than that, I'm not really on the 1 minute as much. I'm usually on like the 5, 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really on the 1 minute too much.
I saw that you switched
Right
to
now,
ES. Yeah, go ahead.
sorry, I was gonna say like right now I'm on the 1 minute just because the 5 minute there's no gaps, so the 1 minute's providing me more clarity, I guess, to
Yeah.
deliver lower. You can see, I mean, this is
Mhm.
working out here.
Yeah. I saw that you said you're trading the ES right now. Do you always trade E-minis or do you switch markets and keep the E-minis?
Yeah, I'm usually trading minis. The reason why I'm on micros over here on NQ because I'm usually an NQ person, but ES did look a lot cleaner over here when I took that first trade. Um, but I'm usually on minis, and the reason why I'm on micros right now is because I'm already up for the day, so no reason
Right.
to put on the same amount of risk that I did like this morning. And last night also I caught a overnight short, so that's why I'm up so much on the day as well.
Oh, so you do some overnight trading too then. That's good.
Yeah, sometimes if the setup is there, you know.
Yeah.
We got some selling pressure coming into the NASDAQ right now. We're right in the middle of that buy zone. I kind of pointed out from yesterday's value area high down to settlement price. We kissed the overnight VWAP right at 19,618.
Yeah, we're coming down to that
What are
low
we
here.
thinking here? How's it looking on your ES zone? Still thinking long
Talking to me?
here? Yeah, Johnny. Still thinking long?
Well, I'm waiting for the sweep of these lows here down into this 1 hour gap here on the ES. Go ahead and mark that out.
1 hour
Right
gap. Let's see
there.
if I can find
There we
it.
go.
Oh, I think I found it.
Oh, okay.
Is it,
That was a little deeper than I thought it was.
is it between like 61 and 73, give or take?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
I'm learning. Look at that.
Yeah, I'm waiting for us to tap into here, and then off of that, then I'll look at the 5 minute to see if we get, that change in delivery, that break of structure back to the upside.
Nice. What if I became an
Takes some
ICT
patience
trader?
for these
Chat
sort of
wizard one.
setups, but
No, I got this locked in now. Now I'm into this ES trade that you're talking about.
Got a nice
funny how we
bounce
just-
off a settlement price.
Yeah.
Decent bounce off settlement. Now we look for a 3-bar reversal, right?
If we are Dakota, yes. Absolutely. So that now I'm looking for the fair value gap that you just referred to. If that does not really exist on NQ. It looks like all of those got filled, maybe besides for one between 640 and
Yeah.
660. Is that right?
Yeah, the 641 and 658, that 1 hour gap right there on NQ, we still have that.
Yeah.
So
Okay, cool.
as long as this candle doesn't close a body below it,
Mhm.
that's still valid in my eyes.
Still valid. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, also we just had those 600s just bounce 40 points so fast, so fast. So is there another stair step short opportunity here? So if you're ICT trader, are you looking to short the bottom of the fair value gap or no in NQ? Because we're just getting back up inside of it right now.
No, the 1 hour hasn't closed, so I'm still assuming this is still valid, and we're kind of just wicking down here to take out like lower time frame lows.
Gotcha.
ICT, he likes to say that wicks do the damage, bodies tell the story, and I completely agree with that statement.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
So I want to see us drive one more time lower here on ES, tapping into this gap here.
If we can get a nice little 1 minute range right around this 640s, I might have to slam a short here. Just be like 1 more minute, 30 seconds. Let's see if we can hang out around here. Maybe we can get that pushed down to 600s and then get your bounce back up higher.
We'll be looking for a short in the NQ right now. All right.
We'll just keep on stair stepping. That's it. I mean, nice downtrend, stair step shorts. We'll see it. Like, I'm a little bit nervous because we got 600s right there, and we saw what happened. At sometimes these big round numbers, the bounces can just be massive.
That is a big fat round number. 19,600.
I don't want to get caught on the wrong side of that. It looks like it's still bouncing.
It's also settlement price down there. And now we're back through. We came all the way through our buy zone. That zone from 644 down to 04. Now we're right back through it.
It's a daily. This could be a big bounce. All right, if we can reconsolidate over 640, this might be a pin reversal. We'll see. We'll see.
Okay.
All right, let's
There's
see.
this 4-hour chart looks good for longs.
Yep.
4-hour chart does look good for longs.
Yes, especially off those 600s.
Yep.
The daily. What's the daily looking like?
Ridiculous. If you want to talk about Wix doing the damage, everybody is damaged right now. Everybody. I think the wick from candle body low to wick low is 316 up to 600, so almost say 270-ish points. And then from the top side, it's say 900 down to 650. Those are pretty brutal wicks. Brutal wicks.
Folks yelling us in chat. Initial balance high. This is support. Initial balance high in the NQ. 19630. 19630.
If we can get a pullback.
Thanks for the heads up, Hoag.
Kind of already getting it on a 30-second, which is a very small time frame.
19620. I'm corrected. Initial balance high in the NQ. 19620.
Yeah,
So
market's just kind of slowing down here, to be honest.
Yeah.
We're waiting on more news.
Yep.
We're definitely waiting on more news.
yeah.
There's more headlines. More headlines are imminent going into the close. There's going to be some action.
Oh, man.
Dolby, what's your case for the short again here?
I don't have one anymore. I don't have one. I don't have one. I had one, and now it's gone. So what we were looking at initially was, what time did we start this segment? Okay, so this was the initial range I was looking at. Is this 1 minute range? And it was really, really good and tight. And I think what happened was we had 700s, and then we had 600s down here. I was looking for momentum, like a continuation short off of 900s. And since there was like a daily level rejection, I want to look at daily levels that the daily chart is respecting. And so we had 600s, which was, we had support at March 18th, March 21st, and then even the candle body close from yesterday was right at around 600s. And so the idea was to short into 600s. But now that we've bounced off of it, now I'm looking for higher highs and higher lows. So maybe we can get long on a pullback and ride this new wave that might be forming, which is the bounce off of 600. So far, it's pretty damn bouncy, JD. Pretty damn bouncy.
It was a bounce. Sure was. Settlement price, initial balance high. There was a lot of signals pointing to a bounce as we traded down there.
Yeah. It's okay, though. Feels good just to, like, change your bias.
No FOMO.
And get aligned. And just get aligned with the market. It feels good to be aligned. Rather than eyeballing a trade and having it just get completely steamrolled.
No FOMO. No FOMO.
No FOMO. JD, that's FOMO today. Not gonna lie. You still get FOMO, Johnny? Is there any like lingering like trader habits that you still have to fight back? FOMO?
Sometimes, yeah, but I mean, I think everybody goes through that. Just emotions, human emotions. It's normal to feel that whenever you have a ginormous move, especially nowadays on social media. You'll hop on social media and you'll see everybody just make a bunch of money, and then
printing.
you kind of feel left out, and that's kind of where the FOMO starts kicking in. At least for people that I've seen in my group.
Yeah, it has to be tough for some new traders out there, especially if you're on social media, because it is not. I kind of made the reference to Poker Stars, where it's like when we were all playing poker in high school, we're like, oh man, look at all these badass hands that they're playing on Poker Stars on ESPN, and then you go to a poker table and you're just dealt total shit the entire time. And you're like, what? We're not watching the same or playing the same game here. And it's like the realistic part of trading is that you're probably going to have a lot of days where you're just down a couple $100. But you go on social media and everyone's up like 20 G's. And are we playing the same game? It's like, kind of. It's just selective in what we're showing.
A little differently. Yeah.
A little differently, yeah. Don't get poker star chat.
Hey.
Real trading is nice and boring.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, we got a 5-minute 3-bar reversal in the NQ.
Ooh, good call. Oh, most definitely. So what would Dakota do? He would get long like 664 and put a stop at like 600s?
He would have front run it. He would have been long already. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
The stop below settlement.
Yeah. Animal. Johnny, what are you seeing in this markets here?
So right now, 1 hour on NQ, still respecting that gap here. It looks like we're getting a 5-minute change here. I want to see a nice closure above the opening price of this first down close candle here.
Cool.
If not, then I'm expecting another drive lower on ES, but this is honestly looking pretty decent. We're coming up to a 15-minute bearish gap here.
Yep, we're getting up to the...
But if we can get a close here and then get another candle forming here and form a 5-minute gap, I'd look to enter off of that.
Nice. We're getting up to the 4-hour range high as well.
So getting into a momentum trade, when you get into a momentum trade like this, how much are you looking to take out of it? What would your profit?
What do you mean, like?
So you're waiting for it to get a little higher.
I'm really just aiming for like a 2R, 3R.
Okay. What kind of risk? Below the previous candle, or?
Yeah, usually like below a candle's low. Like for example, if I were to enter right around here, I would put my stop here under this candle's low.
Gotcha.
Nice. How often are you switching markets to see like a preferred setup? Like what markets are in your rotation?
I'm really just trading indices like ES, NQ, YM sometimes.
Nice. Shout out to all the YM traders out there. It's a market too.
Yeah. You have to. I have a question about
Really is.
YM on the live accounts. I know I don't see YM on here.
Mm-hmm.
You have to like. Is that like a separate like subscription or whatever?
It is different exchange.
Different exchange,
Gotcha.
yeah. So the Dow
Like
trades
it's
on the. They're all owned by the Mercantile Exchange, but there's different exchanges. It's like an umbrella system. So the Dow would
Yep.
fall under
Gotcha.
the Chicago Board of Trade. Gold falls under the
Comex.
COMEX.
Right.
Crude oil's under the NYMEX. Uh, so depending on what market you want to trade, you would need a different data feed from the exchange for that.
Gotcha.
That's pretty frustrating, though, isn't it, JD? It's like, can't they just package all the indices in one for all the retail traders? Like, they can't just do that for us.
It just sounds too
has
easy,
to be
doesn't
on
it?
its.
You know,
It does,
right?
right? YM has to be on its own exchange. Are you kidding me? It's so annoying.
I kind of like
We should all
longs
write
here on
in.
the NQ.
Yeah. 700s have offered no resistance whatsoever.
See if we can come back lower here to tap into this gap if we form it.
Yeah, if we can get support around 700s, like maybe, at least I would like to see a little bit of a consolidation. That would be awesome for potentially a long, but this might just moon. Kind of in a low volume node too on the volume profile. We're kind of right in between
Yeah.
a bunch of spots. I mean, almost no volume traded at like 715, 716s. It's kind of funny how that lines up with like support and resistance sometimes. We're getting right back up to that 1 minute range that I wanted to short the first time. Paper handed it.
It's got the weirdest. It's got super dark outside my window here, and
Oh, yeah.
I felt like a shadow creeping up behind me. There's a bad storm in Chicago right now.
We're just getting crushed all day. All day. I'm like ready to like.
Are you guys
like
dealing with a
nighttime.
bunch of wind too?
Not really. At least I'm not in Chicago. What about you, JD? Is it windy out there?
I can hear the wind from where
Oh,
I'm
wow.
sitting. But man,
These
it's
trees
just
aren't
got
doing nothing.
super dark. Super dark.
We're about in the same hood, JD, so we're probably getting whatever you're getting. Yeah, it is very dark outside. Chat, if we get disconnected, blame ComEd.
Blame ComEd.
Super dark in West Chicago. Nice. Okay, rejected 700s. Back down again. Okay.
Nice 100-point move there, real fast.
I'm so happy NASDAQ is back. We're doing, 50.5-minute ranges again. It's the life. That's what
Don't
we
you
signed
just
up
love the
for.
volatility? You get spoiled
How
from
can you not?
volatility too.
How can we not? Although it did get a little too volatile, I think, like a couple days ago, and then we're all like, I don't know, I'm sick of this volatility. Now we like it again. Let's see if we can set up. So you're still looking for longs, Johnny? You're looking for a setup to get long here?
Yeah, I like longs. I want to see if this 5-minute opens up a gap here. Right here at 235. Yeah, I really like those highs over here on ES. I'm thinking ES can push up to there on power hour.
Yep. Someone in chat was saying head and shoulder pattern, and we're kind of at that's where kind of you're facing. Maybe the left shoulder or the right shoulder, or is the furthest right on the screen potentially to be turning into a head and shoulder pattern? Do you believe in that stuff? Oh, it's pretty clean though. That's a very clean head and shoulder on the 5-minute. Neckline is actually point of control at 5700s. That's interesting. Like shout out chat.
Head and shoulders, huh? How would you
Yep,
measure
not
that? Would you measure
not the
like the whole
shampoo.
like? You measure it
It
like
would
this?
be.
Isn't this how you do
Let's
it?
see. You can pull up his charts. Yeah, I think it's their charts are up. Yep. Measure it down.
That you get the
Yeah.
measured move.
That's the measured move. And then
Okay, I got you.
shoulders. Yeah, top of the shoulders would be about like 57.10, give or take.
Okay.
So there's a potential head and shoulders pattern.
I think I may take a long. If we can tap into this gap right here, I'm long. I want to see us tap
nice.
into this 5-minute gap. Even set some limits here. We can come back lower. Go limit buy. Go 4. Get back into this gap here.
Nice. Yeah, what is holding? 700? Maybe. I'm
Switching back over to the end.
680s. Oof. That was a big one.
Looking for 680s.
If we can get a
Long
pullback to
680s?
if we can get a pullback to 680s, it could be a good long setup, yeah. Nice little 1 minute range. We're kind of stair stepping higher. Could be a good
Yeah, this
little
15-minute
setup here.
engulfing is nice too.
Nice. Yeah, let's see if we can get it.
You're gonna get your
All right,
80s.
we're in.
Okay,
got
here
our
we go.
80s.
So my stop
in.
loss would be under this candle's low here.
What's the price?
80 and a quarter.
643.50.
643.
We're both long.
What's your entry price on that trade, Johnny?
679 and a quarter.
679 quarter. All right. Dolby, what'd you get? Did you get 80 on the nose?
80 and a quarter.
80 quarter. 679 quarter and 680 quarter.
See if these buyers come back.
Yeah. Everyone's getting long. Here we
I
go.
like the risk reward here.
Mm-hmm.
About, let's see. About almost a 6R trade. We can get that.
Wow, you're going for a big one. 6R. You're going for what? New highs or just high a day?
Yeah, high of day. So the logic here, if ES is going to want to come up to these relative equal highs of 57.39, it should drag up NQ with it.
Okay. All right.
I got the same crack of. I just had the same crack of thunder outside my house, Dolby. We live like a mile from each other.
Yeah, no, we're just like, oh shit, it's coming.
Did you see my lights flicker for a second too?
Oh,
I might be out of here in a minute.
Yep. Chad, it was nice knowing you. Chicago's going dark.
All right, house account and Johnny both long. Johnny long 678.25. House account. I'm sorry. Yeah, 679.25. House account long 680.25. Hovering right above that right now.
Yep. I got a test of our entry. If we can get some new highs, we can get into break even. Spent a lot of time around our entry. Getting a little wiggly here in the ladder too. See if it perks up. Still need to get over those 700s.
Travis sees a 3-bar reversal on the short side. I don't know. What time frame are you looking at, Travis? Maybe on a 3-minute, you would get that. Is a 3-minute as valid as a 5-minute on a 3-bar reversal?
I think so. You're a 3-minute guy.
I'm looking at a 3-minute right now. I
Got
kind of like this
lower
long.
highs. Got some lower highs we need to figure out here. Okay, kind of breaking it right now. That's cool. We can go to break even on this trade because we got our initial test of entry a couple times, so we're risk free. Johnny, you still in it?
Yeah, I'm still in it. I already made my bed. I'm gonna lay in it. I'm not risking too much. The risk is 286. The reward is 1688.
Yeah, this is a cheap trade.
Yeah,
this is definitely a cheap trade.
I really want to see this gap here hold on the 5-minute. If we start invalidating it and start coming back lower, this trade idea isn't super valid anymore. and I'd probably just call it a day. To be honest, lock
we're
out and take the 3,600.
Yeah. All right, we're out.
That's a
We
good
got the
day.
flat on the retest of entry.
We're gonna ride this
take
out.
like 2 ticks?
Like a tick. Yeah, we just came back and stopped us out. We went to break even because we got our entry tested and it shot up and it just came right back again.
Yeah. See what happens here.
Yep.
We did that yesterday during the same hour. Moved our stop too early. I'm not saying that's going to happen again, but
no.
We talked about it.
Memory has a way of remembering certain situations.
Well, it was good out. Looking like a good out so far.
Yep. Hindsight Capital agrees with moving the stop to break even.
Hindsight Capital for the win, everybody.
Yep. Looks like the 700s could not hold, at least in the NQ. ES could be a totally different story. Get another consolidation. We'll try again.
Reading through some of these chat comments, Elvis, they're killer. A lot of them you can't see too. They're held for review. So a lot of the comments I'm laughing about, you can't even see.
It means they're extra spicy, chat. So the spiciest ones, the ones you can't see. Chat is like a shishito pepper. 1 in 10 comments is the hot one.
So the 3-bar reversal on the 3-minute seems to be playing right now. Yesterday's value area high, 19,644. Or I'm sorry, yesterday's high, 644. Value area high, 625. Settlement price, 620. 604. I have a VWAP at 620. Overnight VWAP. But man, it's going pretty choppy here.
It's gonna go crazy.
What's gonna go crazy?
I think 3 p.m. when it opens up here in a little bit.
Oh yeah, bananas. Our hour is going to be wild.
I'm gonna go back to the news. I don't see anything new coming out right now. I love how Financial Juice puts the real juicy breaking bits in like the bright red blocks, so you know it's important.
Yeah, right.
Or what they consider to be important, at least.
What they consider to be important.
So what exactly is going on today? Is it a bunch of tariff talk? Is that what's going on?
Bro, it's Liberation Day. How do you not know
Well,
it's
yeah,
Liberation
I know that,
Day?
but like,
This is the most important day ever, apparently.
well, I know that, but I remember
the day
on Twitter.
You might potentially announce the external revenue service for collecting tariffs. I think that's about it. I mean, I think a lot of people are going to be tuning in, though.
When's the IRS going to be abolished? That's what we all want.
Hey, if the IRS gets abolished, we are throwing a party. JD, you even showing up to work the next day if the IRS gets abolished? I mean, come on.
I might crack a bottle to that one. Yeah.
Yeah. I might be hungover. It's like putting the tea in the harbor. Paying your stinking federal taxes.
That's a big deal. Big deal.
Not financial advice, by the way. Not financial advice.
What, to pop some tops if they
Pop tops, yeah.
No more IRS. We're popping tops.
Get myself some nice champagne. Yeah, 1 p.m. is a really hard time to trade. I think it's actually slower than 2 p.m. I'm typically on for the 1 p.m. segment, and the markets are not great.
You're talking central, right? I'm so used to EST times.
Even though you're in Kansas, you still go by EST?
Yeah. Weirdly enough.
Why is that? Any particular reason?
Yeah, you from there?
Just the whole way that the ICT concept universe is. Everybody goes by EST times, so I'm just used to it now.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, makes sense.
Dolby
Certainly
Sunny in
one,
the chat says we're in the way of a tornado right now.
Great.
Yeah.
Love
They
it.
like to scare us every once in a while. We'll be fine.
We don't get tornadoes in Chicago.
Not since I was a kid. It's been a while since one ripped through the city.
No, the storm's actually pretty much
40
over.
years, I want to say.
Yeah.
Got to be 40 years since a tornado ripped through the city of Chicago.
Doesn't happen.
Damn.
It's getting a little heavy here. You're gonna be able to hold these 660s. Kind of doing like a new kind of like stuck in between two different things here. It's a combination of like stair step shorts and longs. If we can't, depends which one wants to hold.
Gone real flat though. We're not getting
this thing is super
any kind of moves.
Well, I mean,
either side.
kind of, JD. We V-bounced 200 points. Down 100, up 100 in like a 1 hour session.
Very true.
I want to say it's slow. I mean, it does feel slow, but we're still getting 50, 100 point moves. It's pretty crazy.
Oh, Sonny's threatening us with mass floodings now. Be careful. We do live.
Oh, no, what's next? Locust?
On the shores of the largest fresh body of water on the planet, right?
That's right, JD. You respect like Michigan Jet.
I think I'm about to get stopped out for 285, 286.
Yeah. This thing might just want more blood. You're going back to 600s?
blood.
I mean, yep. NASDAQ must feed, JD. It's like the Matrix.
The Nazi was hungry that day, my friends. All right, well, that's all the time we got for Rising Stars. Johnny D, that was a quick hour. Thanks for joining us. That was nice covering up the markets, looking at trades. Thank you for sharing your analysis with us and your approach. Much appreciated. We're going to get you back on real soon. You got some love in the chat, too. A lot of people are very thankful for you being here. So, thank you
guys.
so much.
Appreciate
Dolby time. You're going to see Dolby coming up in the next hour. We got Power Hour
yes.
coming up. David Green, Coach Dakota, Andre, and Dolby are going to be in here pulling pork into the close. Maybe scouting out some headlines before the real big announcement. It's supposed to be coming out at 3 o'clock Central Time, 4 o'clock Eastern Time. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. Power Hour is coming up next. Thanks for being here. TopstepTV. Let's go.
here we go. Buckle up. It is Power Hour here on Topstep TV. We got Dakota joining us. It is a David Green Wednesday and Dolby time as well with the keys to the house account. Let's get right into this thing. An hour. Supposed to get the tariff announcements. Markets are in a bit of a holding pattern right now. David Green, any levels you're looking at?
Where are we right now? Well, look at the NQs. We just missed. Just missed our 200 EMA by a couple of points and went up 50 points from there. Now we're kind of just sitting in the middle of everything. I think this is going to be crazy wackadoodle. Not in a hurry to do anything. Got a little short, maybe 19,740, and if we spike down to 19,501, but otherwise we're, like I said, we had that order out on the 200 EMA and we just missed it. Now we're just sitting in nowhere's land. So kind of just hanging out. Where are we today? You guys know I told you about my screw up earlier today.
I didn't hear about it.
Yeah.
Well, I left an order out, went into my trading room in the MESs, didn't put a stop order in.
Ooh.
Logged back in, was down $4,700.
Oh, no.
Patiently waited for a couple of good setups, cut it down to $2,700. And Combine, one of them I'm at the max today, so we had a good day at a Combine. And that's where I'm at. So the lesson to be learned is don't leave your machine and have a stop order in every single trade that you do, which is the first time this has happened to me since I started trading with Topstep. But it happened. No excuses. Next trade.
It can happen to David Green. It can happen to anybody, chat.
Right.
Got to make sure those
But you've been
orders
trading
are
good since,
cleared.
right? You've been trading good since.
Yeah, I got back $2,000 in that,
Okay.
and $1,400 in a Combine. So yeah,
It's comeback.
what you can't do is, and I didn't do anything to try. Oh, I got to get that money back, so I'm sizing up and no. Waited for a couple of good setups. Got back a couple of bucks. If we get any more, we do. If we don't, we don't. It is what it is.
Nice job. Nice recovery.
All right. Dakota. Update on the trading day. Yeah.
Yeah, I see that. The countdown to liberation clock over there on the bottom right hand side.
Thank you.
Right.
Yes, it is.
We're all gonna
Andre,
be free.
Well,
I
right
haven't
hand corner,
asked
we got
you
the
this question yet. What are
Right,
we
right.
being liberated from? What are you being liberated from?
we hopefully get liberated from getting out of this range. That would be very, very nice. Get out of this range and pick a direction, up or down. That would be amazing. Get liberated from that shit.
Can we just get some clarity? I'd be happy with just some
Thank
clarity.
you.
Just a little.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Tell us what you're doing. I don't care if it's good, bad, or indifferent. Just make a definitive something. Problem is, even what he says today could probably change 50 times. So
Yep.
we're going to get that either.
Ready. Yep. Here we go. That like Dakota side lower right hand corner of the screen. You got the countdown clock. 51 minutes till the bell. 41 minutes till MOC. Upper left hand corner, you see hashtag Power Hour. Ask you in fast markets. Hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV on the X. We are in a range right now. Dolby house accounts up about $800. Pretty good.
Yeah. Doing great.
What's going to happen?
Nice job,
What is gonna
Dolby.
happen?
Not
Yep.
me.
Great
I'm on
work.
a not great streak. We're gonna keep on doing it. Although we got stopped by a tick, so I don't want to be too hard on the old house account on this side because it was the exact tick, 3650s, and it ran up to 880s.
The stop was a better entry.
Yeah, always
MP special, right?
Oh, MP special, Club MP. It's fun one.
MP. That was the ultimate stop. Was the better entry. That was the low of day
Yeah.
yesterday.
That was insane. I know.
I-
All
I
right, let's
don't
take a look
think
at some of these markets. 50-50 on the tilt. Hey, gold made new all-time highs a couple hours ago at 31.77 at 70 cents.
Coach
Crude
Jay.
about 6 cents off the highs there, and we are in a range in the ES right now. Lower end of that range. Look at the 5-minute 56. Ooh, call it 75. Upper in the range. Oh, 5,700. That's a big ass range though. It's about 25 points. Not bad.
Is that true,
Now it's gone
Jay?
flat.
Coach Jay just said broker just sent out an email about increased margins.
Really?
It makes
I got
sense.
I got a cautionary tale for everybody.
Okay.
It's called NMAX. I probably don't have to say anything else about it. But if anyone has been following this IPO, it's NMAX. It was $14.
Mm-hmm.
It went to $270.
Yeah.
Okay.
$265, and now it's back at $50.
Okay.
Don't get FOMO into any of these things that you see. They never end well.
Wow.
Yep.
That makes sense.
And that was just the last
Check this
days
out.
too, right?
It was an IPO 2 days ago. Look at that.
2 days ago.
14, 265, 50.
Partner Peter Tuckman was talking about that also. It's
I think more
way
people
up,
made
way
lost money on that.
Were there options on that too?
No, it's only trading for a couple of days.
Oh, okay, so it takes a minute before the options kick on. That's good, at least.
Thank you, Shane. One of the guys in my private trading room just told me I have a face for radio. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Man. Crowd around here. We got I got a Delta update for everyone. As of about 6 minutes ago, plus 16,000 in the ES, plus 1,600 in the NQ as we wait patiently. Nothing on the tilt.
We're dead. Look at this. Dead flat,
Let's see.
sitting in nowhere.
Look at that. How's Tesla looking? Got that news, a leak at least, that we're stepping aside in his role with the president, and saw Tesla pop on that. Trading around the highs right now.
So far,
Yeah. About 4.5%.
I'll tell you what, he had to say something because this was heading into oblivion this morning. Literally up 30 points off.
Wish it went lower.
Yes, so we just get out of this range. All right, let's do above below, and we can also do some jab, get some things.
Oh, that's a good tough one.
Wait, who wants to do it? Dakota, above below in the NASDAQ.
I'm gonna defer to you, David, on the above below on
I stink at this
Liberation
shit.
Day.
On my All right, where are we going? NQ or MES?
Either
Dealer's
one.
choice.
Your pick.
NQ works.
NQ.
All right, NQ. Let's go. Let's make it nice right in the middle. 19.6.
That's a good one.
6. I like that.
600 above below that pull up. Above below NQ. At
Well,
the
we're
close,
58
19.
points above it now, so you got a nice little cushion if you say above.
Ain't nothing. Yeah. What did Mohammed had like 19,200 the other day.
Yes,
Just
it was
ran away from that. That
very
was awesome.
bold. Very bold.
Yes, it was.
I think he finished 300 points higher or something.
I'll be 300 points off.
Yeah, we're right in the middle of the 15-minute range. I don't even see any trades right now, and I typically see trades all the time. If we can get up to 700s, could be an interesting short opportunity. 700s to 600s, casual 100 points. We have jab. We could do the
Yeah, I
jabbies.
was just gonna
Jab real quick.
Yes. Boom. There we go. Who's got that?
I got it. All right, Trey Fritz. Passed my 100K combine, taking the rest of the week off. Happy trading. Well done, Trey. Gorillionaire. I've scalped $255 this morning in my combine trading micros. Well done. We just had Johnny talking about micros earlier. Alan F. Hit 30 days of 200 or profit today in one of my XFAs. Guess I'm moving up to live. Well done, Alan. Jenny, passed my first trading combine ever today after multiple failures. I finally made it. Feels insane. Jenny, congratulations. Got some bad news. Actually, the work has just begun, Jenny. So buckle up, buddy. Pernati Customs, just locked myself out for the day. Hit the max profit target for the day. Well done. And Frank the Tank. Oh my God, passed my first trading combine. Well done, Frank the Tank. For you too, the work has just begun, sir. And Christian Zitzman, trading combine 50K, locked out. $300 in the green. TDM trades requested second payout yesterday. Yippee, congratulations. Well done. And the Learning Apostle at Topstep. Thank you for this opportunity. Had my best day profit-wise in an XFA and qualified for a payout right before my birthday this Saturday. Would still be in, but I have work to do. LOL. Happy birthday, the Learning Apostle, and congratulations. That is awesome. Those are all your jabbies. So keep on jabbing, chat.
Nice
Keep on managing
jabbies.
that risk.
Just holding here. That pull up above below NQ on the close 3 p.m. Central Time 19,600.
And
Last
I
trade
have no
19,642. Same.
I have no idea, David. That's a good one. I want to say above because like that's my
I
heart
do
is a
too because
bull,
I'm
but
50 points below.
I know, but then this is starting to look a little bit like a Head and Shoulders type day where we had that run up to those 800s, those upper 800s. I don't know. I mean, we're going to find out.
So we will. No trades right now.
I'm looking for 600s or 700s. We are right in the middle of the 15-minute range, which has been a very clean range. Very, very clean. These bars are pretty much barcoding perfectly. But if we use a little fib tool, that middle of the range is about 660, and we are at 640. So not seeing a ton of edge in the ranges right now. But man, those 600s bounced really aggressively. I might have to nibble on a long at 600 just because the bounce has been so good so far.
All right.
There.
Overnight VWAP 622, 600. That's David Green's above below. Starting to see a little wiggle. Maybe I'm exaggerating. Just a touch. Wait for something to hit the wire here. Hey, Gigi.
Oh, Gigi's in chat. That's awesome.
Nice. Gigi.
Also,
nothing.
Overnight's going to be crazy for slow markets. Coach Jay and I is going to be in tonight, and it's going to be entertainment at its best.
Yeah. Speaking of which, make sure you stay tuned in for At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul with the announcement scheduled for at the top of the hour for the tariffs.
Yeah, Jay's going to have a busy little show.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be a news guy.
Yeah, that's right. At the Buzzer.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, it's been hyped up so much. I mean, there can't be a disappointment, right? What if we just flatline?
What?
Maybe. I mean, Trump's a pretty good marketer. I can't imagine that he's going to brand this day as Liberation Day and drop a nothing burger. I mean, he is a good promoter, good marketer. Something should happen that's concrete, I would think.
It's been very quiet out of the White House. I saw a couple headlines. Yeah, what was it? About an hour ago, considering announcing an external revenue service, establish a process for tariffs on parts within 90 days. Okay. Yeah, let's get that
Chuck,
poll.
no, my short from earlier was not live. I'm locked out today. I've taken a loss, and I was short from 850s or somewhere up there. And we're watching this.
856. You were short.
Yeah, 856.
Wow. Yowza.
Yeah. NASDAQ topped out at 19,890 quarter. A couple hours ago, and then we bottomed out on the open, like Dave was saying, 19,316. So just a casual 570 point range there. Take a look at the ES. Low 5610, high 5739, 130 point range there. Markets are moving today. Just
crazy.
Different. Yep.
Hey, if you don't mind, put up my chart for 1 sec. I just want to show you one thing real quick. Check this out, guys.
Sounds good.
Let's make this bigger. See the pivot point here?
Yep.
Exact high of the NQs today.
No kidding.
I mean, exact high. Hit this pivot point, boxed around a little bit, nothing. But that one, that was the exact high of the day. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, man.
Amazing.
Isn't that crazy?
What are the odds?
Yeah, I know. What if you
now coming in a bit here now?
Lower highs, lower lows in this Nazi.
600s. We like it.
You like the 600s, though, for a buy?
Yeah. I mean, why not? It's worked the last.
I like 580s.
580s, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if we just shoot down there, I'm not interested. But if we can get like a little consolidation, it might be interesting.
Yeah, I think this is a situation where if we get down to like 600, 607, you buy. Where's your stop loss going to be? Right, it's going to be like 80s, maybe 70s.
Good question.
And that could be a better option to buy.
It's true.
On the tilt.
Have the old stop become the entry.
Yeah, we might not even get down there either.
That's the other thing too. I not even have an opportunity.
Stepped in there.
Been very consistent lower highs though on the 15-minute and 1 minute.
Yes, nothing.
Stuck in the middle.
Shop around overnight view up.
We are very stuck in the middle.
Yes, we are. Bottom of the hour, 9 minutes. 29 minutes, got MOC. Numbers have been wild lately in MOC. Last day of March. It's like, what, 10 billion? Something like that on the MOC buy side.
Biggest ever, Pete said. And it posted out at 2 o'clock with 4 billion to buy. We got a gigantic move off that at 2 o'clock.
Biggest ever.
First one.
Okay.
And ended up being the biggest one ever.
Wild. That's you in real time. Still nothing on the wire.
Market's waiting on pins and
Disciplined,
needles.
Yeah. Yep.
For Liberation Day.
Incredible. Yes, it is. Liberation Day.
We're making
See
history.
what happens. What do we got tomorrow? Let's go through what's on the schedule for tomorrow. We had ADP this morning. We got some trade balance, initial jobless, of course. A lot of numbers. As a PMI, services PMI. We have some speakers tomorrow as well. Also be digesting the tariffs if those go in as also. Here we go. Above below, 19,600. 55% say above.
Not bad.
No, that's good. That means you got a good number.
Right.
Not bad. You want 50-50, right? 50,
Say
50,
below.
nailed it.
Coda likes the
Dorito.
The under.
Mm-hmm.
Hurry up and wait.
Mm-hmm.
Patient.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go over some if-thens. Obviously, we don't know. If he does announce tariffs, Dave, that creates some certainty, gives us an idea of what's going to happen. Markets don't like uncertainty, so bullish somewhat, perhaps? I mean, if we kick the can, is that bullish? Or is it all bullish at this point?
Or is it all bearish at this point?
Is it all bearish at this point? No kidding. Don't know.
No, I think.
Well,
go ahead, David.
The bottom line is it's not worth having a position going into it, otherwise you just gamble. So you go ahead.
There's the answer. That's the best answer.
IRS?
I agree.
Does he abolish the IRS? That's all I want to know.
External Revenue Service, I saw.
Yeah. Let's do the External Revenue Service, not the Internal Revenue Service.
As long as you don't have a position going into it, nothing else matters. We'll just see how this market reacts, right? That's the main thing. But I know the hour before when we were talking, David, my opinion, it's just opinion, is that it's two-sided. I think we're going to get clarity from our side here in the United States, but the big question mark and where all the uncertainty lies will be how are these other countries going to react to today's decisions, to today's announcements, to what we're doing here in the U.S. And how is that going to make an impact on this market? Are they going to? Yeah, that's the uncertainty that I see in this market going into the next couple of weeks. And then, of course, non-farm's Friday.
Yes.
Oh, great.
What a week.
And I don't see how we get clarity today. He slaps all these on everybody. What are they going to do? They're just going to sit back and say, okay, thank you, Mr. Trump. We're good. They're going to retaliate. That's going to cause more volatility.
Yeah, that's where the uncertainty is, right? Where
If he comes out and says, I'm putting a hold on everything, then that's major positive. That's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Doing that. All right, 5 minutes till the bottom of the hour.
Finally getting a bid.
We got on change in the Delta, plus 15,500 in the ES, plus 1,400 in the NQ. Wait and see move. Make sure you stay tuned in for At the Buzz and, of course, slow markets. Let's see what tonight has in store. It's going to be wild.
Rally to the top of the range here.
Can we go higher, though? Can we get closer to those 700s? We get a little mini consolidation. Be tempting. Now it's not even getting all the way to the levels, and buyers and sellers are coming in. So, let's see. Dorito time.
Yes.
Big time Dorito.
Like I said, gold made new all-time highs and pulled back. $12, Jay.
Interesting. an interesting market with tariff news. If we get some certainty from tariffs, is gold going to go down?
Gold just goes up, man.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
That's all it knows. As long as
Yeah,
the money
all the
printer is
time.
printing, gold is
See,
just
the
going up.
weekly chart in gold is crazy. That's getting stretched. I'm actually looking to short gold. Keep going up.
How's the digital money doing? Bitcoin is at 86,000.
We almost have an 80 RSI on a weekly chart, and the last time we had that was right here, and we had a nice
80?
gigantic pullback. Yeah,
80.
We went from 28.05 down to 25.60 the last time we had an 80 RSI right there. And look where we are now. Very, very close. Very close.
That's a big one.
All right. Here we go. Joe Beck says, bottom of the hour, we'll have a shift up. Cheers. Hey, we're waiting. So before we get to the bottom of the hour, let's bring in Gabe. It is Series 3 time. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Pull up. There we go.
Question of the day is if a silver and gold trader enters the following order. October gold trades at 1320, sell 10 October silver at 1920. What type of order is this? So let me rephrase that. I misspoke. A silver and gold trader enters the following order. October gold trades at 1320, sell 10 October silver at 1920. What type of order is it? A, FCO, B, a switch order, C, a basis order, or D, a scale order?
You can basically say a trader enters the following order, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a statement. Yeah.
I was gonna say this is gonna turn into like one of those bar jokes. A gold and a silver trader walk into a bar.
A gold bar or a silver bar?
You got the joke there. You got it, Dovey.
You paid the big bucks for it.
The Troy ounce in Troy ounces. The Troy bar. Okay, if
All
October gold
right.
trades.
Few more seconds. Give you guys some time. I only got one answer, and that was Dre. And he just put it up in the air. He didn't even say it. So,
Yeah, this is. It's assuming that they're correlated.
I have no clue.
I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess B, a switch order. I don't trade correlation. This is a correlation trade, right?
Not even. It's an order type. It's a history test. That's what the Series 3 is.
Or it's a basis order. It's a basis order. Who cares what gold's trading at? They just sold 10 silver. It's a basis trade.
Okay.
Why is information about gold relevant? A trader sells 10 October silver at 1920. What else? Like that's an order. He just placed a trade. Basis order.
David, what were you about to say? So your room said what now?
Yellow.
All right, so your room saying D. Andre and Dakota saying C.
Yes, C.
Colby, what you got?
B.
B? Okay. All right. Ho, go ahead and close the poll. Only reason
all
I know
over the
this
place.
is because I'm literally looking at the answer.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known it otherwise.
Not because you're studying, Gabe, for your Series 3.
I am slowly working my way.
There we go.
There's a lot
All right,
of
answer today is C. It's a basis order.
Damn.
There's a lot of information that doesn't need to be in that question, right? It doesn't matter whether it's a
100%.
silver and gold trader. It doesn't matter what gold's doing. You just dumb it down to a trader places an order to sell 10 October silver at 1920. Like, you don't need half that crap. That's where it tricks
Try
you,
to
though, I
trick
guess.
you. Exactly.
There you go. Speaking of
That's a
tricky,
tricky question.
you got me
Yeah,
good
we'll
on the
allow it.
open yesterday. Dakota, you got me really good on the open yesterday. On April Fool's. That was very fun. All right, bottom of the hour.
Did we clip that? Did we clip that and put it on YouTube?
That was awesome. For those that are wondering what we're talking about, right off the bat, Dakota's like long 10 NASDAQ. I'm like, oh shit.
Oh, that was a
And,
good one.
Got me.
Scaling into
Fooled
a
me.
position.
Yeah.
And you were writing everything down.
I was, man. I was like, it was like 5, 7, 10. You got me. Well done. Hey, we got 3,500 people watching, hanging out with us.
Hello.
Yes, waiting patiently, sitting on our
Yeah,
hands, hanging out. Click
streaming
like, follow.
to X, right? We're still streaming
up?
to X.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes,
probably.
Yes, we are. Shout out to the X. Well,
How many viewers are on X right now? James says yes.
Yup.
Oh.
Do we like shorts?
Above below 19,600. Ooh, do. Best ever close.
Yeah,
that was
man.
brutal.
Oh, that's funny.
David, if you
Right
missed
now we got
yesterday, go ahead.
200 billion to buy.
200 billion to buy.
200. Wait.
Excuse me?
Said it just flipped. So
200 bill? B?
Yeah, it's not big.
You mean million or billion?
Million. 200 million to buy. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Okay.
April Fools, man.
That would be 10 times the biggest one ever.
Yeah,
Oh,
But it
man.
might be why we saw this little, because it was to sell and it just flipped it along a little. Might be why we're seeing this little rally here.
Okay.
We all went quiet there. Upper end of this range, here's 19,700.
Yep.
707's creeping higher. Here goes ES 5701.
The above below is still valid though. 600.
600s, yep.
Yeah. Forget about the belows. Well, never forget.
What was it? 50,
Not looking good.
55%. Well, 55% said below. All right, taking some heat on that. Never know what's going to happen. A quick peek at the 10-year yield, 4.19%. That has popped a little bit. It was down to like 4.12. So a little bit more uncertainty, perhaps. The yield goes up like that.
This is very strong. Bounce.
In what scenario would this profession be obsolete?
Obsolete.
Well, it would always exist in some form or fashion. It's just a question of would it be digital or analog?
Profession be obsolete.
You'll always have traders.
Yeah.
You got
People
me.
have been trading forever. Silk Road. It's pretty old.
Yeah. Yeah, Silk Road. Traders, scalpers.
Mm-hmm.
World War III, maybe? I mean,
Yeah. AI.
Even
even then, there's always going to be someone who wants to press the button.
Yeah, I mean, even during times at war, you'll have people trading ammunitions, guns, supplies.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of action.
We'll make a market.
That would
Yeah.
to it right now.
Drug dealers.
19,742. 19,742. We had all this price action.
Mad Max. Yep, that's what I was thinking. Mad Max situation. All right, 19,742. Last trade 730. S&P's grinding higher here. 16 minutes to MOC. 26 minutes till the bell.
No short.
No short.
No range. No short.
No long.
Not with that big green candle. That is not fun for range traders to see. Is big ass green candle right up into your range. And then it just rips higher. So we need a tight 1 minute range. So the short at 19,700 at like, what is that? 145 was way better. Because you had a bunch of tiny candlesticks, 1 minute candlesticks kind of stuck around that 700 range. Gives you a lot more opportunity to hop into a trade. But there's no 1 minute range on this breakout at all. Unless you snipe a 30-point scalp the first time it touched 700s. But since then, it's just been straight up.
Look at this thing. Yep.
Straight up.
Lindsay, Andre announced a press conference at 2 p.m. Central. Yes, I did, because that's when it was scheduled initially this morning. It got pushed back to 3 p.m. And if you look at the schedule yesterday or 2 days ago, it was actually 7 a.m. originally for this morning. Keeps getting pushed back. But yes, it was 2 p.m. when we first came on, and now it's got pushed back to 3 p.m. Central, essentially the closing bell.
Yeah, which makes more sense. Makes more sense after the market's closed.
Yes, for sure.
If you're going to deliver bad news.
Don't say that.
Well,
Here we go,
It's easier
guys.
to deliver bad news after the bell.
So you see where all that price action was? We just pulled in 20 points from that.
40s?
boom,
Yep.
boom. Now it's a better buy if we can get above it, but it gave a nice 15, 20 point trade off that level.
750 is the 50% of the real big range we had between March 10th and about March 21st, let's say. Tested below, tested above, back in the middle.
Hey Gabe, you're back there. We're not going to get the feed for Reuters for the announcement, correct?
Correct. Yeah, it's no use USA. So Jay wouldn't be able to put it in there.
All right.
It's more like no use Reuters.
Is it going to be live? Is he going to do the press conference live?
Great question.
It's supposed to be.
Do it on Truth.
Instead of what, pre-recorded?
I don't know. No, guys in the room, does anyone know if Trump's we have a channel to watch Trump on? Is it going to be live?
It'll be on YouTube
Usually
somewhere
there
for
is.
sure.
Pre-recorded.
For sure be on YouTube somewhere.
Yeah, I hope it's not pre-recorded. It shouldn't be.
Ooh, that would be dramatic. You think all the drama if it was a pre-recorded message? Dude, the conspiracy theorists would be out and about on that one.
Oh yeah, it's in the Rose Garden. So, oh, here we go. Andrew Hughes has a question. David, how can I join your room for a week as a top step trader? And yeah, Wall Street Global as well. David, you have an answer.
Very simple. Just pop my email in there. We were on earlier today. I think we got like 40 or 50 requests. dgreen927 at yahoo.com. Only for top step traders. Come hang out with us for a week. Not going to try to sell you anything. Just come, hang out, watch us trade. Do a bunch of lessons during the week. Doesn't cost you a dime. Come hang out.
Full transparency.
Green 927.
We go 12 minutes till MOC. Markets are drifting a little higher here, coming up to 19,750. David. We'll get that email in the chat. We'll get that one more time in there. There it is. Thank you, Gabe.
Now we're just sitting on this pivot point. Got there, gave 20 points, back up there. So, we can get momentum now above that. I think my over-under was off by
We're
100 points so far. Now we can get some Momo above here.
I take this thing. Nothing to get from that. Huh.
I'm intrigued by a short here.
Yeah?
Intrigued. We can get another minute. Yeah, we're right at the 50%. So I wonder if we get like a little bit of a sell-off here.
It would be okay. I'm fine with a short on this rally. I'm looking for this market to just chop and be consolidating into the end of the
S&Ps or NASDAQ, Colby?
Not bad. I could see a little profit taking right before he starts, maybe, just to be safe.
Yep.
Yeah.
The problem though is like I've been paper hands or salad hands all day. Way too gun shy. Thinking too much about the good setups and not enough about the crappy ones.
Yeah, Anissa, I think that's normal with brokers during events like today, where there's lots of uncertainty and expected volatility. Brokers will increase their margin rates.
Someone was already saying. I think Coach Jay was saying that it's already.
Yeah, it was Coach Jay. Yep. Double it.
All right. Well, we'll get 20 minutes left till the bell. Drifting higher here. 10 minutes till MOC. For things, if they do get spicy, let's go to hashtag Power Hour. We asked you this morning and throughout the day, hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV on the X. Did they come through, Gabe? Let's show the peeps what our badass community brought today.
Oh, we got a few. Start with some wins first. We got Cassie. Another green day. 5 Top Step accounts are passed. We are so back. You are so back, Cassie. End trades, another Top Step lockout used across my 3 XFAs. It's like locked in around $1,300. So good job there. End trades.
Beautiful.
Get another one from Tom. Ending my day. Well, up 2,700. in my XFAs, locked myself out to protect myself from me. I can get unhinged
Great
with
work.
greed. See you all in Globex after the official Liberation Day press conference. It should be spicy. Yes, it will. We got another one here. We got Lost Trader.
What the hell?
Tariff Watch Party. Topstep
Hey.
TV with Coach J and at the buzzer.
Oh man.
P.S. There
Awesome.
might
that
not
is
be a
good.
pool involved.
That is good.
Apparently just
is
Doritos
really
and
good.
beer.
Who's who? I can see Jack on the top left.
You got
Nick,
Hoag in the
it
top
has to be
center.
Nick with the beanie.
Got Coach J in the top right. I don't know. Is that
Hoag's in the middle, top.
Me lower left. Boy, I'm really
I think
enjoying those
so.
Doritos.
Yeah, Eddie
I've
lower
been,
right.
I've been crushing Doritos based on that.
And I got one more for you. This one's shout out to David Green from Carl Hungus. Hey, Nebraska, next time you're in Boca, come see me.
Ooh.
You got a little Scarface reference.
Ooh.
Young David Green.
Oh man.
But that's what we got for you.
Good
Thank you,
stuff.
Beautiful.
You guys
Beautiful.
rule. You guys are the absolute best. Did see something on the Financial Juice where to watch the announcement through YouTube. Oh, Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg.
Market rip into the upside.
Mm-hmm. Just 600s.
Volatility.
Just
Oh,
crazy
man.
good bounce. Are we just stair stepping longs now? Is that the
No.
plan?
150 points since we started Power Hour.
Yes.
I know. It's just
smooth. Clean moves.
Mm-hmm.
Closing on 800s. Closing on 19,800. Last trade, 19,766.
18.
7 minutes, and we'll see.
Ooh, a little bit sell off there. We got just above that range.
Instant. Yeah,
Hmm.
that could signal I mean, there could be a short now here, Adobe.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
it could be. If we could break back below 42.
Below 42. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, not until then.
Yeah.
Not until then. This could easily just be a pullback and continuation up. I need to see a break of a pivot like 42. But don't want to go against this momentum.
And Jameson, yeah,
We're just getting a little range bound here. It's slowing up a little bit.
If the buzzer is going to be wild.
I am now short. I'm going to risk 22 points. I'm going to add if we could break below that 42. True signal for me is not until we break below 42.
What's your stop?
71. 71 quarter.
All right, we're in with you. We're short 49 and a quarter. Just see if we can get like 2 to 1 here.
49.
Or 59.
49 and a quarter?
No, wait, you're short 49 quarter?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Should have popped on us. Okay.
No?
Were you short from Dakota?
Yeah, were you short from?
50. 750. I'm going to add if we break below 41.
Same.
Not that big of a difference.
It's 1 point. You guys are good.
Yeah. Well, I looked up. It was trading 60. I looked up. It was trading 60s for a second.
I know. I was just confused.
Short
Because,
at 60.
Right,
let's get 2 to 1 here. That's all we want. 2 to 1.
2 to 1. I'm okay with 1 to 1.
Yep. 1 to 1's great too.
It works. 5 minutes.
41. We need to break below 42, though. 42 is going to be a key to break below. If we don't break below 42, I'm going to add using a sell stop if we could get below 42.
Below 42?
Below 42.
Yeah. Yes.
Getting real wiggly.
Momentum still to the long side, so that's I only want to add if we can break down. You're in micros, correct?
E-mini.
Okay.
Let's see. Would have
Starting
loved
to
a
see
short
some
60s
links.
instead of 49s.
Yeah, we're breaking up.
Yeah. It's okay.
Look at the wall of offers in the ES right now. We're talking 4,000. Over 4 handles in the ES right now on the offer.
Wow.
Oh.
Oof.
I mean, the last 15 minutes too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're done.
Now.
Yeah, it's better. Let's just
hold
close this.
into
I'm closing it. I'm not going to let this go all the way.
Oh, lockout button.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's lockout button time.
Okay. See what happens here. We got 3 minutes till MOC. Look at this. Look at these. Look at
What
this
a
ES
rally.
just gobbling up all these offers. Filled.
Let's
what a pump.
Going.
Incredible.
We never did break 42.
Mm-mm.
Uh-oh. That's true. We got here about 3 minutes on MOC. And Q trading 19,772. David Green, you're flat.
I'm flat-ski.
Go to flat.
I'm
flat.
Dolby time flat. Okay.
Yep. No more trades. We are locked out. House account will end up on the day. A couple $100. Couple $100.
Look at these offers. Pull up the ES ladder starting at 57.16 all the way up to 57.20. Couple thousand on the offers there. Every tick.
I'm excited for this day. This press conference is going to be a banger, I think.
I'm excited for the last 10 minutes of the trading. 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Inside 15 minutes.
We got a little comment out of Musk. Musk in regard to Department of Government Efficiency resigning scoop, quote, fake news. What a time
I think
to be
he's
alive.
stressed out. He has a lot going on.
Yeah, that stock price. Well, yeah, that stock price. He was feeling it for a second.
Manage like 4 different companies.
You go back like 3 years. You go back like a few years, and that's done. Flat. 3 years, 4 years.
There we go.
No gains.
MOC coming in 90 seconds. It's going to go ES, then NQ, then YM. Numbers have been pretty big, and those numbers will change. And gold mean new all-time highs.
Chill today. I wonder what some of these live funded trader P&Ls are going to be, because the moves have been wide and they've been trendy and clean.
I got one here for you, Dolby.
Too.
One of our live funded traders locked in $60,000, $60,000
today.
They worked with Chris. Yes.
Pretty good.
Another one, 26,000. Another one, 32,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Them's numbers.
There's some red out there. There's some red out there too. But yes, there's.
Well, that red can only go so low for most traders, but that
That's
green can go real high.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, 800s.
Mm-hmm.
We went from 600 to 800 in this entire segment, and it felt like a slow segment. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means anymore.
Jaded from this volatility.
Smooth moves, yeah.
Yes,
It means we should.
Jaded.
It means we should have got long when we came on.
Here we go.
So just traded, yeah, right? Just traded E-mint or
These
micros.
600s are not out of the over-under.
We have 8 seconds, MOC, baby. Buckle up. Here we go. 3 seconds. Coming in hot. Come on. Initial buy side, 1 bill. Buy side S&Ps, half bill, 500 million. NASDAQ buy side, Dow, 300 million buy side. Nothing crazy.
Mm-mm. We're going to sell off 100 points like it's nothing?
I think we
We're going to
might.
close
we
at
might.
19601.
Can't change.
That's a win. Yeah, initial came out. S&P's plus or buy side 1 billion. Nasdaq buy side 500 million. Dow buy side 270 million. Market do.
Nothing burger. That's the most nothing burger
Wow.
MOC we've had in a while. They are focused on Liberation Day.
Yeah.
So's Gus.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Not surprising.
In 9 minutes till we get
But
liberated.
it's-
3,600 people watching. 3,600 people watching. All the final.
Rapture.
Make sure you stay tuned at the buzzer. See how we're gonna get liberated.
It's like Y2K. It's like, what's gonna happen? Like all the
That-
lights are gonna black out. Computers are gonna get all messed up. It's so exciting.
What a
Is it
Only you
happening
for
right at 3, or is it just like? Yeah.
Three on the
Is it
dot.
happening
we're
in
all
May,
liberated,
or is it going to
brother.
happen in June? I mean, yeah,
Three on the dot.
we're all going to find something together. Dude. I'm pumped. Nonetheless, I am pumped. Shout out to all the bellers hanging out with us. Oh, take a look at that MOC. Anything changing? Just pairing off a little bit. Still buy side.
We're gonna look back on this and be like, where were you on the day that you were liberated? I'm like, that's right, 20 years ago. I was on Topstep TV. Coda and David Green.
No, I won't be here.
Feelings of liberation.
We're gonna be at the buzzer.
Yeah.
I was expecting more than this. We still have 6 minutes, 7 minutes.
More than this? We've got a lot. What are you talking about, Dakota? This is a crazy movement.
I mean, for MOC, for
How much
MOC.
more? Oh,
I'm
MOC.
referring.
Sure. Yeah, for sure.
I don't know. After a 200-point move up in an hour,
Yeah.
kind of just relax a little bit.
Casual
Maybe
200 points.
If we weren't up 200 points, maybe we would have got more action.
Maybe. I would agree. A little anticlimactic, 100%.
So far, yep. Yeah. James, I'd like to, if we can roll right into at the buzzer. That's cool. Let them get it popping over there. It's a big one.
I'll be watching.
Oh, yeah, same.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be watching. Get me some lunch.
Okay, sweet. So, hey, James, we can talk. We're going to just roll right in at the buzzer from here. All right, sorry. Okay, cool. We'll keep it going. Yes, sounds good. All right, very cool.
Nice.
Okay, cool.
Definitely anticlimactic.
Yeah. I think Coach
A lot of
J
nothing
has
right now.
Coach Paul, does he not?
Yes.
Flying solo?
Jay
I hope he's not
Paul.
flying
Who
solo.
else? No. Jay and Paul. Getting ready for the big announcement. James in here. Give us the update how we're going to do this. 4,600 people watching. Stay tuned for At the Buzzer. Watch them analyze how this is going to go down. We're creeping higher here. Take a look at the... Yes, the show must go on, Mr. No Nick. Absolutely.
Show must go on. What do we do though? The last 5 minutes. There's some selling coming in.
Whoa.
Okay.
Maybe. I would just be stair stepping higher here. Nice 1 minute range over 1 minute range.
I'm gonna test a short scalp.
Nice.
Did you? Okay. Still
This is not my live account.
Special. Yeah, I guess we're gonna do a little OT special. 315.
Oh wow, 315. We get overtime for that trade? How's that work?
No,
Is
I
that in our
think
contract? Is that union? Fuck my rep.
they're gonna feed us. Yes. Yeah,
Okay,
David
okay, good.
Green.
Some donuts or something.
Overtime
Yeah.
and hazard pay.
Hazard
pay.
pay.
Huh.
Okay. Whatever James says, that's what I'm doing. Whatever James says.
Yeah,
Where'd you get
same. It's
NASDAQ
too much to read
short
right
at?
now. Yeah.
James
getting frustrated.
Yeah, I know. Sorry,
frustrated with
it's
me.
a lot to read. I'm throwing at you right now. I know.
What are we doing,
Essentially,
boss?
Chat, here's what we're gonna do. I doubt the man is gonna start on time, but if he does, we're gonna stay on air until 3:15. We don't want to run over Jay's show, so we're gonna go up until the markets move or they don't. And if he hasn't talked yet by 3:15, well then catch him speaking at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul.
All right, sweet. So we're chilling.
All right, sounds good. All right, closing bell coming in about 3 minutes. Stay tuned, everyone. Here we go.
Chad, are you excited for this Liberation Day?
What if it's nothing?
We are.
It's gonna be a whole lot of nothing.
That would be the most disappointing thing if it was an absolute nothing burger. I hope we could at least get something exciting. Stir the pot a little bit.
Yeah. All he wants is attention. Here we go. How are we going to stream this? Band is playing the Rose Garden. Okay, this is amazing. MOCs here still about 1 billion with the B buy side. S&Ps 500 million. Buy side Nasdaq. About 2.5 minutes left. Dow about 200 million buy side.
Excited, yawning.
Yeah.
Excited, yawning.
I wonder
I'm
will
glad he's
this
at least-
will. You know,
I'm glad he's at least doing this after hours and not during the
Yeah,
day
right?
where he
Yeah.
can run people over. Better this way.
Mm-hmm.
This way it'll settle in. We come in tomorrow and we see what's what.
I wonder if this is going to be on par with like the mission accomplished banner on the flight deck. Is it going to be like one of those moments going down in history?
The question: do we buy or sell straddles going into it?
I don't know.
In what? The
One more time.
SPX?
Yeah.
Check Reuters one more time. Get that in here. Yo, oh boy, here we go.
Yep.
Nice.
Only about 20, 30 points away from the middle of the range that we escaped and re-entered and escaped and re-entered again. Ooh.
All right, sweet. James, can we do this? Can we do this? Can we do this? Can we do this?
Yeah, I'm sending it to Gabe in the back right now.
Let's go.
It's not live
Oh,
yet.
yeah,
enhanced.
Here we go.
All right, cool. Sweet. We can get this stream in here. Hell yeah. All right, let's see how this thing goes down. Here we go. Topstep TV. Closing bell coming in about 60 seconds. We're trying to work on getting that stream in here. Yes, we are, Jayhawk. We're working on that right now. David Green, if you want to hang, all good. Otherwise, back to your classes. Your call, my friend. We got Jack on standby if you want him to come in. Your call, David Green. We got 60 seconds till the close.
I don't think he's going to start on time.
That's the
doubtful.
Very doubtful. But I can hang for a few minutes.
All right, cool.
It would be interesting though if he did start on time. That's very unusual.
Yeah, I'm hanging out. I'm testing this little short scalp into the close to see if we get some selling, a little bit of fear coming into the markets.
Little intuition test.
How we doing? How we doing? Yep. Will be prepared?
750.
Come on. All right, closing bell. 15 seconds. 15 seconds, and maybe the real party could start. Last trade 19,765. We are above the 19,600. Seeing some selling coming in here, and there is the closing bell. Ding,
Right
ding, ding.
on
Ding, ding, ding.
750.
Here we go. Ding, ding, ding. 36. Yes, 3,600 people watching. Oh no, Hoag, we're staying here. Oh, we'll do that after. We're staying right here.
We're going
Oh, yeah.
nowhere.
I was only off by 150 points. Oh my god.
What happens?
Not too bad.
Here we go. Still nothing. Still nothing. What's gold doing?
Ooh, good shout. Good shout for gold. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, that might go
Gold
first.
and
Last trade.
Bitcoin are probably the most interesting ones.
Going up? Is it?
Bitcoin trading at 87K.
Oh, okay.
Bitcoin's
We're working on it. Working on it.
in queue. We got that little sell off into the close. Not as big as I thought, but
Still a good call, Dakota.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm seeing. Yeah. Well, there's people still get. Oh, you should see this setup. This is incredible.
They're just going. It looks nice.
They got the flag. Look at this American
college
flag. I got everything.
graduation.
Yeah, this is impressive.
Where are you
Hard
guys watching
hats.
it from?
Associated
Back
Press.
here. James, how we? I know we're scrambling back there. I'll leave you guys alone.
Oh, right there. Right there. You click on in TopStep X, you click on Trader Hub. This is
Go.
watch live.
Careful.
Why?
They can. Traders
Got
can
the
at home.
YouTube link.
Yeah,
we can't.
Yeah,
We can't live.
you're live streaming something like that on YouTube. We're working on it, but also be prepared for this
Hey.
maybe to crash.
I got it up. President Trump to speak soon. It'll probably be a half hour.
Bloomberg
Yeah.
TV.
So
we could do our live reaction, right?
Yeah, we're
I
doing
see what you
reaction
mean.
now.
The Liberation Day reaction. TopStep TV.
So,
waiting.
news from the back.
Oh.
VMix is fried, but the stream's still going, guys. So,
Right.
at some point, we're going to hard cut this, I think, James, but we can do a lead in into.
Let's give it to at the buzzer.
Yeah.
I have it live on mine if you want to show my screen. I have it up there.
We cannot do that because I cannot authenticate the source that you're watching and whether we have permission to use it.
Got it. It's
Thanks, though,
YouTube.
David. I
Robots get
appreciate it.
mad.
We get taken down for streaming another YouTuber, another YouTube stream.
Gotcha.
Okay. Wait
Soon,
here.
President Trump announces new tariffs.
Ooh.
James, what happens if you open the web thingy? Can we still change charts like that?
Yeah, I can still change charts.
Yeah. Okay.
Good.
Yeah, charts are fine. I just can't do anything else inside vMix.
Lovely. We're just hanging out. That works. Let's see if Jay and Paul.
Volatility in these markets.
Yeah.
They're showing Kennedy speaking from inside now, so I got.
This is going to take forever. This is going to take forever.
It's going to take forever.
100%.
Go get your mint juleps or whatever else. Come back.
I'm bopping out.
All right.
Girls. Good luck.
All right. Later,
everybody.
David Green, Wall Street Global. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you for having me again, guys.
Oh yeah, man. You're the man.
Peace and love.
God, we do this.
Well, when he leaves, his frozen face will be here until we end the stream. This is perfect.
Oh, well, time for some lunch. I'll catch you guys. You need
Later,
anything from me?
Dakota.
See you, Dakota.
No. There.
All right. See you, everybody. Trade safe.
Later,
You don't need to trade during this, man.
Make the
Check out
face that you
Slowmark.
want to stay there, Dakota, when you sign off.
Oh, yeah? Okay, here we go.
Yeah, and then just kill the browser.
You see,
Oh, wait, we're still live.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we are still live.
Oh yeah. 33,000 people hanging with us.
Okay, see ya.
And then there was two.
PBS. Oh, who is it? We got Dolby, myself, and Jack.
We're the only
Just my
ones.
voice, though.
Okay. It's gonna take. Let me hand this off to at the buzzer. Let's hand this off at the buzzer.
We can take it to 3:15, right? VMix, you can hang in there for 10 more minutes.
You can
Why not?
Talk to them. I don't know, Jay. You don't know.
The frozen pictures live on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you stay still, Trey, they won't.
Where's
even
everyone
know.
watching from? Where's everyone watching from? People staying up in Europe right now. So I'm watching Asians. Very, very. It's tomorrow, actually. I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. Wish this
Yeah,
thing
why
would get.
would Trey be mad?
Yeah, I'm not mad. Won't be able to. What's this? Who's on that?
I don't know.
Bloomington. What's up, Bloomington? Switzerland. Very cool. I've had Panama.
Nice.
Liberation Day. Idiot. This is amazing.
Oh.
I don't know about that.
We got horns.
Something?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh, he's up. He's coming.
Is he?
Yeah.
Game on.
Yeah,
Here we
they're
go.
doing the
Game
song.
on. Oh, that song. What up,
dun,
Tex?
dun, 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 dun,
Dun,
dun,
dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. Alcatraz. I don't know about that.
They got Wi-Fi at Alcatraz? That's crazy.
Actually shut down. All right. We're looking. Mr. President is coming out right now.
Man, AP's chat is unhinged. There's an animated,
Right,
animated group of people over there.
He's got a red tie. He's shaking hands. He's walking past some bushes.
Mm-hmm. A lot of hard hats
Got
in
the
the
hat.
audience.
Yep.
A lot of flags.
Yep. Not a lot of roses, though. I haven't seen a lot of roses.
He's gonna sign something.
Yep.
Oh, he's going to do it, huh?
Nice affliction shirt, bro.
No way. No way. He's actually going to do this shit? Wow.
Please sit down.
Yeah. All right, here we go. I can't hear, so I'll be reading.
What's he saying? Okay.
Nothing.
Nothing
Trump?
yet.
Nothing.
We can't put him on
Make
TV.
America
We don't
wealthy
have
again.
No, we gotta find.
For those of you sticking around who just got here, our production software is frozen. We can't change the screen. There's 2 of us left.
What's he gonna say? What's he gonna say? Why can't we do like PBS or C-SPAN? They're public. Like we couldn't do that. I was
We can't do
wondering.
anything.
Stuff like no, in terms of piping in for the future or something like this.
They're still copyrighted.
On public programming. Okay.
Yeah, I'm watching on the AP site off to the side for the audio.
I'm watching on the Juice.
Oh, internally in Topstep X? Pro move, actually.
Is he doing this?
Nothing major yet.
Is he doing this? Markets,
There you
little
go.
jitter
Wait,
we got.
wait.
Oh. Do it. Gold. Yeah, gold. Watch gold. Anything?
Reciprocal tariffs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Coach J has the stream on at the buzzer. So we can
Hand it out. How?
we can hand it. Hold on.
Well,
I'm working with Jay in the background to make sure we can show.
Okay, cool. All right, we'll keep watching this. Reciprocal tariffs. Gold not doing much. 30 seconds. Would you? Nothing to David Green. That's what happens when you jump off and. Shit. I did this shit. Yep. Reciprocal tariffs. And all right, market's closed. Not yet. Reciprocal tariff. I'm not seeing any of this. Hoag. Are you getting this? Oh, there he goes.
I'm listening
Take it
live. I'll let you know. If
So
there's
he's gonna do it. We're doing it. That's what the.
It's still pretty vague.
It is vague.
We're going to come back very strong.
Well, yep. Love it. Gold creeping higher.
Introductions.
Okay. We'll put the gold chart. Yeah, new all-time highs today. He's doing this. We're doing this. What prices for consumer is interesting. Okay, here we go. Giddy up at the buzzer should be interesting. Needless to say, at slow markets might not be slow. All right, we'll see what these other countries are going to do now. Right? It's game on.
Yep.
Here we go. Trading's going to be wild. These markets are going to be wild.
Go to at the buzzer when it's open.
Okay.
All right, back on tariffs.
Take a look at the ES. Take a look at the ES here.
Selling off.
Well, we're selling. We're selling. Here we
Little
go.
bit.
Shit. Yeah, a little bit. Let's see if it accelerates. Damn, this thing. That's why you wait till after the bell.
All right, we're good. Coach Jay will have the speech live on At the Buzzer coming up at 3:15 next. So it's on you guys if you want to hang right up until then, or do we want to cut it now?
Can we just start pumping the link in the chat just to get people over there for the next 3 minutes or so? And hopefully these numbers go down, his numbers go up.
We're at the
James,
buzzy.
we'll cut this.
Yeah.
At the buzzy. We'll cut this in YouTube Studio. We can't cross streams though.
Gotcha.
No, but I'll end it in YouTube
Ghostbusters?
Studio, and everyone who's still here will be automatically redirected to Jay's stream. So you don't even need to go anywhere, chat.
Yep, at the buzzer. Tune in. Look how thin this thing is. Cross streams, they like that one.
Sword fight.
Good job back there at the buzzer waiting. Okay. What's he saying?
Just give me
Thailand's
examples
charging
of-
higher prices for motorcycles.
Mhm.
All right, cool. Let's get that link going. Sweet. Thank you, James. Here's a link for At the Buzzer. Guys, gotta go watch that. Gotta check that out. Keep pumping that thing. Yep. Oh, shoot. Now we're popping. Here we go. What the? Whoa.
Yeah. NQ.
T-
19,000.
What
Trading
happened?
algos going nuts.
Yeah. What the?
Nikkei ripped higher too.
Gold just fell out of bed. Gold down $15 like that. What did he say? What did he say? Wow.
Rusty's
Gold getting smoked.
Copper up. Gold down.
Yeah. Gold getting absolutely so gold down $22 in the last 60 seconds.
Wow.
Crude on the tear to the upside.
Automobile tariff.
Yeah, that was already said though.
Yeah.
It's certainty.
Who's Brian?
I don't know.
He's asking Brian to come up.
Wow.
Oh, this guy.
Wow. Buddy? What's the news? Oh boy.
So we're spiking. Here's what it is I think what was said there's 10% across the board tariffs when they originally were maybe saying the possibility of 20.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Well played, sir. Well played, Mr. President. Gold back. Just like that. Let's see if this gold pump. Bam, gold. Absolute. Holy shit. And we saw a $25 swing on the downside and upside in the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, crazy.
Jeez.
Yeah, Dakota and Dave are both frozen.
Yeah.
All right. We can't both stream at the same time, so we got to toss this over to Jay, and
Yeah,
they
all right,
will have
cool.
a functional platform. So Andre, send us out.
Thanks. Shout out to all the bell-to-bellers. We'll make this quick. Just go right over to at the buzzer, then slow markets, and we're gonna see what's going to happen tomorrow. Markets are going to be wild. Keep hanging out with us. Good job, Jack. James back there, Gabe as well. Dolby time.
Crushed
Go
it.
watch at the buzzer right now. We'll be doing the same. Take care. Markets are moving. This is historic, I guess. Later.
Let's go.